Are we actually online? I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night. The lights are off because YouTube has been down for the last 30 minutes, possibly more. We are finally here. We're making this happen. I'm in the dark, so we're going to go turn on some lights for you because it's really, really dark. Sorry for the darkness. That is not what I was expecting. Suddenly it came online, so we're hopping online. I didn't like having the studio lights on, so I'd turn them off for a little bit there. There we go. You should be able to see me now. It's a little bit brighter outside than it normally is because it is summertime in the United States, and the United States does not believe that citizens can tell time or wake up based on something other than a numerical value on a clock, and so they have to change the time to treat them like toddlers who can't figure out what time is. So the rest of the world has to figure out what's going on in the U.S. for that. So that is what's going on right now. It is time to get this party started. How is everyone doing? Sorry for the late announcements. Let's get that word out that we are up. And that took, I must have signed in 20 times to YouTube trying to get back online. I have no idea why they're struggling so much today, but it's not just us. I had other people saying they're having issues as well. So, hope that everybody's having a good week. Brian's here. I feel attacked by comment. My dad is here already. All right. See if I can get my built-in chat working as well. Since the other things came online, I'm hoping that that will come online. It's a lot of things not working right at the moment. Hey, there we go. Well, it's a lot faster than it was 20 minutes ago, so that's... Oh, this prompt has expired. Oh, but is it working anyway? Oh, they're having a lot of problems. But it seems to be... Yeah, it's got me in there. All right. Well, that worked. Let's close this. This clearly doesn't work. Wait. Is there a... There we go. All right, things are starting to work. Boom, nice. Now to not quite sure how to reorganize my screen, but we're getting there. Okay, well, it has been a little bit of an adventure getting that up and going. So I'm going to start off talking about a comment that was made over on the show. This was just made just a little bit ago, so I'm going to address it about asking a question of border control. I'm going to start busy posting now to let everybody know, because we had just let everyone know that we were not doing the show at this time and maybe doing it a bit later, and then it came up. So just to make my life as hectic as possible. There we go. Okay. This week's artwork is Carousel by Luciana. Okay, don't think we need to be in the Expats group in real time. So I think we're okay there. And let's get over to the comments and see if I can let this person know that we're going to do the live stream. So how are all of you this week? Everybody doing okay? Everybody, anything interesting going on? Fun things in the expat world? All right, before we go too far, I'm going to jump in and answer one. A little bit tough to type while doing the live stream. All right, from Don Juego, number 1, 53 minutes ago, he asked, "What a great video." Well, thank you. On can I recommend a real estate agent in Nicaragua? Great information. So, since there are no websites that list home for sales that we can see, I know now that I should not view those prices as meaningful. Is it possible to identify homes you want to look at on such sites? Are any of the expat professionals offering assistance worth talking to? So specifically, the expats are the people you want to avoid most. Let's start with that. The chances that a Nicaraguan is going to be running a serious scam like this is low because they can't flee the country. So they have to take a lot more precautions or normally they can't flee the country. Of course, someone could. But generally, a Nicaraguan is trapped. And so running scams in their own country is ill-advised in most cases. They could still pull it off. You need to be careful. But they don't have the knowledge of how to trick you in the same way. They don't have the protections of being based outside the country, and it's very easy for them to run afoul of actual laws, and if they do, to be unable to escape them, right, because of their passports or whatever. So they're much less likely to do so. The thing you specifically want to watch out for is expats who are selling services or offering assistance. And it's not to say that all people offering assistance are bad, but he specifically uses the term, and of course he may be using this lightly, any of the expat professionals offering assistance. So professional here implies someone working within a kind of structured space, right? Not everyone uses professional in that way, and professional doesn't always mean in that way, but generally we associate terms of like professional with people who are government registered, right? Lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers, people who have professions that are guided by having gotten a certification and being authorized by the government to do a role, not by people who are performing in your behalf, right? People who are doing the ultimate in performance. So people in business, information technology, artistic fields, scientists, right? They're not professionals, right? They're researchers, they're business people, they're performance-based, right? You want the people who are going to do the best things. We don't generally categorize them as professionals because they work the opposite. This is not to say that professionals are bad. It's that the thing that makes someone a professional, most people perceive as bad, which is not the case. Doctors are professionals. And the reason that we use this professional mechanism with doctors is because if a doctor is doing the best possible thing to aid your health, the most likely thing to make you healthy, that may sound great. And if that's all we say, you'd be like, obviously, that's good. But the problem is the doctor may take a very high risk at you dying in order to do so, right? Case in point, most people receive too little radiation. We go through life avoiding it. We actually go out of our way to get away from it. So most humans are actually experiencing lower radiation than is good for them. It's not the worst thing in the world, but a little bit more radiation would be great. The problem is that a little bit too much is quite bad. It's one of those things where it gets just a little bit better and a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, and then it gets real bad real fast, right? And so a doctor who's trying to get your health to the perfect best that it can be might be apt to irradiate you, right? Not heavily, not expose you to a uranium, sphere in your bedroom while you sleep at night or anything like that, but they may encourage you to vacation in a spot that has a little bit higher radiation or to not bother avoiding something. We're not saying they're being crazy. We're saying they're trying to inch your health up a little bit. But if you were to treat patients like we do businesses, the way that IT treats software, you'd be willing to take the risk of killing the patient because the 3 patients out of 5 who survive may last for hundreds of years. They're going to live to 200. And sure, 2 of the 5 are just going to drop dead. But that's a good price to pay because the remainders, when you add up their years, they did better. Most of us would say we're not okay with that as the way our doctors behave. We want our doctors to work very, very hard to not kill any of their patients. We all understand mistakes will happen, or errors in judgment, or something they don't control. But we don't judge them based on a cumulative total. We judge them based on the avoidance of disaster. Same thing with lawyers. We spend less time worrying about how big of a settlement they can get and worrying more about how often they might lose a case. So in the case of professionals, pretty much across the board, our guideline is avoiding mistakes or avoiding disaster. That's what we care about when talking about professionals. When talking about non-professionals, engineers, IT professionals, business people, and so forth, we care about ultimate performance, and we're willing to sacrifice some amount of things in order to get that ultimate performance. If you want to put a satellite on the moon, you're willing to lose a few satellites in order to get to the moon faster, right, in most cases. So it's a very different thing. When we use the term professional in this context, that was a long aside, but I'm also stalling in the hopes that he decides to get on the live stream. When we use the term professional in this context, we all, or nearly all, will automatically jump to thinking, well, there's only one profession in relation to homes, and that is real estate agent. So since there's nothing else, real estate agent or real estate broker, right? They're both professions in a certain sense. And in the United States, I would say that they are truly professionals. They operate with certification, and their guideline is not doing a great job, it's avoiding doing a bad job. So much like a doctor or a lawyer in that case. So in the US, they would operate like professionals. There is no professional. There's nothing remotely like a professional in the real estate space or the relocation space here in Nicaragua. We do have a certification for real estate agents, but they don't have protections against failure in the way that they do in the U.S. They are there simply to be monitored, not to be treated like professionals. It doesn't mean that they can't act like professionals. Of course they can. But the professional framework and expectations that we have in North America are not something we have in place here. And we don't need them here, right? It's a completely different market. There's no reason for them to exist. This isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. Having real estate professionals the way you do in North America is actually a sign of a corrupt market, and those are controls that are put into place to make that corrupt market at least somewhat functional. And as we've seen recently from the lawsuits in Missouri, it has failed to be truly functional, but it's still not as bad as it could be. So the jump here is, are there expats operating as professionals that you could worth talk to? And the whole point of this video, can I recommend a real estate agent in Nicaragua, is no, you cannot, right? No one in a remotely professional space, and especially an expat, would you be willing to talk to if such a person could even be deemed to be so. Now, assuming he's using the term professional loosely, and he just means people who work in that space, I understand, then are there expats who work in the assistance space that are worth talking to? If they're not being paid as a real estate professional and they're working for you, I would say expat, probably not, right? But as an expat who could, in theory, like right now, give you advice on real estate, I'm not saying that the concept is bad and that no expat is going to help you, but the amount of money necessary to make an expat able to do this without just donating their time to you is so high that it's absurd for normal house hunting, right? And that's part of the problem here, is that for someone to be knowledgeable enough and useful enough and have access to resources to be able to help you, which is just impossible, right? We don't have a way over it. But if we did, it still would be so costly as to greatly impact the house that you're buying. If you were to pay 10 or 20% the value of a home for someone to help you buy that home, how are they ever going to earn enough value to cover their own cost? At some point, it's better to just make a mistake, buy the wrong house, buy another house, rather than have someone try to lower that cost for you. And that's assuming that you can trust them, and assuming that they have the skills, and assuming that they're doing the right thing. So it's very difficult in that case to do so. So if you found someone, which I don't think you will, if you found an expat who was willing to work at a flat fee, was not going to get in any way, you would need some serious controls. You got to bring your own lawyer and all that. If you have all your protections in place and you have an expat that's willing to work at an amount of money that you're willing to pay, who actually has deep knowledge of the market, can figure out how to get you access to things, they might be able to help you. But be very aware. Let's say you're going to hire me. Okay, first of all, I'd probably be too expensive, simply because I'm a working professional. right, in other areas. So the amount of money it would take for me to do real estate work would probably be cumbersome for you to be willing to pay towards getting a house in Nicaragua. The houses here are just too cheap. So that's the first challenge. But maybe you're looking for an expensive house, or maybe you just really want to find the right spot and you feel that I'm going to be a good resource for that. Okay. So that's the first challenge. Now, the second challenge, probably I can do some good for you, and people like me could do some good. We're going to be able to maybe drive you around the country, show you different cities, neighborhoods, regions, help talk to you about weather, safety, local markets, how to shop, what restaurants are like, even towns that we don't know directly. Like if I was to take you to, for example, Acatal, a town that I've been to, but I don't really know my way around, I can very quickly figure out the restaurant scene, bar scene, hotel scene, regional activities. I probably have friends I can reach out to there. I definitely do. I probably have multiple friends I can reach out to there. I definitely can. Right? My old head of maintenance is from there. My buddy Elton is from there, just as a starting point. So we could gather information. We could easily show you around, help make decisions about the town, help interpret things that you're seeing, help get a general sense of which neighborhoods are good, bad, pricier, less pricey, what houses are probably like. There's still a lot of guessing. Anyone is, unless you can actually go in to those houses and see the inside. So I can help you get through a lot of steps. And this is the one area where I do like to help people because this is so much fun, that doing either private tours or public tours, public meaning like taking a group of people and doing like, I would love to do that. And we've talked about maybe doing it. And is it really something that's going to pay my bills? No, but it's something that would be super fun. And, you know, if we could cover enough cost, I could see it being worthwhile. And I have had some people pay me to do private tours, but it is pretty pricey. And I totally understand. And I actually hate asking for the amount of money that I need to do it, because it's like, am I really asking someone to pay me a few $1,000s to show them around the country? But it's way fun for me. And it is a change of pace, which I really appreciate. And if someone finds that really valuable, then I love doing it, but I want to make sure you're getting value from it, which is very hard to do for all those reasons, right? Because it is stuff you can do on your own. But I can do that stuff. But then once you get to that point where it's like, now I'd like to really look at houses, ones you're actually considering, not just like, hey, can we find someone's house we can go into and see what houses look like here? I could probably do okay with that as much as anyone else. But when you get past that point, I would become a liability to you pretty quickly. So let's say you're here in my neighborhood and I know my way around. I could really show you every street. Like there's no one who can show you as many streets and micro neighborhoods the way that I can, at least here in Sutiava, Guadalupe, and a lot of the neighboring barrios. There's a whole bunch of places that nobody seems to know but me. Democracia, Libertad, Héroes de Sutiava, Héroes y Martires de Zaragoza, and so forth. Right? There's a bunch of places that I'm the guy who knows them. And so that could be valuable for maybe at most 3 days. But past that point, when you're like, okay, so I've identified some houses, I'd really like to go see them. I am now going from a valuable but expensive resource to a really risky and expensive resource, right? Because if I go and call a house, first of all, locals don't want to show to me because I'm a foreigner. 2, the moment I interface with someone, they know either that it's for me or that it's for another expat. The price just went up. They know they don't have to be competitive. So you're less likely to get to see a house. You're more likely to be overpaying. And by more likely, I mean you will be overpaying. The price is just going to go up. And so under normal circumstances, you want a Nicaraguan to go see those houses first, and a Nicaraguan to get the prices first. And it may not be the negotiated price, but they get a starting price, and then it's too late when they find out that an expat's going to be there. They still may negotiate harder with an expat than they would with a Nica, but you'll have a realistic starting number and be able to gauge how far to go. So when a place says it's 300 and you come in, they tell a Nica, oh, it's 300. You come in and go, I know it's not. I'm going to give you 200. And they're like, no, it's 300. We're standing firm. You can be like, okay, never mind. And they'll be like, wait, right? Because obviously a Nica would only pay 200 or maybe 180. You probably won't be able to play as hardball as a Nica can, but that's okay, right? Now that's rent. For buying, it's a little bit more challenging. Generally, you want a Nica to do all the negotiations in a purchase, and you don't want to exist if at all possible ever. You never want to be seen as part of a purchase. So it's a very, very careful niche where having someone like me, or just any expat with market knowledge, is actually going to be beneficial for you in a real estate sense. Which is unfortunate because it's, if there was like a real market for doing that and I could spend loads of time helping people do that, honestly, it would be one of the most fun things for me to do. I think that I love looking at houses. I love looking at neighborhoods. I love meeting you guys. I love taking you around and showing off my country. And you put all these things together. This is a super fun thing for me. And I wish that it paid enough money for me to not do all this, software stuff and go do that instead. I'd be all over it. And that's one of the reasons why, if we were actually doing group tours, say 10 to 12 people, generally a group of couples, not always, but a lot of times it's people who are thinking about retirement, you're a little bit early, and we go spend, say, 10 days. This would be kind of expensive. It would still be pretty expensive, but 10 days, see a whole bunch of the country, have a lot of people to discuss things with, and basically give kind of a guided tour, but a tour for living in the country. That would be able to, theoretically, pay enough to make my time worth it and provide enough value that we have a driver who's driving a shuttle, and we're all able to talk about it, and we spend a lot of, there's a lot of time, a lot of information, a lot of getting to see the country in a way that it would be very difficult to see on your own, seeing areas you would never normally go to, right, visiting cities that you'd be like, well, I have no idea where to stay, I have no idea what to see, right, and since my passion is living in Nicaragua, not visiting Nicaragua, it's a very niche thing, but that I can see being cool and valuable. But my coffee is quite a bit better, by the way. It's a little bit just casual now. But for a normal person, and for anyone who's doing it like full time, like that's their job, there's no way that that's going to be valuable. I know that there's no one who does this full time. And realistically, I know there's no one who does it, right? The only resources you have out there are percentage-based agents, and that's exactly what you have to avoid at all costs. It's the percentage-based agents run away no matter what. That is an insane contractual obligation. And two, expats like me, the moment we step out of that niche, we are such a liability to someone that you gotta get away. Okay, so we're going to move on to We're Carrying Signs now to 45, who 18 hours ago said, dope. This is the same video. My two-part question relating directly to this. One, does the real estate lawyer you trust most work all over Nicaragua or just in one or a few areas? My lawyer does work all over, and nearly all lawyers will. And Luke pointed out that it's not a real estate lawyer, it's a lawyer I use for real estate. In digital is incorrect. He says there's national firms there. That is false to the best of my knowledge. I have talked to some of them. They are not national. They are national ones that are not respected in the U.S. You need to run away as fast as possible. But I've spoken to at least Keller Williams, and they have disavowed that it is not Keller Williams. It is just people claiming to be Keller Williams. So Keller Williams U.S. says that is not a national firm there. And I know others are the same, right? Since there's no way to prove that you're part of those organizations, there's no incentive to actually be those organizations. You could set up any U.S. national business you want in Nicaragua, claim to be them, and if they don't have a presence here, there is nothing that can be done. So there's no way to know unless you speak to the U.S., and the U.S. says, oh yeah, no, that's our firm, or wherever they're from, and you actually get a commitment from the United States that they're there. But both Keller Williams and Realtor, the Realtor Guild, have disavowed Nicaragua and said those are all fake. Because we've reported them, right, for things here, and they're like, oh, you can't report them, it's not us. Right, that's not the national firm. Second thing, how do you get to trust a real estate lawyer? I'm waiting to post just to say so. Okay, well, so that's a tough one. Obviously, the real thing is, one, references. Make sure you're not going through expat resources and stuff like that. But are we talking about different types of national firms? I can't scroll here for some reason. I gotta go over to here and see. Oh, okay, I'm missing a ton of conversation. I'll catch up in a minute. This is all wacky. All right, you know what? I'm going to split that out. I don't have any reason to be looking at that. Let's just throw this over here, and now I can see better. All right, that's better. So trusting a lawyer. So the tough thing there is that you have to have experience with a lawyer, pretty much. And so I recommend using a lawyer for a lot of things, finding someone early, working with them on little things as much as you can. You shouldn't be doing real estate until you're here for a long time. So a lawyer should be someone you've been working with over a period of time, and that's going to give you an opportunity to gain some trust or to rule them out and move on to another one. I've worked with a number of lawyers that I've been happy with here. I haven't had the terrible experiences that some people have. I have some lawyers that I don't work with anymore. Mostly they were good. Mostly we didn't like them because they were far away or something like that. It was just inconvenient, something of that nature. If you look at the story of Allison's journey, right, we reference them often because they're like the perfect example of so many things that went wrong. Which is awful that she now has to be referenced for forever. But in her case, right, she went through a number of transactions during her time in Nicaragua. And now I have spoken to her since the initial analysis, and they did actually work with lawyers through some of this, but they didn't establish a relationship with one, partially because my understanding is they didn't like the lawyers that they used. So they did stuff like their residency. They did stuff like buying a car. In their case, they bought a house, right? At some point, it's renting before you buy. And so in each of those steps, you normally have an opportunity to interface with a lawyer. And for me, I interface with a lawyer much more, right? Because I also have businesses. We have our lawyers help us with banking, a lot of different things, right? You can use a lawyer in a lot of spots here that you wouldn't necessarily use them in, say, the United States or Canada. So when you're working with a lawyer in all those little things, you start to build up trust. You build up a repertoire. You build up a rapport. They have a repertoire of services. You build up a rapport, you build up a history, you get to know each other, and you build up that trust over time so that when you've been here for a few years and are finally in that position of buying a house or doing a more serious real estate transaction, then you're going to be in much better shape and have high confidence. And of course, you check them with the National Registry. That should go without saying. You want someone who is actually a lawyer. If they're lying to you about being a lawyer, it should go without saying that they're not a good lawyer. But a lot of people miss that they need to check the National Registry as a starting point. But that lists who's legitimate and can be backed up, right? If you hire someone to be your lawyer and they're not on the registry, that's on you. They can get in trouble for impersonating a lawyer, but they're not a lawyer. So a lot of the laws don't apply to them, right? A random person going, "I'll be your lawyer," actually isn't at as much risk as a lawyer scamming you. And mostly because the lawyer has all these regulations and all this training and all this requirement to be ethical, and the government provides you a website to just look them up. So the government is like, okay, as long as you do your due diligence, make sure they're on this list, it's our due diligence to make sure they're ethical, trained, certified, monitored, up to date, and so forth. Given resources, those kind of things. So if you skip your due diligence, they're like, yeah, this person isn't supposed to be lying to you, but this is on you, right? Like, we gave you a way to deal with this. Why didn't you use it? That's kind of how that works. All right, we're going to catch up on the comments a little bit. Living abroad with Eric. Sam, you rock. Now, call out that nomad capitalist nerd. Yeah, so nomad capitalist, so I've been actually calling him out a bit. In some of the videos I called him out in have not come out yet, but I've been putting out some videos warning people because there's a lot going on in the world right now, and that makes it ripe for Plan B scams, right? So we call them nomad scams, and you need to watch out for people who may be selling services to get you a Plan B, because Plan Bs are mostly smoke and mirrors, not 100%, but mostly. And some businesses are built around fostering fear, creating panic, and then charging you for fake solutions, right? Manufacture a threat or overblow a threat, right? Is the world in rough shape right now? Yeah, things are not great. I'll give you that. But is it so bad that everyone needs to flip out and lose their minds? No, probably not. Should you have a Plan B? Absolutely not. No, what you should have is a good Plan A. which is probably a video I should make. But that's the real solution, right? Those of us who are feeling confident and safe, it's not because we have good plan Bs or any plan Bs. It's because our plan As actually protect us. Most people, when they're looking for a good plan B, what they mean is they don't want to bother having a good plan A, and they want to have this feeling, this emotional sense of protection. And they don't want to discuss whether or not there is actually protection, because it's about a placebo, not about a real thing. Well, I can sell you a placebo for cheap. You don't have to pay me tens of thousands of dollars. But he did just post a thing saying, it doesn't matter what you think. The fact is, Nicaragua seized an American mine and gave a concession to a Chinese company. Well, in one case, he's using the term seizure, and then the other is using concession. That's fishy, right? Are you saying they revoked a concession? It's not the same as seizing a mine, because if it's a concession, they don't own the mine, so they can't seize it. So now, he didn't say that there was not a concession before and that they owned it, and now it's a concession now that the government owns it. There's a way you could make that verbiage kind of make sense, but generally you would have to explain that. It's a very, very not filling in the details way of talking. It's definitely the way you talk when you're lying. It doesn't mean he's lying. He could just not have a clue what he's saying. More likely, though, he's lying. And the question is, why? Right? Well, he makes his money based on that, right? And he's had things to say about Nicaragua in the past that he couldn't back up, or that didn't really make sense, or that he used out of context, or all the above, as it may be, as the case may be. So we've had questions about him before, but we don't know, right? Maybe he's really bad at presenting information. Maybe he thinks his audience are idiots, and he's trying to present things in a AI slop-ish kind of way. He's not AI slop, obviously. But if you watch AI slop ads, there's a certain way of presenting information to people who aren't too bright. He presents information often in a similar way, so there could be an overlap, right? The same people who think that perpetual electricity is available from the ground, and that the latest Rosemary cookbook is going to solve all of their health problems, or that Tai Chi is going to make them built like the Rock by Christmas, and believe all these videos of people standing in front of a conference of people that makes no sense. You're like, what kind of conference would they be at? Where are people asking these questions, right? Conferences where a half-naked man who doesn't speak clearly and has this fuzzy sound like he's speaking like a robot, and they can't even record the audio clearly, and then some young girl stands up in the audience and says, "Are you telling me my father can't be fit by Christmas?" And he's like, "Oh, you've talked to a 20-year-old trainer." This is not what a conference is like. It's not what real people speak like, right? But there's a group of people who fall for those things, and there are channels that play to them, even ones that don't use AI. And so I think that's kind of where he feels his audience is, right? As Scott Adams, the CIA economist, says, the stupid rich. So he makes these statements, whether it's fact, whether you like it or not. That's really interesting that a guy who supposedly lives in Malaysia and isn't able to come to Nicaragua says he's scared of it. And suddenly he knows stuff that no one else knows. If this was happening, and I'm not saying that it isn't happening, but it seems likely if it was happening, that the U.S. News would be posting about that. The U.S. News is always looking for negative things to say about Nicaragua. If there was something negative happening, pretty sure they'd be repeating it, maybe even blowing it out of proportion, but at very least repeating it. That we're not seeing that information suggests really strongly that it's just fabricated. And he gave no reference to it, right? Just said this thing and said, whether you believe it or not, it's fact, and then stated this thing that didn't add up. And my question would be, where is this mine? And what kind of mine is it? Because U.S. firms are barred by U.S. law from normal mining in Nicaragua. The big thing we mine here is gold, and it is a serious crime for a U.S. firm or a U.S. citizen to have anything to do with the mining industry here, if it pertains to gold. If you were mining coal here, that would be okay, as far as I know. Under normal circumstances, it would. Mining is always a complex thing. It may require some oversight from the U.S. government, but Americans are specifically sanctioned from anything that could, even at arm's length, end up involved in the gold mining industry, which is the big mining industry here. Trust me, it's everywhere, right? When you live here, you see gold mining everywhere. So that, he's saying, an American firm had that taken away from them by the Nicaraguan government seems pretty fishy. And keep in mind that the average mine here is just a guy in his backyard digging with a shovel. And I don't mean that as a being flippant. I mean that is actually what the median mine in Nicaragua is. There are thousands upon thousands of personal mines here, and sometimes expats start mining illegally. That doesn't mean that the government's taking their mine away. It means it was never theirs to begin with. If they do find an American doing some mining, even if they legally owned the ground or something, one, they're not allowed to dig for it as a foreigner, but two, they would be committing major crimes in the U.S., and so Nicaragua may simply be honoring U.S. law. They're under no obligation to do, but they're under no obligation not to do either. There's so many situations where this is clearly a scam. It doesn't mean that it is a scam, but the way that he presented the information is not the way you present. No rational person presents people they respect information in that way. So either he thinks he's lying, or he thinks his audience are morons. Or, of course, both. Living abroad with Eric says, and give us your Iran short-term predictions. That's a tough one. I don't think the war is ending anytime soon. Iran is digging in hard. Iran is like Venezuela. The people on the ground have complete support for the government. We're hearing that from every side. The biggest things are most of the countries that are fighting Iran in the region are under fog of war, which you only do when you're losing. Or really think you're going to lose. So there's a lot of having to hide how bad things are on one side. And of course, if the U.S. news was to be believed, the war should have been over quite some time ago. None of it makes sense what you're hearing from the U.S. Of course, they went after the leader who stopped there being nuclearization. Boy, wasn't the problem that they wanted to avoid nuclear weapons in Iran, but then the U.S. went and actively tried to put in place a government that would allow nuclear weapons, potentially, by removing one that had blocked it. What a weird thing to have done if that was the actual goal. And if the U.S. really had the capability of suddenly hitting Iran with such power, why is the war still going on? And if people wanted to overthrow the government, why are they supporting them and not fighting back? And why is Iran, like Venezuela, arming the people so that they don't need to have any command and control structure that people are willing to fight on the ground, much like American Revolution, right? England didn't have support on the ground. The American colonists did. Well, Iran is acting like the American colonists. Everyone on their farm is willing to stand up and fight. None of these things fit the American narrative, what we're seeing in the region. And we lost the camera. Hold on. I knew that battery was low. I forgot to have it charging earlier. I've got some ready. Don't worry. Just got to flip it over. And we're coming back. All right, there we go. So it feels as though Iran is well prepared for a long, drawn-out war. And they're fighting a clear war of attrition, right? The cost to the U.S. and the cost to Israel is very high. They're losing billions a day. Iran is, I think the estimate is for every $20,000 drone they fly, the U.S. spends $2 million on a missile to bring it down. That's a tough war of attrition. Of course, the U.S., right, wants to have a war because it's an easy way. Like, where's their money being made? Well, that's really easy. They're taxing the American people to funnel money to the people who control war manufacturing, right? This is not a war on Iran. Iran is a pawn in a war on the American public, obviously, as it has always been, right, since 1979, and even before that, right? The goal here is to disarm and control the American public on a deep level. And it's successful, of course, right? Americans are tired. They have no idea how they can speak up or fight back. They're trapped. And so this is a way to tax the normal people and get force approval of budgets that would never be approved normally. So from an administration perspective, from a regime perspective, this is already a successful war, right? The fact that they're losing on the ground in the Middle East, the fact that they may have to put boots on the ground, the fact that they may have to eat crow and leave, the fact that they've already exposed our inability to hit hard. They've already exposed that the former strikes that were to cripple their infrastructure were completely fake. Having to admit that they targeted children, none of those things really matter, right? They've shown that the American public just isn't going to really do anything about it. And to some degree, they've won what they want, which is money. They're only putting American children in harm's way to harm foreign children, meaning soldiers that we're willing to sacrifice because the government sees them as expendable in the game of trying to tax the American people. And we've exposed that it's been ineffectual in the past. So there's some combination of winning a taxation war while testing the waters to see just how far they can go, while, of course, also having a whole bunch of terrible things happen at once, like the Epstein files, and creating a situation where people are willing to forget how bad one thing was because something else is just as bad or worse. And so there's a lot of that. Long term, I think every analysis I see says the same thing. Iran is going to be the long-term winner here, but that's not what this is about, right? The U.S. is not making those decisions based on who's going to be the long-term stable winners in the region. I don't care. This is about short-term gains for a small group of people, and they're going to win that in the short term. And so if it causes long-term deterioration of the American economy, if this puts Americans at risk long-term, those are just costs of business. Those are not negatives to the people who are judging whether or not this is a successful operation. So the sad thing is I think we as viewing this from the perspective of the West, I think we're going to be the big losers in the long term. But looking in the short term, I think the people who live in the West are the big losers in the short term. Tiffany does great things, says, hola. John Mason says, hey, Eric, have you ever been posting videos and I'm just missing them? He does post videos. He has a lot. Giants Management says, Scott, Kristen from Traveling with Kristen claims that Nicaragua is the 7th most dangerous place in the world to retire. I told her in the comments, false, just ask Scott Helen Miller. Thank you. What a weird thing to claim. The 7th most dangerous place in the world. What's the most dangerous? Is it U.S., Canada, Mexico, Guatemala? Like, is it every country in the region in order? Like, what the heck? But you know what? I do love the people like that keep away. It makes me, from my autistic perspective, it makes me so upset when people lie. But from my practical perspective, it's great for me because the kind of people that keeps away are exactly the kind of people we want to keep away. So I have this, well, I'm the beneficiary of this. I just hate lies. And hi, Scott. Hey, Mexican Righteous 9862. Is it me or is there an echo or something with the audio? You know what? There was an echo last week when I listened to it. Guys, I need an echo check. Now, when I look at OBS, I specifically made sure that the audio was off on the other channel to avoid an echo. But that doesn't mean that an echo hasn't crept in somehow. But I don't know how it would. I don't know where it's coming from if there's an echo. Now we're going to cut this off. Can anyone still hear me? Can you still hear me? What the heck? Where's that sound coming from? I just muted it. And what? Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Somehow, audio is getting from a microphone to the system even when I hit mute. So yeah, an echo is still there. Wait. You guys can hear me now? Is it different? Tell me what you hear. And now I'm back. Or maybe I never left. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can something in the properties. Enable down mixing. Okay, device streamer X main. Yeah, I mean, that part's right. Jen says, now I have to go to class. How bad is the echo? Let's start with that. And where the heck could it be coming from? And yes, just low. There should not be any audio when I mute, but my monitor keeps going when I mute. All right, we're going to test this again. Now it's still, yeah, it's still there. Wait. Okay, is it still there? That's still there. Now we're going to switch. Now what do we get? And if I mute. Whatever's going on, my mute is not working, so that's weird. I don't have a cable to switch. I only have the one XLR. But my real concern is that why is my mute failing? That is super weird. So the problem is if I reboot, it causes the camera to restart too. It causes a lot of problems, and it doesn't always come back. The camera's definitely off. I'm at a loss. I don't know what's going on. But as long as you guys can hear me, we will keep going and try to figure that out over time. Maybe it has something to do with the dual stream. I don't know. InDigital says you need to know the family that owns it. It's still sketchy. The family that owns the Echo? What is it? Wait, InDigital, what was that in reference to? Oh, maybe that was to the real estate thing so long ago. It's been a long time. All right. Wow, I'm way behind. It just says, at this point, it's not an investment. It's a lifestyle. No one should go there to make money unless it's for the locals. Oh, in Nicaragua, yeah, obviously. You have to live there and find the best place for you. Yes, Echo. Okay, so definitely Echo. Brian says, time to head home. Just listening, but not watching on the commute. All right, living abroad with Eric. Hey, John, I should have a new video out this weekend. Been hella busy and bit burnt out, to be honest, from the trip interviews, etc. John says, cool, no worries. I just saw you and I realized I hadn't seen a video from you in a while. Oh, you've seen his... I'm out of context. All right, cool. Could also be YouTube algorithms. The time may come sooner than later. Yes, there is. San Juan del Sur, all the national RE firms are there. Oh, no, so RE firms, real estate firms. Right, so all the ones I've checked, which is not all by any stretch, are not there. People think that they are, but they're fake. But definitely things you want to be super cautious of. Like, first of all, the last thing you want is a national real estate firm. That should be enough. Just by saying it's a national real estate firm should give you oh my gosh, like, I would never trust them outside the U.S. In the U.S., you don't trust them, as we saw in the Missouri case. Never trust one in the U.S. But in the U.S., there's heavy restrictions to keep them honest as much as possible. Once they're out of the U.S., if they're actually those firms, dear Lord, I should never have to tell someone to run away like crazy. That is scary stuff. So never, ever get involved with a U.S. real estate firm outside the U.S. Do your best not to be involved with one in the U.S. Outside the U.S., dear Lord, because you don't have the realtors overseeing ethics standards, which they also big problems in Missouri. Like, that should be terrifying alone. But losing what little bit of that they had, wow. Then having firms that have absolutely no obligations to anybody, answer to no one, don't even have to answer, because even if a real estate firm was actually here, and they do something illegal, they do something that gets them in a huge amount of trouble, they kill clients that they don't like, doesn't matter, then the U.S. one can just disavow it. Oh, no, that wasn't us. We didn't authorize them, and just make them go away. they've got no reputation on the line, nothing. So every bit of protection that you imagine you would have, you have not. It's the opposite, right? It's bad enough in the U.S. John says, Eric, it was YouTube. They haven't put your vids in front of me for a while. Oh, that sucks. Indigital says, I am talking development projects. I don't know of any U.S. firms doing development projects here. I'm not sure what you mean. I know of one Canadian one. You definitely want to stay away from them. I am Brid, or Lambrid? Lamrid? I'm not sure. How crazy. I just came across your content today, and here you are. Oh, well, welcome. That's awesome that you're here. And sorry that I'm so far behind on the comments. Indigital says, have you been to San Juan del Sur? Of course. Lots of Western gated communities. Popoyo too. You can practically walk to Costa Rica. That is valuable. If you live in Nicaragua, you need contingency plans. Lots of risks. I mean, Nicaragua is the contingency plan, right? And the risk is... the reason people come here is because the risk is so much lower than everywhere else, like Costa Rica, for example. Of all places you could go, I would say Nicaragua has the least amount of risk that you'd have to worry about. You don't need a contingency plan if you're North American or European from here, outside of basic knowledge. Like, what risk do you live under, right? If you are... the most dramatic thing that could happen is you don't get renewed, right? Or you commit a major crime. And obviously, that's a different risk, but that's true anywhere. But the biggest risk is, right, not getting renewed, which is unheard of. But let's say it happens, right? Well, you just cross the border into any one of many other really good places to potentially stay, right? We're the cheapest, we're the safest, we're the lowest risk, but they're not expensive, unsafe, or high risk. They're just not as good as Nicaragua, right? It may sometimes seem like Costa Rica is scary because it's so much more dangerous, so much more expensive than Nicaragua, but it's not compared to other things. It's just because Nicaragua is so good that it really puts it into juxtaposition. But from here, what is that worst case scenario for most people? Throw your stuff in a car, taxi, whatever. Yeah, if you have tons of stuff, that can be a pain. Just have a truck drive it to the border, go on to the next country. You can drive to everything from Panama to Costa Rica to all the CA4 to Belize, Mexico, even US and Canada. All those things are pretty easy drives. We're one of the least risky places. Even if things do go wrong, the mitigation here is so simple and straightforward. Yeah, it's good to think about those things. When I lived in the U.S., we thought about and had like this basic conversation with my dad, right? What if something was to go really wrong? Because we live in a strike zone lived in case of major war, right? You got to think about these things. What would we do? Well, if we knew war was coming, if we were afraid of bombs falling, first thing we would do is want to get ahead of traffic. Okay, that's good planning, right? That's a good plan B. We would want to get to the Mexican border ahead of the crowds. If we got to the Mexican border, right, things you might want to know, right, cell phones are probably not going to be available. This is, what if the U.S. goes to war kind of thing on its own territory. And we were like, the first place we're likely to be able to stop and get service is going to be Monterrey. So my father was aware when we lived in Texas that if, he would know from the news, right, bombs falling on Texas or major alert, we go offline, he knows we're in a car trying to get to Monterrey. Right, that's our check-in point. And we're not stopping in Monterrey. We're just getting there and hoping to have cell service once we're there. Right, that's where we'll regroup and make our decisions. How we're going to cross Mexico. Probably not going to stay in Mexico. We had always had contingency plans that we would go on to Nicaragua or Panama, places that we'd lived and knew people and had resources and so forth. We never had to use any of those things, obviously. But that was a real loose plan. Like, this is where we're going to head in case of a bunch of things, because there's no other where to go from Texas. And having family who know what that is, right, that's valuable. But beyond that, right, Nicaragua is so low risk. I always wonder what people even imagine as the risk being. Like, what's the realistic risk, right? That isn't so much worse everywhere else. I am Brit says, a question for you with a remote job. I've considered doing a VPN mentioned in a video of yours from a year ago and using a travel router to conceal my location and look like I'm still here at my home. So for the most part, that works really, really well. There are technologies and things. It depends on your situation. So you mentioned there's a question. I am not... Oh, okay. We're going to... just answer Eric real quick. He says, "Hey John, thanks for the input. It's likely that the algorithm doesn't push my videos since I've been less consistent lately, thus it's YouTube." Iron says, "So obviously things can be found out, but realistically, is that something that's sustainable long term?" Yeah, it absolutely is. Especially if you still have a router in the US that you're connecting to, the VPN's router to router. So your computer just sees the router, and then the other router sees the router in, say, your home or your parents' home or a friend's home in the US. And then it accesses the internet from there, especially if you keep your computer in Nicaragua from ever having access to the internet itself. It only sees that VPN. At some point, it's just in the US, right? Depending on how extreme you want to go, it can be extremely difficult, right? Turn off its Bluetooth, turn off its Wi-Fi, wire it directly into a router, have that router do all traffic for that directly to a router in the US. All of you, like, they'll know that you're behind a router, potentially, right? They might be able to detect that. But realistically, they'll have no way to detect where your network is because, right, there's no exposure. That's cumbersome, but once you set that up, which is not a big deal, it makes it difficult if you want to like run to the cafe, but it doesn't make it difficult to work from home long term and have it hidden where you are. And if that data is coming out of an existing home in the US or something like that, then it's going to be very difficult to be like, that's fishy. Why would they look into your traffic if it doesn't have anything to catch it, right? So you want to, the things that often get people, turning on your Wi-Fi, turning on your Bluetooth, going mobile, going to lots of different locations, using public VPNs instead of private VPNs and stuff like that, those make it a lot more obvious. They may make it really difficult to figure out where you are, but they may make it pretty easy to figure out that you're not where they think you are. But if you do a lot of the right things, you can get to a point where it's like no one realistically is going to track you down. I had a friend who invested in a gold mine, was just a shadow for some rich Nicas. Are you American? Is your friend American? I mean, so one, you never invest in a country, like you don't move to other countries and just invest. That's not a thing that you do. And gold mines are heavily criminal for U.S. citizens to invest in. Now, you may be Canadian. So the question is, that doesn't make it risky here, right? That happens anywhere. What due diligence did they do on that gold mine? Did they visit the gold mine? Did they check with the National Registry of Incorporation? Did their lawyer look it over? Or did they just believe some people that were trying to sell them on gold money? John says, Eric, I've been busy lately, or what I would have noticed sooner. It's nice to see you here. And looking at your channel, I've got some catching up to do. Individual says, gold, it's an individual. He does not care. Paid off to regime. He did not care. Gold, it's an individual. But as individuals, that's a crime, right? Nicaragua could arrest them because they're criminals. And so because gold is a sanctioned activity for Americans, that makes it an Interpol thing. So if they were to do that, right? So this is a risk, and this is just a risk anywhere in the world. If someone baits you into becoming a wanted criminal in your country, that's on you, right? You really don't want to be in a position where you're like, there's a difference between, we know someone from the community who's like, yeah, I evaded some taxes, I didn't pay some bills, and fled the country to get away from it. The government's not trying to track them down, but attempting to invest in gold mines in Nicaragua actually makes a track you down thing. This is something that will get you in loads and loads of trouble, and you're in a similar category to like racketeering and stuff like that. International money laundering is how it's seen. So it's as an individual, that's something that's completely on you. If he's American, right? If he's Canadian, I assume he can. That's one of the spots where Canadians have more rights than Americans. Typically, it's actually the opposite when traveling. Believe it or not, but gold here is a really big deal. But that's has nothing to do with Nicaragua. That has to do with being an American, if that's the risk that you carry. Right. Tiffany says, I was aware you made a video on router and VPN concealing. What video is that? Oh, I wasn't aware. Oh, I don't know. There's so many. I can dig it up. I have a coworker who just got fired because he had a power outage in his country, so they recognized his location. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, I mean, one, who is capable of recognizing a location based on a national power outage? Because normally countries don't lose power outages, and people in the U.S. and Canada don't know where the power is out. Two, if you're working from home, you should have batteries and stuff. Even if if you own a computer, it should be on a battery. Places like Nicaragua don't really have national outages, but we did when Mexico blew the lines. But as long as you had a UPS or a generator, no one would notice. Or just a laptop with battery, but you still need a battery for your router. This generally takes layers of mistakes, right? Not setting up a proper home office, but still, how could they not? How could they notice? Like, there's something fishy to that story. They left something out of it, right? Maybe they had a power outage and that caused someone to look for it. Maybe the power outage was really long and that caused them to look for it or something like that. But places lose power all over the world all the time. I don't know how you could ever isolate. I don't know if it's physically possible to isolate something like that, especially when your power shouldn't go on or off in conjunction with the country losing power. It should be going on and off with you running out of battery or not having generators or not finding a place to work or your laptop running out of battery. So for me, for example, with a MacBook to work from and my pretty nice Duracell battery down here, I can go roughly 24 hours between the two. I've never had to do it because we never lose power for that long enough to have to switch even over to the laptop. So I'm always still on my desktop and stuff. But as long as that battery's going, I'm still on my desktop and able to get through an entire shift at work. I can get through 3 contiguous shifts at work without being affected by a national outage. So that's an extreme. I'm not saying that normal people would have that, but you should, under just normal operating, normal computer literacy things, office literacy kind of things, have enough battery to hide a significant amount of your location based on that alone, just as part of protecting your equipment and maintaining uptime. If I worked in the U.S., I certainly would have to have that because our outages went on for weeks. In New York, in Texas, right? The U.S. doesn't traditionally have really good power infrastructure, so it's a region of the world where you really have to have those things. You don't need it near as much here. Here, we do benefit from small batteries because we can ride through most of our outages really quick. Whereas in the U.S., batteries are less popular because if you have a week-long outage, it doesn't matter how good your battery is. It's going to give out in 12 hours one way or another, if not 12 minutes. So it's a slightly different market, but something's weird with that story. There's a number of things that they may have done to trigger that, because I guarantee the power outage alone did not identify their country. And what country was it? I Am Brid says, that's why it makes me so hesitant to do it. I want to, but also nervous that something will happen and I'll get caught and let go. So there's always the chance they're just going to let you go anyway. But simple things are, right, treat it professionally. 2, no honest company cares where you are, right? So if it's something they even care about, it technically borders on a crime unless they're like a defense contractor, in which case you have no ethical requirements to them whatsoever. But if for a company, it's violating fiduciary responsibility. If I was an investor in a company and found out they fired someone who was doing a good job, but they cared about their location, that's direct theft from the shareholders, right? That's a straight up crook who's using their position in the company and using my money that I invested to spend it on their personal political agendas, which is not something I agreed to in my investment in that company, right? So that's a thief. And a thief who doesn't respect their job, right? They care about politics above their job. Their profession doesn't matter. They're willing to sacrifice their integrity. They're willing to sacrifice their professionalism. They're willing to sacrifice their role at their job to make a political statement with investors' money. Now, the average person will do that, right? So it's a sad state of the American economy, that we have these things. Like, this is how bad it is. The average person has no respect for their job, no respect for their investors, no respect for their employees. It is just they're using the whole system for corruption is really what it is. But good companies aren't going to care, right? So if you find a good job, you're not going to have to worry about it. It's never something you ethically have to worry about. It falls into there are loads of crappy jobs that are going to be like, oh, we'll just lose money to get rid of you because this isn't sending the political message that we were willing to steal money to make. But with good, healthy computing hygiene, it is super rare that a company's going to catch you, right? You shouldn't be dependent on local power. Definitely have good connections. All the same things you would do at home, and then always have that that emergency measure ready to go, which is if they're like, we need to see you in the office, you're like, okay, and you hop a plane. You always got to be ready to hop a plane, right? Because that's their nuke card. They're not going to fire you under normal circumstances because they go, I think you're in Nicaragua, and you walk in the door and go, you think I'm where? And then they go, oh, sorry, right? So if you were to do this and live in Madagascar, right, they're going to have latency to notice something's wrong. They're going to guess that you can't get on a plane and get to the office. But from Nicaragua, now it depends where you are, where your job is, where they think you are, right? But I've gone from living in Nicaragua to relocated back to the States because of an emergency not related to work in 14 hours. That was time to change airlines, change flights, pack, pay all my bills, all kinds of stuff. If you're just running back to prove that you can show up at the office, you don't have to do a bunch of that stuff. It's even easier to get back. So yeah, you're not going to show up in the office the same day, but you can pretty reliably be there tomorrow in basically all circumstances. And some amount of showing up from time to time may be worthwhile. And certainly never put on your taxes that you work abroad, right? You don't have to. Pay your taxes to your state, get reimbursed later. It's not ideal. It's not bad, right? Dirty Chivo, hola. Janet says, I can hear you a little and now I have to go. Oh, everything went flying past. Yes, it's low. Be back later. Lord Byron's, you're good the way you are. There's a slight echo, but it isn't unbearable. All right, cool. I got to research that, though, because the mute button should mute. That really worries me that it's not muting. John says, it's not bad if they're at all. Switch cables, barely an echo. I wish I had spare cables. That'd be nice. Gooch says you have more than one mic operating. So I must have more than one mic operating, but I don't have more than one mic here. So I don't know where the other mic could be. And I'm looking at OBS. Sorry to jump back to this topic after so much time. There's only one mic enabled in OBS, and I look in its settings, and it's going directly from this through the Streamer X in front of me into here. So the most likely thing, I think, is that the Streamer X has is mixing something together that I don't know about. That's the most likely thing that I can think of. But it only has the most likely thing is somehow it's getting it from the camera. But it's not supposed to, because I have that separately from that device, and it's turned off. So I'm a bit lost as to what it's doing, and I don't know that I can dig into the Streamer X while I'm live. So that's where I'm a little bit stuck. Okay. In digital reboot. Yeah, that's... Jerry says crystal clear. Janet says that's super weird. Yep. Mic on the laptop's still working. The laptop's not even here, so that's not it. Did you turn the mic off and back on? There's no switch on it, unfortunately. Tiffany says also my concern. When you mute the audio, it's still there, but much lower. That really makes me... Yeah, I think there's a second... so that makes me think it's not the Streamer X mixing it, because it should mute everything when I mute on the Streamer X. So it must be coming in from somewhere else, but so it could be this, but it's not showing up in the devices. Maybe I can go into my desktop settings and maybe it's showing up in there as something weird. Let's go see. I don't know how that would be getting there, but so it shows, no, it shows the same device as the only thing. I don't know. All right. And it says they are global predators. I hate seeing these things so late. I never know who we're talking about. I assume Americans? Or was that real estate agents? I'm not sure. Luke says, damn, I would have joined earlier, but the fumigator here just made their 8th pass around the block in 2.5 hours and have to quarantine in the bedroom without ventilation. Oh, that sucks. We got fumigated yesterday. Had to keep the dogs in for 5 hours. Oh, Janet just had him outside too, but in Leon. Brian says, audio in Murica, constantly changing cell towers is fine, no echo. Oh. The audio he's hearing in America while changing towers is fine, no echo. Okay. The politics is completely different, and that is a risk, especially now. So politics here there's been some change, right? That's true. But I don't know that there's any additional risk from it. I've never heard that before. I don't know what that would be obviously there is a known risk as the given politicians get older and either are looking at retirement the normal way or retirement the by age way. And there's always a changing of the guard always comes with an unknown amount of upheaval. So that's something to be kind of aware of, but every country has that, right? So what country has any less risk? Right, you could say the U.S. has easily 10 times the risk right now. Canada is not without its risk. As an expat in the country, I think the world is a little bit generally higher risk. So I don't want to say that there's no increase in risk. The world is in kind of a bit of upheaval, and even in the global south, some of that risk is seeping in, right? So in the term rising tide raises all ships. Well, a rising tide of global instability does increase instability everywhere. You could say, let's pick a place that is generally insulated from global politics. Botswana, right? They do a really good job of kind of being neutral and out of the way. Is their risk higher today than it would have been a year ago? Yes, I think that's safe to say. So is the risk in Nicaragua higher than it was a year ago for the same reasons? Yes, I would say that is true. Would I say that the politics going on in the country, which are relatively opaque to foreigners, is different and in a way posing an additional risk? I don't feel so. I have not heard of anything that would suggest so, and we don't get that feeling here. And I don't know what it would be. I don't know what concern there would be, other than the always risk of who gets voted for in the future may not be someone who does things you like. Lord Byron says, I just watched your Discovering Leon's new food park. I love the visuals. Also, I'm curious, how much was the veggie sandwich in US dollars? I actually don't know. It was not cheap from a Nicaraguan perspective, but I bought a bunch at a time and I didn't look at the bills. And so I might be able to track it down and extrapolate it from a credit card statement or something. But that's about the best I might be able to do. Actually, give me a second. I'll give that a try. You're not the only person who's asked that question, so it's not like no one cares. I think I used my normal credit card there. This is the advantage of using a credit card, right? Maybe I can look it up. Oh, of course it was older. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's the... Oh. I'm not seeing it. Anyone know what day it was? It was less than a week ago, right? So it had to be after the 5th. I'm showing gas station, via, grocery store. No, I'm not seeing it on my credit card. Is that the right one? That is the right credit card. It must not have charged yet. Wow. That's surprising that it hasn't charged yet. So unfortunately, I can't answer that. Not enough that I really noticed. That's about all I can say. Costa Rica is U.S. It scrolled past. I don't know. Oh, in digital said that. Yes, Costa Rica is very much the U.S. It really is. Brian says disable split tunneling. Yes. So this is a point for the VPN people, and he is correct. I kind of alluded to this, but I didn't say it this way. Most people, when they're using a VPN for work, is they keep split tunneling, meaning their work traffic goes through one VPN and they're, surfing the internet, shopping on Amazon. Doesn't. It goes through something else. This is how basically everybody works. Not 100%, but basically everyone. That is how you get caught, that there's this connection to the outside world. If you're going to do this, right, I recommend working from a desktop, not a laptop. Don't have any Wi-Fi or anything like that on. Wire it. 100% VPN. That device, treat it like you're in the office. If you want to, and this is fine, right? Have your dedicated machine, you're doing work, you're on your, you're doing your spreadsheet and your reports for the manager, and all that's here, and that's all you do. And then you're like, I want to order some food. You do not order that food from that computer. You go to this computer, and you order on your personal laptop that's connected to a completely different network and never interfaces with it or anything like that. Those are really important things, and you make sure that that VPN tunnel is 100%. Nothing that computer does should ever happen locally. It should have zero ability to determine what its IP address is. When you ask it what its own IP address is, it needs to pull the address in the United States. When you ask that computer where it's located, what it's connected to, it needs to only see the United States. From its perspective, it needs to be in the US. When people get caught, their computer thinks it's somewhere else, and they're doing a bunch of little easy tricks to try to make it feel like they're in the US. And the thing that I do more than anything, if you have a situation, and everybody's got a different situation, right? But I've done these things before. Now I work for a company that would never do that stuff, right? I always kept, I actually don't have one now, but I've always normally kept a computer in the United States, right? And instead of doing a VPN, I actually can work on that computer remotely. Now, if they have monitoring software on there that knows what you've installed, this is where they get you, is when they give you their computer and they're spying on you, right? And they're collecting data, right? Like, they'll be like, well, you turned off Wi-Fi. We know why. Okay, right? If they know you're turning off stuff, if they know you're not ordering food from it, if they know you're not doing your personal banking from it, and that makes them suspicious, yes, that will lead them to guess. Only guess, but guess. So this is one of the reasons why companies like to supply their own equipment, is so they can do things that would be illegal for them to do with your equipment. But if you are supplying your own equipment, right, consider having a computer in the U.S., or maybe having two computers, one that you keep here and one in the U.S. And anytime that you feel they're monitoring, use the one in the U.S. And anytime that they're not, use the one with the VPN. And if they're ever like, we don't think you're in the U.S., you'll be like, what are you talking about? And actually use the one in the U.S. It's in the U.S., right? You may not be. They certainly can't track you unless, what are they doing? Tapping into CCTV cameras and watching where you are? You can probably sue the crap out of them for that. Having that computer actually in the U.S., no matter what they do to try to monitor that computer, it's in the U.S., right? And if you're accessing it remotely, they don't know where you're accessing it from. If they can spy on you, they can figure out that you're accessing it from somewhere, and that will make them suspicious, of course. So those are things you have to know your situation and then gauge from there. I am Brit says, really appreciate. I think this is how I'm going to be able to live in Colombia with the port forwarding and private VPN. No, if you're port forwarding, you will be caught. Just be clear. Port forwarding is not something you can do. It has to be full forwarding. That was probably not something you meant to say. I just want to make sure that we catch that. InDigital says, that would be a good consulting gig for you, set up offices for expats. It's not a terrible idea. I hate to take on the liability and be like, we're pretty sure this will work, but you may get all these things wrong, right? Like, we can't guarantee that you know everything about what's going on in your office. But setting up decently reliable ones could be done. And I do have the resources to set them up in the U.S. and here. So that both of those, like that, having computers in the U.S., absolutely I can do that. And I mean, I have essentially unlimited ability to do that because I have access both to office space in the U.S. and data centers in the U.S. Most of you know that I run IT for American data centers. Now, data center IP addresses often show up as fishy addresses, and people will be like, oh, why is this IP address coming from a data center, right? So you have to be careful with that. But if you can also do really tricky things, like make yourself look fishy and be like, oh yeah, no, I use a VPN from the data center. Here's where the computer actually is, and have a physical computer in the US in a house that connects to a VPN in the data center. And they'll be like, oh, you're just moving around the US in ways you're not supposed to do. And that is actually something that I would recommend. Someone who's looking to do this, start creating an identical problem that's smaller scale, right? Start by working from home. Establish that, show up to the office. Start working from not home, but still in the US, and show up to the office. And do these things, right? Start creating a pattern that when you then go out of the US is indistinguishable. And you've picked up, if they were going to complain and say, I think you're traveling, and then being like, I'm really sorry. I thought it would be okay if I worked from my girlfriend's house in Nebraska for the weekend. I was there for the weekend and I decided to spend the week. I didn't realize that I couldn't stay there and work from there. It's like my other home, right? And a lot of companies have policies that you're not allowed to do that, right? Oh no, you have to work in Colorado. You're not allowed to work in Nebraska. But normally they're not going to fire you for I went to my parents' or my girlfriend's house in Nebraska. They're just going to yell at you, right? Oh, okay, don't do that anymore. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. That will tip you off that the technology you're using isn't going to work. But if that works and you get away with it for a while, then go to Texas. Okay, we didn't notice that you were in Texas. All right. And everyone has different policies. Is it that you have to work in your city? Is it have to work from the address you gave? Is it that you have to work from your state? That's the most common. Is it that you have to work from the country? Is it that you have to work from a set of countries they approve? There's a bunch of things. And so you have to figure out what those policies are, figure out how to test them in a good way. But most people who are looking to move the country anyway want to establish residency in a place like Texas regardless. So that may be something you want to do as part of that process. The company I work for is a private company and it is at will, so what you're saying makes sense. All companies in the U.S. are at will, so that's a funny thing that people say to scare you. It's an at will country. Like, I've never met a situation that's more at will or less at will than any other. Some places say it, some places don't. Has no bearing on anything. Being a private company does have the possibility of the owners simply not caring about profits and caring about their political message. So that brings in, right, a lack of fiduciary responsibility. Ethics may go right out the window, even as a high-level oversight or kind of a basic thought. But just something to be aware of. That would be a good consulting gig. Brian says, companies don't care, you're just a line on a spreadsheet. Unfortunately, it's amazing how many people have discovered that their companies could care less about profits and only care about, stealing from their investors and using it for something. John says, I doubt Scott has the time for another gig. He's busy as hell with his company. Yeah. I'd be the perfect consultant. Well, thank you. InDigital, how's the gas prices down there? A lot of people have asked me that. To the best of my knowledge, it has not changed at all. We're still operating off of our supply. We have a large stockpile because the country doesn't use that much. However, I expect them to go up because our supply comes from Iran. Used to, obviously. So I don't know where we're getting oil from at this point for new supply. Russia, maybe? I really don't know. So I don't know what they're doing. Someone could get out to oh no, I can't think of the beach near near Porto Sandino and go look out to sea and see whose flag is flying on those ships and if there's oil being delivered or fuel, I guess, gas being delivered. But I don't know what we're doing currently, but to the best of my knowledge, we've had no change. They announce all the changes. It is possible for me to miss it, of course, and I have not fueled up the car this week, but I don't believe there's a change. We're always on the high side. So Canadian Gringo just posted that gas is 1.44, which sounds like the normal price, which is high but not bad. Iron Bread says, but in countries like Colombia where they tax you, that makes it a gray area. No. So under normal circumstances, if you talk, so you would need to talk to the government in Colombia, and by the government, I mean the tax office, not the president or anything, and find out, do they report you to the U.S. or can you just pay your taxes? Right? Because what you don't want is Colombia being like, hey, U.S., we collected these taxes. Although the U.S. doesn't care. Right? So that's not a problem. The U.S., I am guessing here, right? Like, are you American? I am Brid because, or lamb Brid. I really can't read it. We'll just say that you're lamb rid. We're gonna say that. So, are you American? If you're American, then generally you're not going to be taxed to work here. Colombia will easily tax you, but really you don't care if Colombia reports to the IRS. The IRS reports to Colombia. Shouldn't affect your job because they're not allowed to access the IRS reports nor the Colombian reports. So that should be completely private. So it shouldn't make it any kind of gray area unless there's something I'm missing that you're alluding to. If you didn't pay your Colombian taxes, that would be a gray area. No, I'm sorry, that would be just not paying your taxes. It's not a gray area. I'm not actually sure what the taxation is in Colombia because I've never tried to work there. I'm just seeing if I can look it up quickly. If you're there under a digital nomad visa, just quick look. This is not official in any way. It looks like there is a employment tax in Colombia, which is normal. Not a surprise in any way. I don't know what that tax rate might be. Okay, so according to a law firm, or a place claiming to be a law firm, the thing that matters is whether or not you are tax resident. When are you tax resident? When you stay over 183 days, Nicaragua is 180 days, in Colombia within a 365-day period, consecutive or not, that's the same as here. They do not have to be continuous, same as here. If you enter and leave the country, the days are still added up, same as here, it's just 3 days longer. If you are not, but we don't owe taxes on Digital Nomad, that's the difference. If you work remotely from Colombia, less than the 183, you do not file, typically, you do not file taxes in Colombia, you do not pay tax on foreign income, it does not matter what the currency is, it does not matter what visa you're on. As long as your clients and, this says or, but I'm pretty sure it's and, employers are outside of Colombia, you do not invoice Colombian companies, and you do not exceed 183 days. So basically you get the Nicaraguan situation for 182 days in Colombia. If you become tax resident, everything changes. You must declare your worldwide income. That makes sense. That's anything earned from working remotely, freelancing, international platforms, paid from abroad, YouTube stuff, things like that. Doesn't matter where they're from or what kind of bank you use. You must declare everything. You only have to file if you, essentially, it's not the exact number, basically if you hit 70 million pesos, or if you have assets of 250 million pesos, or if you have consumption purchases and bank deposits exceeding your income. Interesting, if you're a tax resident. What I can't find is the tax rate. So I don't know how much you pay. So yes, so if you're staying full-time in Colombia, you would be tax resident in Colombia and have to pay taxes there. If you're an American, you would have to You always have to pay taxes, right? Or you always have to file your taxes. Where did my... There we go. But it shouldn't be any gray area. It should be all straightforward as long as you're paying your taxes. The government eats the added expense on fuel, stabilizing the economy for the people. Generally, yeah. It also adds to the cost of fuel normally. So they're not, at this point, in my understanding, this is purely my economic guess and has not based on anything solid. My guess is they normally add padding, as most governments do. They don't want to encourage the use of fossil fuels willy-nilly, right? But in a case like this, they simply eat the profit, but they're not actually subsidizing the fuel. That would be my belief. Digital says, did you remove it and add it back, the mic? I did not. I did in OBS, but that's, I think, different. Oh, maybe that fixed it. Sorry, everything went scrolling by. Maybe the video is picking up... Oh, this has been Landers. Maybe the video is picking up the audio. That's what I thought. I tried to address that. How about headsets sitting around? Only one is this, and it shows disconnected. Tiffany says, all he told me was when the computer and router went down, then the power came back, they got some location alert. Who knows? He is in Ecuador. Okay, so that the router went down too, most likely it just came up without a VPN and connected. That would be my guess. Iron Bread, sounds like his router didn't function the way he was supposed to. I can only imagine, right? Because, I mean, no American company had... So Ecuador famously went through some pretty major national outages. So that was a while ago. And that was all over the news. But if they got some location alert, that does not come from power outages, right? Because that would be the same as if your computer went on and off, right? If you just rebooted your computer, you would get so if you work for us and you have a computer that we monitor, you reboot it, we get an alert that your computer rebooted. We don't worry about it. But if it went down for a long time and people couldn't reach you, we'd be like, oh, they're offline, the computer went down. Oh, okay. Right. But that doesn't give us your location or anything. It just tells us that you're powered off. Indigenous says, explain, Luke, but Luke's thing disappeared, so I don't know what it was. He says, fuel is nationalized and the government rarely adjusts the consumer price. It eats the added expense. Oh, yes. So, gas does not float on the free market here. It is set by the government. All gas stations are the same, or they are same based on some rubric. So, it may be more expensive in Bluefields because you have to ship the gas all the way out there, but the government says, okay, Bluefields can charge more. And I don't know that Bluefields does cost more. I'm just saying that's an example of where they may allow it. Or like Ometepe may have a surcharge on fuel that other places don't to represent the pain of getting it over on the ferry. But they also may just keep it flat everywhere. But I do think it is actually cheaper in Managua than some other places, but that may not be the case. Tiffany says, possibly just want to avoid his mishap. Don't let your computers go down. That's the first thing. Iron Bread, best thing on travel router is to make sure that kill switch works when there's no way you can establish an internet connection or have your location or IP potentially leaked. So, importantly, right, if you are doing 100% VPN, that's impossible. That's where, and this has been a long time, Brian Watson mentioned the don't do a split horizon on your split tunnel on your, different things. Split tunnel on your VPN. Never allow traffic to go anywhere except your VPN. Your router, first of all, your router never speaks to anything but your other router, your router in the US, right? It has one job, get a network connection and talk to there. Your company cannot see your router. If you are doing the thing that we're describing, it's impossible to see the router. Your company has no way to know if you have a router, don't have a router, it's up, it's down. They don't know, right? They have no idea. They can tell if they're doing a ping to your device, if they do a trace route. They can tell that you have... Something got in my throat. They can tell that you have a second router. This is extremely common
for people at home in the US. So it doesn't tell them anything. I have hundreds of clients, business clients in the US who have this happen every day. No big deal. Right? Oh, my cable company gave me a router. I don't like it. They don't let me replace it. I want my own router because I want to have a firewall. There you go. Same thing happens. They can't tell there's a VPN. That's impossible. So, they do not have a way to contact your router. They do not have a way to interrogate your router. If they did, you can take them to court. Right? That's federal hacking. So that's an FBI situation, not something someone firing you wants to do. And that would be a pretty good tactic, right? They call you in and say, we're going to fire you because you're working from abroad. And you say, my computer's not on. How do you know where I am? And they say, well, your router came up. And you go, I'm calling the FBI, right? Or I get to keep my job and I'm getting a raise. Those are your choices, right? And you say to the IT department, the person who did this and all the people who have access to this information, I'm taking your names. This is not a company thing because the company cannot authorize you to commit a federal crime. So I'm naming you and I'm taking you to court personally. And you can try to say that the company threatened you into being a criminal. But hacking is a go straight to jail, do not pass go, do not pay, do not collect $200 kind of crime in the U.S. And attacking a U.S. citizen through a federal crime is a pretty big deal. So your company is not going to pull we looked at their router thing, but they will look at your computer. So if your router has one function to connect to another router and your computer can only talk through that VPN connection, it can go down and then you go offline, but it can't leak your location. Tiffany says, thank you. Any recommendations on travel routers? Personally, I never use a travel router. I use normal routers. I use Unify Gear because it's the same thing I would use in any business scenario. Anytime I've been researching this for the past month or so, I want to move to Colombia by the end of the year with my dog. Oh, anytime. That was not the beginning of a sentence. Then he says, I've been researching this for the past month or so. I want to move to Colombia by the end of the year with my doggo. And Digital says Colombia, but it's the other Colombia. So there are travel routers. Typically, travel routers are just small and goofy. Often, hold on, I got a dog at the door. Speaking of doggos, where'd he go? Ran away. False dog alarm. Typically, travel routers, like the idea of a travel router is not a bad thing at all, right? It's a simple device you're going to carry with you. However, quite often they're consumer gear. They may not have really good security protections and such. So you need to be a lot more cautious. Like enterprise security vendors are not making travel routers, right? Goofy little startups are. So that can be a kind of risky thing just because it may not be what you think it is. Commercial routers, good ones. Like you're talking about the thing that empowers your life. This is not a place to be skimping. I totally understand the desire for it to be small and light and non-obvious or whatever. But a small enterprise Unify device is very easy to travel with, not very expensive in the grand scheme of things, and work incredibly well. And there's other vendors, of course, right? It's just the one I would use because it's what I use everywhere. Glinnet would be the best with a Flint 2 and the travel router to connect to that being a Slate Axe, at least what I've concluded in my research. I've never heard of any of these things. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hold on. What? GL iNet. Okay. All right. So these are toys. And they're also not at all designed for the use case we're talking about. These things have Wi-Fi, so this is not a router. This is a multi-use device that includes a router, which is okay. To put this into audio terms, for those who are more my age, when we were kids, they used to sell receivers. But a receiver was a mixture of a tuner, that's the thing that gets the radio signal, a preamp, that's the thing that elevates that signal, and amplifiers for each of the channels, all put into one chassis. High quality audio was never sold that way. They would sell a tuner that connected to a preamp that connected to the amps. In some cases, you didn't even need a preamp because that was another thing that would degrade the signal. You just use an attenuator. Routers are much like that. If you get consumer stuff that's meant for home, for video gaming, you're looking at, they'll take a router, a switch, and an access point, typically those three things, and smash them into a box. So what this is very common. This is 3 totally different products smashed into a box. It doesn't make it a terrible thing, but it's a vendor that who work in IT for 37 years, have never heard of. Now, it does offer WireGuard and OpenVPN. Those are both very good options. WireGuard is something that I use all the time, but probably not what you're looking to use for this particular use case, but you can. Normally you use IPsec for this, which is a bit more of a pain to set up, but it's a little bit more performant and reliable for this use case. I think you'll find that the function here, the intended function, I'm not saying it can't do it, the intended function here is for this to be your home device and for you to use its VPN to connect to it, not to connect you back to the US. So this is dangerous because this is very much it's very much a toy that may do a fine job if you really know what you're doing, but it is not what we're talking about. This adds a lot of risk. Those antennas mean this is not a category I would want to be involved, because you have to disable all of that. The majority of what's in this box you have to turn off and have complete confidence can't turn on, right? That's where you might get into trouble, is something like this adds a new layer of risk. So this is not even in the category of what we're talking about. And Digital says, that's what I run with. Okay, so in Digital knows the GlideNet equipment. All right, there we go. Tiffany says, OMG, that's great information. I will look into this right away. Thanks a bunch. I'm Brit, happy traveling. There's a lot of information once you find the right search words. So the real thing is, you don't need any special stuff. Any business router will do this without any risk. But business routers. A business router will never have an access point in it. It will never have a switch in it. Those are different things. Those are always kept separate in business, and that's what gets really important here. The switch isn't a big deal. If you had one, it doesn't matter, but you really don't need it for your use case. You want your computer to plug into the router. Presumably, you only have one computer to work from, and that router connects through the VPN to another router, right, in the US. There is no chance that you want wireless to turn on, and you don't need a switch to plug into other devices. So those are all just extra electronics, this is way bigger than you need as well. Angela says, I use the remote option, always slow. Tiffany says, my company does use their own software and computers, so that can be tough. Depends how much they're spying on you. Their computer might do all kinds of data collection. And one of the things that, and this is where things have to be turned off, not just not in use, right? So we had someone on the channel, and I don't remember who it was. So if you're on right now, I apologize for not remembering who it was. But they gave a lot of really good advice because they work at a company that does this stuff. And some of the things that they do is turn on the Bluetooth and turn on the Wi-Fi and search for identifiable information in the area. They look for serial numbers and other things that can then be picked up on other scans, and that's how they locate you, right? If you don't have wireless, so if you have like a laptop, you want to actually cut the power to its wireless, not just not connect it. It's not the same thing. You have to actually cut it. And then if your company is using software and goes, oh, you cut the power to your wireless, you're hiding. They don't know where you are. They know you're hiding. Indigenous says, good advice. I am Brid says, yeah, mine issued me mine, but it's a desktop. But I've gone to Colombia for vacation, never told anyone, and never had anyone say anything to me, so I don't think my job tracks as hard as others. Most don't. Let's be honest. Most can't. They don't have the money, they don't have the time, they don't have the clue how to do it. So on average, it's actually not that big of a deal. But it's when you work at one that does, you may not know, and then you're like, oh. But with a desktop, it is actually much harder to track. And if you can, shut off all that. If it has wireless or anything, just shut that stuff off, and it gets that much harder. Tiffany says, but half their computers don't function correctly. That's actually a regular thing that happens. When people do a lot of spying like this, it constantly breaks things. Full forwarding, not port forwarding, correct. It shouldn't even be forwarding, right? I mean, it is. It's that there's nowhere else for it to go. You want your work computer in an absolutely encapsulated bubble. So if it tries to do anything, there's nothing else out there. It has one little pinhole to look through, and what it sees on the other side of that is your home country. No ifs, ands, or buts. No, something failed and I'm looking around. No, I tell it to look in that direction. No, some traffic, not other traffic. No. It exists in a bubble, and this is why you use a hardware VPN. And us old guys who used to do LAN parties, so if you go back in the day, let's say 1998, right? Microsoft used to make games, and for whatever reason, they didn't want them on the internet. It also was very hard and whatever. Probably they just didn't want to support them. So they made games that were good for LAN parties, right? It's 1998. If you can't picture 1998, people weren't on the internet that much, right? Yeah, we were starting to get email. Windows 98 was out. You could use the internet, but the idea that you were going to play video games online was like, oh my gosh, this game lets you get online? That's amazing. So that they were making games that were only for playing on your local area network was not shocking. Annoying, but not shocking. We're like, yeah, that makes sense. And mostly it was like 2 years later when you're like, this game's not that old. They did not think about the future at all. That was really annoying. But what we used to do 26, 27 years ago was we would all, at each of our homes, buy enterprise routers. So the equivalent of like $800 today. And we would set up high-performance VPNs, and we all had, limping network connections at home, 1 megabit, 2 megabits, and we would connect over those VPNs to each other's houses over the internet. The game had no ability to route to the outside world. It didn't have routing awareness. The only thing it could do was go over that router. And that router put all of its traffic over the VPN. And so all of our houses, which wasn't that many, you could only have 8 people in the game at all, so it was just a couple of houses, but everybody at each house connected through the same VPN. Everybody saw each other as being on the LAN, and that game that technologically could not handle a internet connection was able to play really well as it was. And so it was a really good situation with how it worked. I have to read this really quick because I just got a ticket from the data center. So that's at 1 o'clock. Who answered this? All right, get it back. That was easy. And so with that, right, that's how we used to work. And we aren't like gonna get caught by Microsoft playing online, right? One, they didn't care, and two, it was just that they were being lazy. They didn't want to build that in. But that software was not going to allow us to do that under normal circumstances. Why did that cause the conversation? We just lost so many viewers. Like, it just tanked all of a sudden. What a weird spot to lose people. Tiffany says, got it, thanks. Individual says, that's cool. I would love to help with this. It would be fun. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. I'm not exactly sure what it would look like, and I'm not exactly sure what the offerings would be, but it's got some potential. I'll agree in digital. I Am Brid said, so I have seen people offer as a business to set up WireGuard through those Glinnet routers. Is that not full forwarding? I'm confused now. So it's hard to say, right? WireGuard is just a tool. So the problem is that these routers are not built for this purpose. That doesn't mean that they can't be configured for this purpose, but you're trusting that you're going to buy a bunch of stuff you don't need, turn it off, and hope that configuring WireGuard in a very specific way is going to do everything that you need. And so WireGuard, so I use WireGuard right now. Right at this particular moment, probably not. But my father, who's on here, hi Dad, and he commented a little bit ago, he and I use WireGuard. Now, he doesn't know it as WireGuard. He knows it as a product that encapsulates WireGuard, just like the Glinnet. He knows it as Tailscale. Tailscale is a WireGuard management platform. But WireGuard is the underlying VPN, and I use it here in my house to make it easy to expose some services that I don't want to put on the internet at all because it's just for my dad, right? So my dad and I connect over WireGuard, but my computers do not only talk to my dad, they go on the internet, and his computers go on the internet too. The only thing that goes over the WireGuard is the specific function that he wants to access from my house here, right? And so the normal use of WireGuard is not to do this. That does not mean that WireGuard can't do the job. It absolutely can. But it is not the assumed use case of WireGuard. WireGuard is most popular. It's a brilliant technology. No problem with WireGuard whatsoever. WireGuard is generally used for remote endpoints to connect either to a mesh where a bunch of remote endpoints talk to each other, or for computers to call home in a way that's extremely obvious that they are remote. Again, it's like having a hammer. Yes, you can use it on a nail. You can also use it to just bash your way through an old fence, right? Its use and utility are based on how you plan to use it and on the situation. It doesn't have to do one specific thing. So it's very possible that you're dealing with a legitimate business that is just, feels it's easy to get people on cheap gear to do WireGuard, and that's fine. But it's also possible that what they're doing is not doing what they think it's doing, right? That's a very real possibility. Tim in Nicaragua says, why not work for a company that allows you to work remotely? I mean, that was my theory, right? So that's what I do. But in everyone's defense, the economy in the North has collapsed, and finding a job is all but impossible, and the number of companies that won't let you work abroad is high. The desire to play politics with investor money is now the norm by such an unbelievable level. And we talk about it a lot when I do business analysis for people who are looking at investing, trying to understand U.S. markets, understanding the degree to which the basis for profits in companies in the U.S. being primarily from consuming the money of investors rather than doing a good job is so unbelievable. People just it's such a struggle to understand. The average person in a corporate environment is just stealing from the investors, yeah, because that's easier than making profit. Making profit is hard. Stealing from investors is easy, and investors are dumb and most of the time blind. Right? It doesn't work when you have a company with an owner, unless that owner's dumb, which is also often true. But when you have investors who have no way to dig into the books, no way to audit your processes, what are they going to do? How are they ever going to find out that you're stealing from them? Until someone blows the whistle. And who's going to blow the whistle? One, no one has an interest in blowing the whistle, right? Everyone's at risk. So no one's got something to gain by informing the investors that they're being hoodwinked, right? Investors don't tend to like that. One, they're lazy. And two, that's embarrassing. So they don't want to learn that. And your boss doesn't want you to tell them. And no one you work with wants you to tell them because everybody's making their money that way. So unless you're just, autistic and on a rampage for truth, everyone's in on it. And normal people are just, they will steal if that's the option given them. So the market is just brutal in the U.S. right now. I am Brid. My job is full remote, so I'll never have to show up to an office. That you're already full remote, and you're already an American. So here's one thing that American companies will do, and this is kind of legit. You got to kind of give them credit for this. I want my insurance companies and all these different agencies to leave me alone. So I write a policy. You're not allowed to work outside the U.S. A whole bunch of other corrupt companies, then it meets their requirements. If they say, how are you checking that they're working outside the U.S.? They can make up all kinds of stuff, right? These audits aren't about doing a good job. These audits are about filling in some paperwork. So they go, oh, well, we checked their IP address, right? They can say things that sound really reasonable. And their insurance companies or their investors or whatever go, okay, well, that makes me happy. I don't know what more they could do, right? And then they leave them alone. So there is the possibility that you work for a good company that has to answer to corrupt companies and is playing them as well. So they may be like, I don't care if you're working from Colombia. Who cares, right? And Mike, when I worked on Wall Street, right, they didn't care. As long as I did my job, could not care less because it was a real company, right? They were there for profits. Money talked, not... no one was funneling money to their alumni association through our office. Tiffany says, same 100% remote within the U.S. So the advantage to you guys who are 100% remote anywhere in the U.S. is that you can do a couple things. One is move to Texas or Miami, set up your remote access via those places, or work with Digital Format and my new consulting firm that does this for you. And have all of your mail processed through there, have all your things, so it seems reasonable that you're there, and then make all your technology go through a place that's legit, right? And then if someone is like, we really feel you're outside of the country, you go, why do you feel that? And show up in Miami, and then take pictures of yourself in Miami or in Texas. Actually offer to go into an office, right? And yeah, you may have to splurge on a plane ticket once in a while, but you know what? You're probably going to be doing border runs anyway. So once in a while, maybe take that laptop, or in Ironbrid's or Lambrid, whatever situation, take your desktop, go to a cafe, and actually flag on some American IPs from time to time, and be like, "Hey, working from a cafe today, right?" Take some selfies. So when they look on your social media from time to time, there's full on EXIF data that shows you there. Right? Build credibility whenever you can and reduce anything that makes them question. Now, Colombia, I don't know what the power situation is like. Probably pretty good, right? They're a pretty good country. But here in Nicaragua, our power is fantastic. A little bit of effort. You basically are never going offline. Keep your computer in the U.S. Have backup with cellular here, and you've got options, right? You have ways to appear online even when you're not getting work done. Oh my gosh, I got a tummy ache. I'm kind of stuck in the bathroom. And they're like, well, their computer's online, right? Because there's a computer in the U.S. that's actually connected. And so one of the things that I do, so my company is a phone company, right? We're an international phone company. And if anyone is looking for business phones, certainly let us know. We'd love to work with you guys. One of the things we talk about, and this is not to hide anything, right? But we often deal with smaller offices, like doctors or dentists or veterinarians, right? And one of the things we say is if you put your phone system like it's the 90s, and you put it in your office, and you lose power, you lose internet, something like that, your phones go offline, and to the rest of the world, you've shut down, because the modern world does not accept your phones turn off. They accept that you don't answer, because you're human. Why would you answer if you're closed or the weather's inclement? But they're not going to accept that your company shut down because the power went out. That feels absurd, right? That's not how the world works. If your website went offline because you lost power, what is wrong with you? Of course, that's not a legit company. That's not how things work, right? Your phones can't go down. Your email can't go down. Your website can't go down. Your presence needs to stay up and running with minimal disruption. And so the way that this works, same as email and web, is that those services are hosted from high quality data centers with tons of battery, tons of generator, redundant services, the ability to restore backups quickly. Sorry, always these little gnats get in your face while you're doing it because of the studio lights. And and so there's this expectation that your computers or your telephone or whatever is always going to be online. And it works because it is always online. You can always call in and hear the dial tone. You can always call in and access the phones in the same way. And if you're a small office and it's just you, right? And you are having a tummy ache day and you're hiding in the bathroom, you might still be able to be on the company chat, right, from your cell phone somewhere. Although be careful with that, right? Your cell phone might flag, so make sure your phone's going over the same VPN, or just be aware of these things. And you can be like in the bathroom, and if someone checks your computer, they're like, "Yeah, the computer still shows as the U.S. and still online." So when they're like, "Nicaragua lost power," I don't know how they would know that, but they're watching my channel, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm offline," and they're like, "I think they're near Scott Allen Miller, and he lost power, and he's still online." But yeah, right, like, whatever. Then it adds a lot of credibility. And then if you can hop a plane and be there and be like, "Yeah, look, here I am with my computer. Like, you can come by, or I can come by, whatever." There's a lot of things you can do to reduce that risk significantly. Right? Is basically how it goes. Oh, I think I missed some of these. Individual says, if you're performing, you may be able to tell the truth and negotiate. Work is changing. Very rarely does that work. It does potentially work, but it's more likely to get you fired than not. Because all they have to do is say no. And then what do? Right? You're stuck with quitting, which is where you were before. You have very little negotiating power in this market because so few people want to hire you. Tiffany says, within the U.S., I've thought about negotiating, but I'm honestly too scared to even bring it up. I'd rather just lay low and not say anything. I think that honestly works better, right? If your company has a policy, so there's two things. If they have a policy, either they're corrupt and who cares what they think. You still might get caught, but you have no reason to feel badly about it. Or they just want you to lie to them. Right? If this was me and I was stuck in some corrupt company and I was I needed to put food on the table and I had no other option and I was forced to enforce something that was actually illegal and totally corrupt and immoral like this, then just lie to me, right? Oh no, you can't work. Right. Can I work in Colombia? No, you cannot do that. The last thing you can do is go to Colombia and work, right? Don't ask, don't tell. Don't bring up, and that's actually going to be a topic we're going to get to for someone who had an unrelated question we're going to get to. But there's a real possibility your company does not care but needs to have that on the books for some reason. Don't rock that boat if you don't have to. That's it really is one. Individual says, we can set up a model for expats everywhere. That is true. Yeah, we actually can. Nicaragua was really good because you basically never lose network and power long enough to impact work, so you're pretty much always able to get away with those things. Some places like Ecuador that lose it for 2 days at a time, it's a lot easier for that to become problematic. Einbred, because if it's a no, it makes it a whole lot harder to be able to do the full forwarding. It does. It also flags them so it makes it that instead of just ignoring a rule that you didn't know was a real rule, it becomes no, you asked and you were told. So then it becomes a much bigger, if you move to Colombia, I forgot, here's another tactic, right? You move to Colombia. So let me back up. For those of you who have this, and I know the answer for some people and I don't for others, are you allowed to keep working while you're on vacation? Are you ever expected to answer emails or anything while you're on vacation? The reason we ask that is this. If your company has this really strict policy, it's my vacation weekend, it's my vacation week, I'm taking this week off, I'm heading to the beaches of Cancun, should I answer my mail, right? If your company's like, oh, hell no, you're outside the U.S., you can't answer mail, you cannot connect to work, you don't exist to us. That tells you one thing. But if your company's like, yeah, check your mail, make sure that, things aren't on fire, don't work. But you know how American companies are, right? Keep keep in touch. We might have questions for you or whatever. And my company's the same, so I'm not not being all accusatory here, just saying Americans were all like this. Then that tells you a lot. You're allowed to vacation. You're allowed to travel while working. And for those of you who get anywhere in the U.S., chances are you're allowed to travel. What if you were working from an RV and traveling around the U.S.? What if you sometimes went into Canada? I bet no one would say a thing, and that's worth trying too. Go to Canada, go to Puerto Rico, go to places that will flag because people are confused or you can claim confusion. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about the fact that Canada is not the U.S. The U.S. classifies it as domestic for a bunch of things. I thought you were following the same rules as imports, right? No, we're not. Oh my gosh, my bad, right? They're probably going to be just laugh it off. What an idiot, right? Keep an eye on him. Again, testing the waters. But you can also, for example, go to Colombia, and from a Colombian perspective, you're a tourist, right? Or come to Nicaragua, you're a tourist. So when your office is like, oh, it seems like you're out of the country, you go, oh yeah, came down for the week. I'm taking a vacation, right? I'm still working, just down for the week or whatever. It gives you, if you're in that situation, it gives you that, I have to work when I'm on vacation out of the country. So clearly being out of the country is okay for work. I'm taking a vacation physically. My physical location is changing just like it is in the U.S. Like, what are you talking about? I can't do this, right? It gives you plausible deniability for them to be like, okay, but no, you got to come back. Okay, then you probably do have to come back. They figured it out. But you could be in Colombia for a really long time if when they call you on it, potentially, right, you just do a, oh yeah, I've been down for a week or two. And for all these reasons, it never occurred to me that this would be a problem. I'm just, doing a little bit of travel for the week. I got a friend I came down to see or whatever, staying with them, but I'm just working. I'm not taking the time off. I haven't stopped work. You can check my logs. What are you talking about? I can't do this. Right. Get really confused and be like, what? I do this on vacation. What's the difference? And why was it okay for me to do it on vacation if you're not okay with it? Because that, and you can back them into a corner. I wasn't paid while I was on vacation, but I was expected to work. Clearly, you allowed me to do this. That is tacit permission, right? Try to tell the IRS that you gave me my vacation if you're now claiming, right? Like there's some spots to catch people there, and then just play I'm just down for the week. I'll be back on Saturday kind of thing or whatever, and what are the chances they're going to fire you for being on vacation, and how are they going to prove that you're not, right? Because you are a tourist. So that's legit. Set up a model. Whole lot easier to follow forwarding. Indigenal says to Luke, fuel is nationalized and the government rarely adjusts the consumer prices, eats the added expense. That's weird. It was copied. I am Brent says, I am American. I just know Colombia does have a tax where if you're there for over 183 days, you have to pay taxes, which is fine to me. I'm more concerned that it doesn't get back to my employer. Colombia definitely does not report your taxes to your employer in the U.S. I guarantee there's no chance that they do that. That would be so weird, honestly. Right? Because, one, Colombia wants your taxes. So if you're paying your taxes, they're going to be like, this guy's great. The last thing they want to do is be like the whistleblower. Hey, American company that we're making money from, did you know that your employer who loves Colombia and is paying their taxes here might not be supposed to be working here? Right? They're not going to do that. That would be a great way to burn their own bridges. And they're not friendly with the U.S. right now, so they're really not going to do that. And they will talk to the IRS. The IRS is not allowed to tell your employer that. They're not allowed to say that. So you're good. Luke says, I tried researching the fuel source for Nicaragua. The web listed 80% of the fuels imported is from the U.S. I call that number suspect. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But okay, yeah, maybe it is. Indigenous says, I hope Bitcoin and digital currency is not trending there. I met a few Europeans doing that. It is not trending here in any way. It doesn't exist here, right? And if you're saying you met Europeans doing that here, I guarantee they weren't actually doing it here. They said they were doing it here, but they weren't actually doing it here because there's no transfer here. Or it begs the question of what does here mean, right? You could say that I work with Citibank here and Bank of America and Centurion Bank, and people would say, "Wow, I didn't know they did business in Nicaragua." Like, well, they don't. I'm in Nicaragua and I access them remotely in the United States, do my things, and things happen in the United States. You say, what part of that is doing things in Nicaragua? Right? It's not. Everything's happening in the U.S. Same thing with the Bitcoin. Everyone I know who does do anything with Bitcoin, which is like nobody, it's all being done in the U.S. They might be here issuing the commands of what to do, but the actual things happening stay in the U.S. So it's not being done here, right? There's no one's talking about it. No one has a transfer for it. No one has a way to cash it out. No one's interested in it. No one has a purpose for it. So it's not that it's illegal. It just has no function. Watson says, no state taxes, or at least in April. What? What about April with no state taxes? Schneider97, sup, Nicaraguan here. In digital, crypto is not a thing here. Just have cold, hard cash, baby. He didn't say hard. Cold cash, baby. Well, oh, my dad is leaving. Good night. Adios, Senior Miller. Night, Dad. Love you. In digital says, I would be a bit more diplomatic. They know. Ben says, I think Nicaragua imports are refined from the U.S. and Mexico. Not sure any crude comes in. No, we do not refine to the best of my knowledge currently, but we are building a refinery. That was announced. But it's not for import, it's for export. I don't think there's any Iran connection either way. Spot price would go up with the U.S.-Mexico markets. I've always been told that it's Iranian ships that are coming in since Venezuela has stopped shipping here quite some time ago, but you can see them from the coast, though, so if someone goes out and spots, you can figure out who's out there. And Digital says, some are secure from the ground up, but I don't know what the topic was at this point. That's too disconnected. Marcos is here from my hometown of Rochester. How's it going, Marcos? Watson says, to be clear, we have the logs of connections. Might have to Google IP for geo info, but trying to reverse engineer and getting into your router, yeah, no bueno. Right, yeah. Looking at your IP, that's public information, so they can always do it. It's still an effort, but easy with AI these days, or with just log tools and stuff. Tiffany says, would you know anyone who could set up these types of services in Nicaragua? I'm not that great with all this tech stuff. I follow numbers all day and patterns. Yeah, Nicaragua's got plenty of people that can do that. That's not hard to have done. But you don't set it up in Nicaragua, right? That's really important. Never set it up here. You always want to have it set up, working, and proven in the U.S., and then come to Nicaragua. It should be transparent, right? You have to plug it in and stuff, but that's it, right? I am Brent says, Scott, you need to have a business setting these up for digital nomads. I'd be willing to pay for it. I mean, maybe we can, like, if that's what people want me to do. I do have an IT company, right? Like, I have a company here in Nicaragua that does do this stuff. We just normally do it for businesses, not people. And businesses don't normally need, they just do it for security, not because. Individual says, what's your recommendation? It's for the public Wi-Fi if you're backpacking. What brands do you use? What about virtual desktops? Keeping it in a bubble is also a security tool in general. Yeah, I worked at one of the first online gaming initiatives at AOL and our sites, Engage Games and Battle.net. Oh, I remember Battle.net well. Engage Games, I know the name, but never Battle.net. Wow. For me, so I'm not sure I'm following everything he said. What's your recommendation? I think that's for router. My recommendation is an Enterprise Unify router from Ubiquiti, just because I've worked with them a lot and love them. But there's so many good brands out there that are just fine, right? And you can find good stuff from a lot of places that have things you wouldn't want, like Netgear or TP-Link or who knows. But you want to get stuff that doesn't have that Wi-Fi in it. Individual says, it's for public Wi-Fi if you're backpacking. So if you're moving around like you're backpacking, this stuff gets really hard. Because you don't have the network connection to control to plug into. Now, if you're going someplace, so for example, because of these kinds of things, my hotels, when they revamp their networks, put in wired connections in every room. So, sales pitch for the Simple Beach Lodge that just completely revamped itself. Every room you can plug into. So if you have a physical router that you plug in with a wire, which is how you have to do this, you can plug in and be in the hotel and be backpacking that way and still be able to work and be able to do this stuff, But in general, most places don't let you do that. Most places will not continue that VPN. Most places do not have a place for you to plug in. Most places barely have like there's a lot of things that make this really hard. That's going to be a problem. Wanting to work from a different country, relatively easy in most cases. Wanting to be able to be a backpacker moving from place to place willy-nilly and doing all kinds of stuff, that's where you're going to cause problems. Your behavior is going to flag some kind of behavioral pattern that will make you be observed carefully. Okay. Virtual desktops. So I don't use stuff specifically for security purposes. I use them for support purposes. I work primarily with Mesh Central, but that's not good at all for a single person. That's really for a company. Although if InDigital and I were setting up a company to do this, that would be a great tool to set up for everybody. I like Rust Desk quite a bit, and it works really well with Macs. If you're like me and working from Mac, there's a really good ability to do remote desktop from Mac. So something you can do is have a Mac. This would actually work quite well. Have a Mac in the U.S. and have a Mac here in Nicaragua or wherever, Colombia. Do the full VPN thing like we said, and then the Mac, their remote desktop, is very smooth, very easy to use, and will work over that connection transparently. That will let you use a remote Mac really efficiently. So that's an option as well. And of course, you can do that with Linux, you can do that with Windows. It's not limited to Mac in any way. It's just that I know the Macs do it really easily. Windows does it with RDP. That works really well. Like, you got options. All depends on what you need to do. Brian says, I run a department that would install these tools. Scott is right. It's about affording them, as some can be super expensive. Time is the other thing I frankly don't have after fixing lights on issues. And Brenda, so I guess, what's the recommendation for routers accomplishing this? I want to get it right the first time. Let me see if I can find. So these are the same routers that we use for like our hotels and stuff. We use them for doctors' offices, all kinds of stuff, right? It's not going to be $100, but it's not going to be absolutely crazy. Can I find? There we go. But they're small and cute. How do I get to the store for it? Nope, that's good enough. The Max or the Ultra? Which is the cheaper one? There we go, the Ultra. The Ultra is the cheap one, and then the Max is the expensive one. Why don't they make a lame? I want a light, or a boring, or a... These names are too much. Okay, let's go to the store so I can get you a link to a real thing. Oh my gosh, Brian. Unify now offers NAS devices. Funny. Wow, they've got a number of nice new things going on. Multiple NAS devices, new mesh Wi-Fi, which I do use Unify Mesh here at this office. They have a new Cloud Gateway Industrial that's pretty impressive looking. That's pretty cool. Boy, they've got a lot of new things. They actually have... Okay, this is funny. My preferred vendor has actually released a travel router. However, I don't think it's something that you would want to use based on... like, a normal travel router for normal people is not the same as what you want for what we're talking about, right? No, it might be. Oh, funny. It now does WireGuard. Okay. And you can even plug your phone into it. Okay, that's interesting. But I think it does No, it does. All right, technical, hold on. Wi-Fi, Ethernet, OpenVPN and WireGuard. Does not say that it has a LAN connector, but it does seem to. So I'm really tempted to get one of these. Maybe I'll pick one up when I'm in the States. So I'm just gonna... This is not what I'm recommending. This first thing is just really interesting. So that's the vendor that I would work with. And I've never seen them have a travel router before, and that thing is freaking cute. And it does USB tethering for your phone and stuff. So, like I said, you could use your phone like you're in the bathroom and say, oh, I've got a tummy ache. This would actually let your phone shut off the Wi-Fi, shut off the Bluetooth. Just pick up your phone, have it tethered to this, pure VPN, no other network, and then send messages from your work communications. Just be really careful that work communication is 100% shut off when you disconnect the phone, and you'll be able to really, really give the look. Wait, what is this communication? Someone just said something funny. Scroll down. Oh, yeah, I said YouTube isn't letting me go live for a while. Something is wrong. He says, U.S. government trying to shut you down before too many people learn about Nicaragua and move there. It's true. So this device is pretty interesting because it does a VPN, because it's a travel router. I think this could be configured to do what we need, but also could easily be configured not to. And it does have Wi-Fi, so I don't like that. But I can see a lot of people being like, this is pretty cool. I kind of want one, honestly. Oh, here we go. Here's we go. There's the Ultra. Okay, so this isn't that much money. I was thinking this was a lot more expensive than it actually is. These are $129. So here is the one I would be recommending. And it does have a built-in switch. Unnecessary, but it's fun. I like that it uses USB power. But at $129, you're not spending that much more than non-enterprise gear. So it's not like you're breaking the bank on this. Yeah, I don't think that there is a cheaper option. The Max is $199, the Fiber is $280. They all go up from there. For offices, we're normally spending about $380 on them. But like this is what this particular unit, the Ultra, is exactly what all of my facilities here in Nicaragua are going to be putting in, because when we update, because it's a new unit, so we'll be seeing those here. Oh, and Digital says I'm doing tickets too. Nice. Luke says, in other news, I'm back from Florida. Time to dial in that road trip. That's right. We do need to do that road trip, and soon. I agree. I've got to get past this couple projects that I'm working on that are killing me. Expat, I am 6 hours early. Oh, yes. Everybody, please give a thumbs up. It really does help. Like a hatchet made of stone. Works great, actually. Fake it till you make it. Boy, I am so far behind on the conversation today. I am Brid. With my job, I do testimonials and deal with sensitive information, so I have to be at home. When you both start this company, I'll be the first client. I'm ready to travel. All right, in Digital, we got to get this going. Long ago, I created a website, Expat Digital Services, I think. I dropped it, but you're perfect for this. And, of course, migration is trending. That is very true. Tiffany says, from what I've seen in and around the internet, it's one of the biggest questions I've seen prior to people traveling. In Digital says, I work with HIPAA data. Don't do that there. I mean, HIPAA data can be worked with here. Just don't let anybody see it. My company's done HIPAA for forever. We do HIPAA for all kinds of things. I've been with them, so we do HIPAA from here. Tiffany says, I've been with them for years. I'm just wanting a change of scenery. And Britt says, I'm allowed to workcation. So to say I've been able to work while I'm being down there and have been told yes. So that pretty much gives you, the ability to do it, right? Just be like, yeah, workationing. Do you need me back? Like, I was planning on coming back next week, but I could come early, right? You just have a story ready. Don't act surprised. Like, it's all about playing it cool and being really, really ready. ¿Vas a ir a tu casa? Okay, lo siento. Sí, entiendo. Adiós, buenas noches. I'm allowed to workation. And Britt says, in digital, as in don't do that there, period. I think you're fine with HIPAA. Nothing in HIPAA says it can't be processed in another country. It's that it has to be processed by people who are authorized. Because otherwise, HIPAA, you can't be on vacation, right? And people do that all the time. HIPAA actually, this is the thing that people don't realize about HIPAA. HIPAA actually lowers the security requirements by permissing what under normal professional negligence would normally be a problem. HIPAA is used to get you out of stuff, not to get you into trouble, realistically. Individual says, use their voicemail from your secure device. Yeah, definitely. GL, the Glinnet, Broom 3, they have funny names. Miami relative, with Glinnet Axe 1800 travel router, WireGuard, works great for me. Good to know. What kind of stuff do you have to hide from? No es mío, está bien. Hybrid. So I know the Glinnet also does the WireGuard with Tailscale. It's all built in. So it sounds like as long as the router connects, has it in it, then those will be working good at least. Well, it's still got to be configured right. Like my Tailscale with my WireGuard will not do what you need. Right? So that alone is not enough. Can it do what you need? Yes. Is the words we're saying enough? No. So it still requires correct configuration. Individual says they need you to sell them. The Unified gear, they're impossible to get here. We've got Unified dealers, they like never have stuff in stock. It's awful. But you can order them here easily. I'm willing to pay hundreds of dollars to get set up and never have to worry about it. That's the one thing is I'm so worried about the never have to worry about it, right? We can make it really good. We can never make it that you never have to worry about it, right? But we can do a lot. We can do as much as anyone can do realistically. I'm just a computer. I'm just computer, nothing with a phone, so all I worry about is a PC. Oh, actually, if you have a phone, it actually makes it better. I don't have one sitting here. I really should. I don't know why I don't. I don't think I do. No. So if you get an office phone, so if you're like my company, we actually, so first of all, we don't care where you work. So no one cares, right? My employees call me and they're like, here's the country I'm in today. But if you have a full phone, I'm talking a desk phone, like it sits on your desk, it plugs in with a network cable, and you pick it up and you're like, hey, you're calling me, right? That actually makes this better because your company thinks that it's going to give them information and you're not going to think about it. That's in your favor because you are going to think about it because you're using Scott and InDigital's consulting service, right? So that phone actually connects. This is how it would work, right? So you get whatever router you're going to get. It could be the Glinnet like Ben has. It could be the little travel one if we configure it right. And I'm sure we can shut off the Wi-Fi on that and then make it okay. At $79, that thing's fantastic. It's so cute. But we get that $129 one that doesn't have Wi-Fi, and your phone plugs into that, and then your work desktop, right? Or no, I was going to grab my laptop, but it's plugged in. But I got my laptop right here. That plugs into that, and so it's plugged into your Wi-Fi. It's plugged into your VPN. So your phone goes through the VPN and exits in the States. And so if you're using that phone, it is exactly like that phone is sitting in Miami or whatever. And so that gives a really strong, okay, their phone must be there, right? Because it's exiting at Miami. So why would how are they putting their phone behind a VPN, right? Yes, network professionals know that you can put a phone behind a VPN. They also know that normal people don't. And if your computer is connected to your phone, both of them are coming through the same spot, doing the same thing. You have this total manageability. If your company needs to get in and manage those devices, they can. They can treat it exactly like you're down the hall. And yes, it's a little bit slower, but they also know you're home. And you just, say like, my internet connection is always a little bit weaker than it should be or whatever. And quite often we get really get good fiber here. And you're probably in good shape. Claro has good fiber. Teco has good fiber. Especially if you're going to be in a real city, right? Don't try to do it from a farm. It's always asking for trouble. Do it from Monago. Do it from Leon. Do it from Granada, someplace that has really good connections. and you'll be in great shape. I'm sure Scott has some ideas for a phone. It's really just a computer. He said wow, but I don't know what the wow is to. I'm actually scrolled down to the bottom, so that's a wow for me. But yeah, my company does phones, so we deal with this all the time, making people at home appear like they're in the office. Of course, it's normally like the owners and stuff. They just want it to feel like they're in the office, but this is everyday stuff that we do. I don't need anything crazy. They require the upload being 10 meg and download being 25. Yep, you're all good. They don't mention latency. That's really what gets you. Individual says bam. Another distractor, how is Marcella doing? That's who was just here saying goodbye. She's very tired, but she is feeling much better. She has fibrosis, so she has a growth in her lung, probably caused by the radiation. So that's a real concern. My mother had the same thing, and it will take her lung. But they're getting to it early, so they're trying to treat it. But her pneumonia is good, so she's not having the coughing fits anymore. She is still tired just getting over things, and the fibrosis is exhausting. So she had fallen asleep in the other room. She showed up just before I went live and just passed out in the air conditioning because she doesn't have air conditioning in her house, and it's been warm this week. So she fell asleep, but I'm doing the live, so there's no way to like hang out or anything. So she just went home, and that was someone else's money is sitting on a table, and she grabbed a couple bucks for a taxi, and she's like, "Oh, I'm grabbing bucks." I'm like, "It's not my money, so have fun." But yeah, she's doing quite well in general. So that's good. I am Brid says, "Boom, good to know. I keep my device locked when I'm not using it, so I follow all those rules and regulations. But I'm glad I came across your channel today. I really want to pay you to set up the VPN for me now." In digital says Marcella. Yeah, Marcella from my channel. Look for her. She's on a lot of shows. She was on the recent Leon Gastropark show. Her and my kids were on there. She works for Onanika, the hotel company here. In digital says we can support remotely, except I'm local. So, and actually I have staff in Miami, so we are actually prepared to do this. I actually have data centers in the U.S. I actually have offices in the U.S. I actually have staff in the U.S. that can do this, and I actually have staff in Nicaragua that can do this. And while I don't have staff in Colombia that can do this, I do have staff that can do this in Belize, Guatemala, Mexico, Bolivia, Argentina, and Portugal. And we're trying really hard to get into Africa. By really hard, we're talking about it. But I really do want to get into Africa. I'd be willing to pay for what I understand you mean and the risks as well. I am Brit. Are you hiring? Yes, but not Americans. Always. Everybody from the U.S. always wants to get hired. We can't. There's so many complications with hiring Americans. I am Brit says, honestly, the company I'm with, I don't think they're as in tune with it as I had an account locked and had to have IT unlock it, and nothing was ever said to me. Oh, there has Intune. I read that wrong. Oh, no. I don't think there is Intune with it, as I had thought. It's actually using Intune, not the software Intune. D. Gilbert's here. Hey, Scott. Hey, D. Gilbert. And Digital says, of course, it should not be just for the expats. Maybe give back to locals. Yeah, we can do it for locals. The locals don't tend to care too much. Normally, they're not able to get jobs that appear as being in the U.S. anyway. And that so there's a difference. An American who works overseas is allowed to be fired under certain circumstances, but that's it. A local who pretends to be working in the U.S. but is not an American, but pretends to be an American, is a crime. So you have to be careful there. If you're simply making it look like they're working in the U.S. but you're not helping them look like an American, then it's okay. But it's there's a little bit of got to be careful there. Oh, cool, Brian. I just saw that note. I do have connections in, for those who are interested. My company does have connections, and I'm hoping to hire someone in Malawi. I've been hoping to do this for a long time. And I really want to get into Malawi and Algeria as kind of starting points. I'd love to get into Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, that area. I think that those are good spots, but internet connections are a little bit difficult. And as an American, I'm not allowed to travel there. We're actually banned from the Sahel region completely. Algeria can be done because I have connections here in Nicaragua to get me into the Algerian consulate to hopefully convince someone that I could get a visa to Algeria. So that's on my list. But Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali are 100% banned for carriers of American passports. So there's nothing I can do there. I mean, I'd have to get the president to be like, oh, Scott's coming? No, let him in. Right? He's a busy guy. I don't think that's going to happen. But the president of Burkina Faso is like super freaking cool, and maybe he's gonna watch this show and be like, "Huh, what's Nicaragua doing these days? Scott's show is so good. Oh, he wants to come here. No, that guy can come, right?" So if you're watching, big fan. Send me a note. I will definitely come visit and show off Burkina Faso, and maybe hire. I'd love to have offices there, but super complicated. But Algeria, Malawi, and those regions, I think, are super interesting for us. For us, Malawi is really interesting because English is their official language. So having a place with cool weather, near zero crime, basically unlimited rights to work and live and stay gives us a lot of flexibility. I love their weather. I love their location. That their English is very easy because normally we need either English or Spanish speakers for work. So it's a very, very interesting location. Do you have machines to connect to? I don't. Well, so no, that would have to. But that's you want 1-to-1 anyway. So generally that's not going to be a challenge, right? Easy to do. Tiffany says, Scott, anyone in North Florida? Because if so, I'm ready for my 6 months trip to Nika. Not in North Florida off the top of my head, but Miami for sure, or Fort Lauderdale. No, I meant resources and help to needy communities. Okay, yeah. I am Brid. If you start a business, make a video or let me know. I can message you on social media platforms. You can shoot me an email. Social media is the worst way to contact me. So 2 places I am Brid that you want to be on for me. One is just shoot me an email. It's in the show notes. Super easy to find. I'm very slow at responding, but I am on there, and I do see it. Just it could be weeks. And the Expats group. Expats, I'll stick it on here. For anyone who hasn't signed up, we're just about to hit 100 people. Expats.nicaragua.com. Sign up there. And we just found out that it looks like Google may have cut off OIDC services for Nicaragua. Nicaragua just started offering OIDC services for Nicaragua. So we're kind of like, this could be an opportunity. But for those who don't know, like I am Brid, who is new, I've worked in software engineering for 37 years. I've had my firm does international consulting, normally for businesses. We don't normally do things for individuals, all throughout the world, and have been doing so for 27 years. We build a lot of these systems. We have customers all throughout U.S., Canada, South Africa, over time. Brazil, Palestine, France, Germany, England, Argentina, Spain, UAE, Qatar, Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and then we work out of additional countries. Those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Always tough. So we're all over the place. But we are deep IT knowledge, and for those who don't know who I am, you can check out my book on Amazon. No one ever buys this, but just in case you feel like, supporting me, I am the only Scott Allen Miller with a book on Amazon. Let's see if I can find my book. There it is. Oh, no, I just scrolled past. I was being slow. There it is. You might only be able to get... No, you can get the non-Kindle version as well. That is me. My book is on sale right now, actually. And it is available in paperback as well. So, feel free to buy my book. Tiffany says, this is the only reason I'm not watching my live in Nicaragua right now. But now that I know there's a solution, no more worries. Hopefully. Digital says, good Lord, Scott, I had no idea. What my business does? Yeah. Yes, we make our own help desk software. We make email software. We make veterinary management, dental management, medical waste and nuclear waste management software, arms control software, lottery software, banking software, cloud storage interface software, a little bit in the video game space, very, very little specialty stuff. Remote monitoring and management software. We're a telephone company. We're a web host. We're a web design firm. Full IT outsourcing, sourcing. So if you need to hire remote staff outside the U.S., which none of you do because that would we'd be in a completely different conversation if you were. We can build call centers, and we're also what's known as a master MSP. So we're not an MSP, we're an ITSP as our core business, but we build MSPs. So if anyone is ever like, oh, you know what, I always want to start an MSP. So for anyone who doesn't know what an MSP is, an MSP is a managed service provider. They're IT companies, but they're generally pretty limited. Like they have a function or a focus. So that might be like, we support Windows desktops. That would be an MSP. It could be we do Cisco networking thing. Like that could be an MSP. Often they do a few things. It's not just one, but they don't do everything. They normally have a thing that they do. And MSPs very often lean very heavily on vendors. There's exceptions, but they tend to lean very heavily on vendors. And so they don't often have really deep skills and knowledge. Sometimes they do, but not often. And they're often very challenged that they have these very tight niches. Whereas we do everything, right? We've run IT for multiple Fortune 10 companies. I started my career in 1989 in the 19th largest company in the world. I teach at university. I write books. Right, our team is fantastic. We've been a company for a long time. It's a really cool environment. We're still a small company. We have been through rough times like everyone else, but we do really interesting things. And so we're what's called a master MSP or a meta MSP. They use both terms. So if you either have an MSP and you need help, that's how we got into it, right? MSPs would call us and we'd be like, why are we doing basic IT work for an IT firm? This doesn't make any sense. They're an IT company, right? What are their customers using them for if they need to use us for this stuff? And that's when we learned that the average MSP has no IT skills in-house. They're just salespeople, and they might do password resets and a few things, but they really just call vendors or whatever and have other people do work for them. My dog just came in. Here's my little puppy. So if you're a company that's stuck on something, you can call us and be like, we don't know how to do this. You know, can you guys help us with this? And of course, you can be a direct customer, right? Let's say you're an insurance company, and you call us and you say, we need help with our IT. Of course, we help you, right? But also, you can be an MSP who services insurance companies. Here he is. This is Ramen. He likes to show up at least once an episode and say hi. Yeah, he's a good boy. We've had him since October. He's still a little puppy. Yes. Okay. No. Okay, Bitey McBiterson. Yes. This is not the time to tease on my head. Yes. Okay. Go with Lethal. All good?
I can't find the soup for the cat food.
Oh. I thought I set it on the shelf above.
I didn't see it there, like on the wooden one.
Yeah. It should be along there or in the bag.
I didn't see it in the bag either. I'll double check.
Okay. Maybe I'm not the last one who fed the cats, but I did feed the cats today, and I know I took it out. I don't think I left it somewhere.
I'll double check.
Okay. Just cat food scoop. So you could come to us and be like, we need help with this thing. We're in over our head. We don't have enough staff, something like that. But what gets really cool is you could be like, you know what, I've always wanted to start an MSP. I've got some customers, but I can't do the work. Either I don't have the skills, or I'm not interested. I'm just a sales guy, or I'm not available. I still got to keep my day job. You can call us, and we can build you an entire MSP in 48 hours. And I mean, we can help you pick out a name, build a brand, build a website, host that website, get you enterprise email, get you set up with all the functioning things, including phones, a full identity. We can get you to the point where someone calling into your business gets a call center with full-scale support, ticketing systems, remote monitoring systems, capability to handle anything you could possibly imagine. And you just sit down and define what kind of MSP you want, and we put it together. And it can be done hourly, depending on how you want it done. It can be 24/7. It can be done by the hour. It can be with dedicated offices, right? Like you want a dedicated office. We actually have a couple buildings that are prepared and ready to go. So if you're like, I want a call center just a small one, just a handful of people, but I want them all sitting with each other. I want someone to watch over them. I don't want people working from home, and I need this in the next 72 hours. We got you. We actually have a couple facilities ready to go with that we can staff up very quickly and put people into a physical office. And so, like, with whatever capabilities you need. Right, you can be like, I want to be a network-heavy company. I want to be a Windows company. You can be like, I want to be database specialist. I want to be a Linux specialty company. I want to do Macs. I want to do manufacturing companies. I want to do veterinarian. Like, you can pick your technical niches, your business niches, the size, 24/7, just a few days during the week, all kinds of stuff. You want people to answer the phone. You want it to just be email. You want, like, we have everything. And because nearly every tool that we use is built in-house or managed in-house, our ability to move really, really quickly and fluidly is something, right? It's really impressive, and we're incredibly unique at that. And we kind of fell into this quite some time ago because we were working with Rackspace, and they said, you know, we've been looking for companies like you for forever to work with our partners and stuff. And you're it. We're pretty sure you're the only company with this kind of scope. And we're like, really? This seems like rare, but it seems like there would be others. They're like, that's what we thought, but we've been looking for years, and you're it. You know, it's such a huge thing. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's been a neat business for a long time. I need to step away for just a second. My daughter needs a scoop for the... hold on, you gotta check and make sure these messages are caught up. Yes, everything looks fine. Nothing is missing. All right, I will be right back, guys. I have to go find a scoop.
For cat food. You keep not finishing it.
Oh, scoop for cat food. Getting a scoop for cat food. No luck finding the cat scoop. That's weird. Wonder where it is. Why did it disappear? All right, people didn't leave. I said don't leave, and they didn't. That's awesome. Angela says we can sell some books too. Lots. No shit, branded? Oh yeah. I'm Brid. So your email is in your video description. Did I hear that right? That is correct. Can I demo? What would we call us or you? I don't know. Is Shawarma Leon a Fortune 10 company? Yes, they're that big.
Es hora de hacer la tarea para mi clase de español. Yo ya. Tiffany says, Scott has the solutions. All your business needs. We really are all your business needs. It's kind of ridiculous. We're always like, we do everything. Like, people are like, what do we do? I'm like, even our CEO struggles with what we do. It's so many things. I'm Britain Man. I'm ready to get this VPN set up after talking to you, watching your videos. You're awesome and very much appreciated. Well, thank you very much. Brian says, chirp, chirp. Tiffany says, I'm Brid. Same space. If I knew it was this simple, I would have asked earlier. Oh, crap. I may have some business for you. Have collateral material, marketing websites. Who knows? We're not good at that stuff. It depends. That's really where we suck at our own marketing. But let me know what you need, because it depends on which thing you're looking for. We do, and some of that stuff is being done now. We actually have a new sales team that is starting this week, and we do so much marketing for other companies. It's one of those, like, the cobbler's kids with no shoes. Man, from Tiffany, I've been thinking about this for so long. Oh, for real, Tiffany. I've been thinking about this for so long. I'm definitely moving to Colombia by the end of the year. End of this year now. I have two friends who loved Colombia last year. Small world. Moved, not loved. Oh, moved. They didn't love it, but they moved. D. Gilbert says, I think you might have missed my message earlier, or else I missed your response. I did. I have no idea what you said. Oh, it all scrolled by. Oh my gosh, yes, there it is. And Giants Management, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I didn't even... It scrolled off my screen. It does this, like, sudden whoomp thing, and then I lose stuff. I, like, see it coming, and I want to mention it, and then it goes flying past. So, really appreciate it. Thank you. D. Gilbert says, I find it weird that when I talk to all the locals, they say it's dangerous here, but I haven't really seen anything that dangerous. Thoughts on this? So I actually have a number of videos on this, so it's really important. So this is the Truman Show effect, right? So there's a couple things going on here. One is that most locals don't travel. So if you think about, imagine an American or Canadian, wherever you're from, that has never traveled anywhere and doesn't have any way to learn about any place, really. They see some TV, but they don't really get a lot. It's very... oh, hold on. One of my friends wants to join us for D&D, and she says, can't sleep, so searching for D&D for the first time. It's not that late, so it's not a big deal that you can't sleep. That much tech my brain can deal with. I'm tired. Send me D&D shit if you have it, please. Did you tell the girls you invited me to join the... We're getting more and more people together for D&D. I bought Nimble today, for those who play, and I bought Legend of the Mist. So excited. And my Daggerheart and Mothership should be arriving tomorrow. They're already in Managua. Actually, I think they're in Leon. They just need to get to my house. So excited. Plus getting... miniatures and dice. Got a bunch of stuff. But let's get back. So why do they find it dangerous? So if you think about someone in the United States and you ask them, is it dangerous or safe? They actually don't know, right? Because you don't know what is dangerous or safe. You only know, well, I'm not afraid to go outside and walk down the street, but could someone attack you? Oh, they could. Okay, yeah, how do you define dangerous, right? It's a difficult thing. Until you've traveled to a bunch of places, what is or isn't dangerous isn't something you can really say very well. We always talk about how safe Europe is, but honestly, as an American traveling in Europe, I often feel more in danger in Europe, not in Switzerland, but in a lot of places like Italy, because I'm way more likely to be mugged or assaulted or pickpocketed. Right now, pickpocketing isn't scary like being shot, right? And so, how do you define safety? Because Europe is supposed to be much safer than the U.S., but Americans are routinely mugged in Europe who are not mugged in the U.S. But they're also acting like tourists, right? So that's a factor. Like, that's a big factor. So there's so much that goes into this. And so when you take Nicaraguans who are so much more isolated than Americans are, they don't get to travel to nearby states normally.
They certainly don't normally get to travel to other countries. The average Nicaraguan, hold on, I gotta deal with the dog losing its mind. I gotta bring her in, sorry. I wish someone was here to deal with something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just my business partner arriving home, and the dogs are freaking out. And my daughter has located the scoop. I am not the one who lost it. I just want this on the record. I am not the one who lost the scoop, because my wife will never believe it if we don't have a record of it. Okay. So it was just in my daughter's room. So Nicaraguans don't have any way to determine what is or isn't dangerous. So the fact that Nicaragua is much safer than, say, the United States, and many Canadians report even safer than Canada, of all things, which may or may not be true, but a lot of people do report it, and others say they're crazy, right? So it's not all one story. Nicaraguans have no way to tell you if it's dangerous or safe. And the same thing is actually true in honestly dangerous places like Yemen or whatever. Right? They may be at war, but if they don't get to travel to other countries, they don't actually know that other places are safe. Being at war and bombs being dropped on you does kind of flag as this must be more dangerous than normal. But when you're in a place like Nicaragua, where you're dealing with normal everyday life in most of the world, right? All of Latin America, all of North America, all of Europe, all of Southeast Asia, most of Africa, right? You live day-to-day lives without actually being in a lot of fear. So how do you compare safety when you're not actively in these different places? And the answer is you pretty much can't. So Nicaraguans have, as a starting point, no perspective. All they know is that they're able to go out and do things without a problem. And then everything that they get is fed to them by foreign media. Foreign media that wants the U.S., because it's paid for by the U.S., wants the U.S. and North America to look safe, and wants Latin America to look dangerous. So if you take people who live in a bubble and have no way to compare what is or isn't safe, so this is the Truman Show effect, right? I just did this video on the Truman Show effect. You take people who are in this bubble and don't have the ability to evaluate it themselves, and you bombard them with a message that other places they can't go are so much safer, and that they're really dangerous. What you tend to do is simply teach them that whatever they're observing is the definition of dangerous. So all you can get from a Nicaraguan, right? Asking them is itself a problem. How do you expect them? Don't ask. So this falls into that category of, this is the second thing that's prompting me to answer this other question that I wanted to put on at the beginning, and you guys have been so interactive, I haven't gotten to it. Don't ask a question from someone who can't give you an answer. It's the same problem with asking ChatGPT things it can't possibly look up. Hey, ChatGPT, what's the status of getting citizenship in Nicaragua? It doesn't know. It doesn't have a source for that, right? It's not that it wants to lie to you. It's that it doesn't have a way to tell you the truth. And so it's going to just give you something you want to hear, because that's its job. And so if you ask a Nicaraguan, they're not going to say, I don't know how safe it is here. They're going to take what little bit they know, that they've been told it's dangerous, and they're going to repeat it back with authority, because you asked them, so you want to hear what they have to say on it, and they want to sound authoritative. But you should know in asking them, they have no way to know, right? That's your obligation. You know you're asking a person without context. You know you're asking a person who can't speak your language on safety. And so you can ask very specific things. Can you go out at night and walk some? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Do you have to keep a gun under your pillow or near in your bedstand? No, I don't have to do that. Okay, well that tells you a lot about safety and how they're reacting to whatever the safety concerns are, right? Because if I go to the United States and ask those things, often I would get, no, I wouldn't walk there at night. Oh yes, I do have a gun in my nightstand or nearby. Those tell you much more, because those are concrete reactions. But if you're just asking, have you been told this is dangerous? Yes, I'm told this is dangerous. Then it means quite literally nothing. So that's the first piece. The second piece is if you actually ask Nicaraguans what the danger is, ask them to define their danger, because this is where it gets even more interesting. The first piece is important. You can't ask Truman from the... If anyone has not seen The Truman Show, please go watch that movie. But if you want to know what life in the world is like, or want to know if life in the Truman Show is real, you can't ask Truman. He doesn't know. He might have a guess. He may have a concern. But he has no way to know. He has no concept. He could be on a TV set that exactly mimics the real world. It could be much safer. It could be much more dangerous. He doesn't know. He could be in a bubble in space, like in Dark City. He could be on a spaceship with aliens. He doesn't know. He has no context, right? Same thing with the Nicaraguans. They have no ability to honestly answer that question. But ask them what the danger is, and I've done this a lot. And you know what I've consistently not received is any dangerous concerns. It's dangerous there, and Marcel is a great example. It's dangerous in Ciudad Sandino. You can't walk out there. You're going, the terrible things will happen. Okay, what do you think is going to happen? And the answer is quite often, well, they could grab your camera. That's not dangerous. That is not what dangerous means to English speakers, right? To an American or to a European or to a Canadian, dangerous means that I could be injured or physically harmed or killed, right? Or abducted or trafficked. These are the fears of North Americans. When people say it's dangerous for your children, they don't mean they may not get a really delicious lunch. They don't mean they might lose their backpack. They don't mean, they're not going to get the model of new Nikes that they wanted. Right? That's not what they mean. They mean they could be abducted. They mean they could not make it home today from school. They mean there could be a shooter. Right? Fear in North America is fear for our lives, fears for our safety. Fears in Nicaragua are fears for possessions, because their safety is essentially assumed. So because they're so safe, but all people have the concept of danger, they have shifted their fear from fear for themselves and fear for their children to being fear for their possessions. Right? This tells you everything. They are safe to a point that they've had to redefine danger so that it exists to them. And to be fair, right, violence does happen at times, just far less than we're used to. Right, breaking and entering can still happen. All these things can happen. Everything does happen. It's not a, it's not a panacea, right? But the skewing is so dramatic that it makes the entire conversation illogical to have, because they cannot comprehend what you actually mean by dangerous, because they don't experience that. But because America tells them they're the dangerous ones, they have to project what they know into the United States. Well, if this is dangerous, then the U.S. must not have any fear of theft or anything, right? If they're to believe all the things that they're told, which obviously isn't true, but that's why it ends up that way, right? And if you really stop and think about it, oh yes, a really safe country that is insulated would logically have these weird skewing would happen. Wow, we're just about to hit 600 views, which is pretty fantastic. You guys are really active tonight. This is great. Oh crap, man, business for me, definitely hit me up. I want to know. By the way, the mail shipping thing is a complication. No, very easy. So I use, and some people have had bad luck, but I've had just wonderful experiences. Envios Fast Track. I've had other places treat me really badly. They have been so good to me. Of course, my shipment today has not arrived yet. That's expected tomorrow, but I assume everything's okay. I have an address in Miami. I pay no tax on sending things there because it's an external shipping. It's a forwarder address, so Amazon and other places do not charge me anything. I've been ordering RPG material, Dungeons and Dragons kinds of stuff, and that's all coming with no taxes because it's a known forwarder. Amazon doesn't charge me taxes there, so I'm actually getting things slightly cheaper here than I would if I was in the U.S. I get them slower but cheaper. Good trade-off for me, and so I go on to, for example, Exalted Funeral. I ordered a whole bunch of stuff from Exalted Funeral today and went on, placed my order. They've already got my address in storage because of shop.com, and hit checkout, and boom, it's straight out, heading straight to they have my address in Miami. They send it to Miami. I get the tracking number. This is the one piece that's more complicated than Americans have to deal with. I grab that tracking number and I give it to NVO's Fast Track, and they watch for it, and then they know it's mine. My name's on it. They know it's mine anyway, but it does, allow us all to be on the same page, and they know it's supposed to go on the ship. They know it's all to go together, and all that kind of stuff. It's really quite perfect. So it's not complicated at all. When NVO's Fast Track gets it in Managua, they send me a note, say, what do you want to do? I'm always lazy about it, and I say, just put it on Cargo Trans. It takes 2 days to get here, $6, and it gets delivered to my door. I'm very good about ordering things with plenty of time so that I'm not of course, my new copy of Daggerheart is coming, so I'm really anxious to get that in my grubby little hands, but I shouldn't be that impatient. I have PDFs of Legend of the Mist. I can read those in the meantime. And so I don't care about the fact that it takes a little bit longer. It teaches me to be more patient. It makes me shop more purposefully. And it saves me a few dollars because of the tax thing. Even though I do pay for shipping, it's less than the taxes would have been. So it's a fantastic situation. And once you have that figured out, it is so fluid. I just send things to that address, it comes to me. My gosh, it's so easy. Here's your question. Small World, it's gotten popular over the past few years for how friendly they are to expats and digital nomads. I think he's talking about Colombia, but obviously Nicaragua as well. Brian, of all the things he listed, he can build Linux environments with one arm tied behind his back and only one eye. Even wrote exams, nerd. Oh, that's true. Not only am I over 150 industry certifications and ranked, my wife is even ranked top 10 in Texas Linux administrators at one point. But I once went to an interview and they made me take a Linux test and I had to stop them, and I'm like, just full disclosure, I'm the author of this test, and they didn't believe me, and I'm like, are you kidding? And then when I got the highest score ever, they were jaw dropped, and I'm like, you people suck. Did you not believe me? Is that what? Are you amazed that the person who wrote this exam passed it? What? This makes no sense. But yeah, I used to write exams too. I forget about that. D. Gilbert, it was before. Okay, that was it. I hope you have fun in Nika. Oh, to Tiffany. Indigital says, I can help with that, but need details. Douglas is here. Gino Perez, who lives in Colombia on a conjugal visa, is saying today via YouTube that Colombia is not so attractive, much higher income requirements, and no longer easy to join the health insurance. I don't know about that. My business partner, Paul, got back last week from Colombia and is trying to go back. He absolutely loves it. He just can't stop raving about it. Tiffany says, thank you, I am Brid. I hope Colombia works well. If not, Nicaragua is here. He says, haha, you ain't lying. I love Latin places, period, so it may be something to think of if Colombia doesn't work out. I really like Bolivia as well. That is my... well, I would go to Guatemala if I wasn't in Nicaragua, but if I had neither of those, probably Bolivia. The answer to that. Larry says, when are you going for your Bluefields trip? I'm not sure because I have so much work that I have to do right now, so I'm a little bit behind on being able to schedule that, but I hope really soon. Jillian is here. Hi, everyone. Jillian is joining me for Dungeons & Dragons soon, so that's kind of what brought that on. Although I did buy so much stuff today for our groups that I'm very excited. Although Nimble is not shipping until November, so that's a ways out, and Legend of the Mist physical books are not shipping until June. I buy everything early now, apparently. Mexican Righteous, Truman Show is a good movie. I love that movie. Such a good movie. Vladimir is here. I'm a local tour guide in Leon, and my customers ask me these kinds of questions often, but it's just a matter of common sense. It really is. But, you know, for people coming from the U.S., they have the same problem. They've been given this misinformation all the time. And so when they get other places, they're not sure how to interpret it. Danger usually comes at night anywhere, for sure. And Digital says, it's ridiculously safe here. Great people. You are a guest. Be respectful. Don't be stupid. They have strict gun laws, like no guns allowed. Amazing. Do not wear camo. That's true for anywhere in the Caribbean. Caribbean is specifically a no camo zone. Jillian says, interesting concept. Yeah. Vladimir says, I've lived almost my whole life in Leon and never saw a kidnapping or something similar. Right? Things that we're regularly afraid of in the U.S. are like that's not even a fear. Like people don't know how to react. Like Americans ask questions and Nikas are like, well, like it would never occur to them that like abducting your children. But we just had show members come up from Costa Rica, and they were amazed driving through the barrio here in Sutiava. They're like, look, there's kids on the street. You can't do that in Costa Rica. People would actually take them, right? The locals, like the local kids, can't be on the street. They were just blown away by how much safer Nicaragua was than Costa Rica. Which obviously Costa Rica is the most dangerous in the region, so that's significant. But and we're the safest, so the gap is really big because kids can play on the street in Panama and places. Yeah, they were quite surprised by how deep in the barrio we were, and everybody was outside. Families just sitting around. You know, no one is worried about safety at all. Right? Stray dogs are your biggest concern. Tiffany says, "What's wrong with camo? Is that because of the military?" Camo is because it's threatening, and military. A lot of places see it as a political statement, and so it's not allowed throughout the Caribbean. Richard Johansson is here. Some countries, camo is actually illegal for civilians to wear in public. Trinidad and Tobago is one of them. It's, I'd say, half of the Caribbean countries. I feel like. Camo is illegal. It's because, for the most part, it's because you're pretending to be military, right? It's part of a uniform, and you're just not allowed to wear it. John Blair, Costa Rica seemed dangerous. The neighborhood I lived in Costa Rica had numerous houses that had home invasions. So it's constant news from Costa Rica. Armed home invasions are like the new thing that we're hearing about. So it's a lot. We should record a city tour together. I'll share a history lesson for you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you got my email, or do you have my WhatsApp? Just hit me up, and we'll definitely do that. That'd be cool. That is some old coffee. I mean, it is from today, but it's because we invaded them several times. That is partially true. But it's not a lot of places. Trinidad and Tobago is pro-colonialism, actually. So it's there for very different reasons. It's much more, I think, a cultural thing throughout the Caribbean zone that they consider that reserved for the military, or they consider it inappropriate for people to be wearing. It's a little like it's the same places that you can't have guns, you can't go hunting. Small Caribbean islands, you don't go hunting, right? A stray bullet hits anybody. Like you just can't do that stuff. D. Gilbert, from what I've seen, stray dogs are not as a big a concern as dogs that have owners and are out and about. Okay, that's probably true. They're more dangerous because they aren't used to all the traffic and people, in my opinion. Individual says, that's where gringo comes from, they told me. They do say that. It's a complete fabrication. The gringo thing is so easy to disprove and makes no sense at all because it's from a time period where we didn't wear green. It comes from a place where that didn't happen. It's 500 years before the U.S. even existed. All kinds of things. But anyone who's telling you that is purely pulling your leg. It's an inappropriate story that I don't even think originates in Mexico. I think it originates in the U.S. to try to create animosity with Mexico. I've tried to track down the origins of that, but it's so weird that a very clear word Greek is portrayed as meaning green go in the wrong language. Like, it makes no sense. It's such a weird thing. But yes, Americans teach Spanish speakers that happened, and because many people don't take time to look up the etymology, they end up repeating it back to people. So I've heard it from Mexicans, but it makes no sense because the U.S. didn't wear green until like World War II, and the word comes from the 1500s or the 1400s, and from Spain, and literally is just the word for Greek, right? It would be really weird for them to say Greek, and mean green go to people who wouldn't exist for another 400 years, on a continent where they never were. Richard Johansson, hunting with guns, not so common, but trapping is quite common. I see guys trapping iguanas quite a bit. Here, but in the Caribbean? Maybe in the Caribbean. I mean like the islands, right? Obviously we're Caribbean too. We're equally Caribbean. We're cool too. All right, so I was in a Kickstarter. So my first ever Kickstarter was today, and not my own. The first time I've ever pledged, right? This is not a big deal. It's kind of like the first time I ever bought a book on Amazon, right? It's a very simple thing. But I've never done a pledge on Kickstarter before, so I've never tried it. But I'm really interested in this new game, Nimble, which is a simpler way to play Dungeons and Dragons. And it's meant to be faster, more engaging, and so forth. And so I've been following this, and I wanted to support the author, Evan, who's actually a friend of one of the people in the community. So we have like a connection to him. So it's like, okay, I'm that much more likely to want to support his work. So anyway, I went on this thing, and so he needed to raise $50,000 to do a print run of his new set of books. It's a bunch of books. Actually, he's got a new book coming out and reprinting old one. And so we pledged and bought a copy of all the books. And his goal was $50,000 to be able to do the print run. And today he decided, because it closed a couple hours ago, he went on a LiveStream bender. He's like, I'm going on LiveStream until the Kickstarter ends. And he just did it, and they beat by more than $50,000, which was his goal, right? His original goal was $50,000. They went almost $60,000 over $1 million. And so they did okay. My daughter was watching that with me last night, so I got to send her a note. So that's cool that he live streamed all day to get people to buy the books. So that's very exciting. He does some amazing work. He's really helping push the Dungeons and Dragons space forward in a really good, healthy way, and seems to be doing great things for the industry. So that's really cool. Anyways, we were watching that today. My kids are really into tabletop RPGs, which we talk about kind of a little bit every week, and my daughter and I really want to get into writing our own adventures. I'm trying to get a couple groups together here. Jillian is going to get into a group with my daughters and their friend Ava, so we all kind of hang out a bit. And I think I'm going to be running that group, although I prefer to play than to run. I really love playing, but finding an experienced DM is hard. But we are getting an adult group together here in town as well. And but my kids are like me, and we like to play a bunch of different things. So we have like 8 different games that we play now. We've got a whole bunch today, so we've been very much into it for the last 48 hours or so. Vladimir, I can't send. Well, I can send here, I guess. That is my email. But it's also in the show notes. Like, I'm very reachable. Or just watch for me walking around town. Rich is hunting. Vladimir says, send me. Anna's here. She waved. Hey, Anna. Richard Johansson says, I have only known of a few hunting things in the Caribbean. I knew a guy who was hired to hunt feral dogs in the Bahamas, but they were on some of the islands that had next to zero human population. Sorry, feral hogs, not dogs. That does make me feel a little bit better. Jillian says, Ava's in that group? OMG, gonna have so much fun. Stoked. Yes, Ava wants to play. Ava's new as well. So my girls have been playing for 6 years, but not a lot. We don't play a ton. Luciana plans to start running her own game soon, but she wants to get through an entire campaign. With me running it, we're doing Dragons of Ice Spire Peak. That is really hard to say quickly. I tried to get April to play with us. Could not talk her into it. But yeah, Ava's going to play, and my girls, and Jillian. So it should be a lot of fun. We're going to try to play Nimble, actually. I'm hoping that the Nimble stuff shows up in the next few days. Evan, who runs Nimble, said he's hoping in a few days he's gonna be able to get it out. So fingers crossed that we're gonna get it. The print version of Nimble doesn't come out until November, but my gut is that Nimble is going to be really good for new players because it's like Dungeons and Dragons simplified and faster. Because real D&D, for those who have not played, is freaking fantastic. But it's a middle of the road. So tabletop RPGs come in rule light versions and rule heavy versions, and there's other things that vary as well. The heaviest rules are Pathfinder, which I love, and the lightest rules are not Nimble, but Nimble's on the light side. Dungeons and Dragons 5.5, the current version, also known as 2024, but they did officially rename it this week. Everyone's been calling it 5.5 for 2 years, and Wizards of the Coast finally bowed to public pressure and just named it 5.5. So that's official as of like 4 days ago. 5.5 is very much a middle-of-the-road game, which I like a lot about it. That it gives you plenty of rules, but it's still a lot. And I think for people who are on their own as new players, I think that's actually really good. If you were to say, I'm going to go pick this up and I'm not going to play with anybody, I'm not going to have I just have to do this in a bubble. I think D&D is really good because it gives you enough rules to answer a lot of your questions and demonstrate how to do things, but not so many, like Pathfinder, to be overwhelming. But it's still probably overwhelming, but Pathfinder is really freaking overwhelming. Whereas Nimble, I think, leaves way too much unanswered if you're in a bubble. If you're just picking it up and going, oh, so what do I do when it may not have the answer for you? But if you're someone like me who's been playing for 40 years, something like Nimble is easier to help someone play, because when they go, what do I do now? You go, oh, just do this. And the answer's easier, if that makes sense. And I hadn't thought of that on my own. I was watching, it was probably Mystic Arts. Dadi was saying, something about new players really need a lot of rules when they're on their own if they don't have experienced groups to play with, because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle different situations. Meaning, for those who've never played, you come to the side of a pit. It's 10 feet across. Are you going to try to jump it? Most experienced people will be like, I can't jump 10 feet. No. Right? But people who are not experienced will be like, I'm going to try jumping 10 feet. That seems reasonable. No, it's not. No one jumps 10 feet. Right? Especially not wearing armor and carrying a weapon. You got to be kidding me. And you've been walking for hours. You're not fresh. You're not jumping 10 feet. How do you handle that? Do you just say no? Do you just say yes? There's a lot of opinion that goes into this. As someone experienced, I'm very likely to be like, I'm just not going to let you do that. Or if you have a really good reason for it. Man, my guy can jump. It's his skill. He's a jumping professional. He's an acrobat. Okay, I'm going to let you try to jump 10 feet, but it's going to be hard. You're going to have a chance of failure. Oh, how do we gauge the chance of failure? I know how to gauge the chance of failure for that, right? I have an opinion on that. I can just move with it. But someone who's new is going to be like, I don't know what to do. But at least in D&D, they can look up a rule. What to do when jumping a 10-foot pit. Oh, here's what they say to do. And they're just going to do that. Whereas Nimble is make a judgment call. For me, knowing how to make a judgment call, boom, made my judgment call, moved on. And my players aren't going, wait, I think I saw a rule about that. Shut up, stop using the rules. Just play the game. Right, but with D&D, you got these people who are like, I'm looking up the rule, no, here it says, I have a 50% chance of making it on a 10-foot jump. All right, whatever. Let's do that. So Jillian says, should I be researching Nimble, not D&D? So, no. you're going to find almost nothing, and the people you find online playing Nimble are all going to be professionals. So, no, don't look that up, because it's pretty new, and it's mostly people like me who've been playing for forever, that are excited about it. And it's compatible with D&D. So make sure when you're looking at D&D that you're looking at new stuff, D&D 5.5. And we might not play Nimble. We might just go with D&D because we also have that. But the girls and I are playing a D&D campaign right now. And they're compatible. So it's like D&D simplified. So there'll be stuff in D&D that are like, do this, do that, do this, look all these things up. And Nimble will be like, just do it. Or just don't do it. Or do this one roll instead of 10. But it'll be basically the same. But more importantly, Jillian, because you're going to be playing like with a group that knows what they're doing for the most part, don't worry about rules for D&D. That's not how players need to play. When you've been doing it for a while, maybe a month or 6 months, and you're like really into it, and you're like, I want to do stuff while we're not playing, I want to really get into this, then digging into rules and learning like in-depth things, studying monsters, studying weapons, studying magic items, studying character types, that can be a lot of fun. It really can. And like, so for me, I could care less about my character's backstory. Give me a character and I'll play them. I like role play. My kids love character generation. They love spending time coming up with the facial features of their characters. They love coming up with their clothing, their backstory. They like building the backstory of their character. Much like, okay, so if I'm going to play a video game, I'm like, I want the game to just give me a character. And then tell me what the deal is. I will play that character. Are they weak, strong, smart, stupid, tall, short, male, female? I don't care. Tell me who I am. I will play that character because I enjoy the role play. My kids, they love The Sims. They love House Flipper. They love when they're going to play Skyrim, they will spend hours choosing the right race, the right clothing, the right hairstyle, tattoos. They will get really into making the character. And a lot of people love this. And so that's a fun thing that newer D&D really strong with. Whereas old D&D, like, so Jillian was like, whoa, D&D goes to 1974? Yeah, but no one played it in 74. It got popular around 78. But yeah, it actually comes from 1974. And in those early days, easily through at least 85, if not through the late 90s, realistically through all the 90s, we didn't spend time making backstories for characters. It was like, I'm a dwarf, I'm 80 years old, my name is this, and I have an axe. And maybe there's some, like, this is the town I come from. And that was it. It's just how we played. Now, some people still play that way. And people who do, generally, they play what's called OSR, Old School Renaissance, where they're intentionally playing an old style from the 70s and 80s. But for most people playing today, and we're in we're in the biggest time period of D&D ever. The new D&D movie was excellent. It drew in a bunch of people. The Stranger Things was excellent. Drew in millions of players. Something else big happened recently. I can't remember. Someone said, is it Big Bang Theory? I don't watch that, but I think they played it, and it really brought in a bunch of interest in the field. So Dungeons & Dragons and its ancillary ecosystem has grown exponentially in recent years. But because it's bringing in people who didn't seek it out for a really long time, people who didn't stumble on it naturally but found it through these other media, they're a slightly different audience than the old game was. So, like, my kids finding it through, well, me mostly, right? They grew up with my wife and I playing it, so they've always seen it. But, like, their friends knowing about it, finding it through Stranger Things in most cases, or in Ava's case, she found it from the D&D movie, right? They come to it with a different vibe. They come to it with a more youthful energy and all kinds of stuff. Oh no, in digital, my kids hate AI with such a burning passion. Like, they're upset that the concept exists. I don't know anyone who hates AI more than my kids, or at least my youngest. My eldest hates it, but my youngest hates it with every inch of her being, every ounce of her being, to such a degree, which sucks because I run AI data centers. Like, It's also part of. So a lot of new players, whether it's because they're coming from just Gen Z video gaming and things like The Sims are out there and people are used to spending lots of time decorating their houses, coming up with their, or a lot of video games do things with like crafting and like different, whole different mechanisms that we didn't have in old D&D. They've expanded what people are interested in. And so new D&D and a lot of new games like D&D, including Legend in the Mist, including Root, including I'm struggling to think of some, but there's lots that put huge emphasis on backstory creation. And so you're really thinking about your character from a physical perspective, from a clothing perspective, from a history perspective, from a personal trauma perspective, from a motivation perspective. What makes your character want to do this thing, right? Now, the last time that I played in a big group where I got to play and wasn't the DM was started in 2011. It's probably right. Yeah, that seems right. With my bestie Rachel, and my kid's old nanny and my wife, and we had a DM that played, and it was really cool that so we were playing. I'm pretty confident we were playing. Oh, I know, we were playing 4th edition, the one that no one likes, the redheaded stepchild of D&D. Everyone loved 3rd. Everyone loves 5th. And there's plenty of people that like 1st and 2nd. I grew up on 0th and 2nd. I skipped 1st now, but the 2nd is just 1st rewritten. But 4th was the one no one liked. But we played a 4th campaign, and my character had so much backstory, like complicated backstory. I played a merchant with this huge amount of drama and motivation and side arcs and like all kinds of stuff. And it's so much fun getting into the character and really like getting passionate about their place in the universe and their participation and their interaction with the other characters and making it really meaningful. We had a really great, it wasn't a really long campaign, but my DM is one of those DMs that just gets way too fanciful and like forgets to anchor any amount of reality. So that was a negative. But he did have a very vibrant world and a lot of excitement, and let us really work a lot with our characters as he should have. And we just had such a great time. And that was what my kids witnessed as our early gaming. And so they've always wanted to play a lot of D&D. And so we're running a bunch of different groups so that they can play a bunch of different ways. And one of the things I do want to get together here is an OSR group that plays OSE when the new 2026 rules release later this year. I'm just waiting for that. And I want to get a group together that goes back and plays the old 1970s and 1980s adventures from original TSR and Judges Guild, and just go through them and film them and do like a really serious throwback to like this is TTRPG history, and we're going to take a modern playthrough of not just 1 or 2, but like a big swath of the library, and you know, kind of play through history, and play some of the great campaigns, and you know, see if they still hold up, and give people something to watch. And a lot of people have done this. I'm not saying we're groundbreaking here, but I think it's cool. So that is something I'd like to do, like, because I've been playing since the mid '80s, and a lot of those things were still coming out. It's like, oh, I'd really like to go back and see what that whole world was really kind of doing all through that. And a lot of those keep getting rewritten because they're classics. So experiencing those classics kind of anew would be really cool. Do I use Twitch? I was the original. I have a Twitch account. I've used it. I am not a Twitch streamer, which sounds crazy because here we are with me live streaming all the time. I do need to get into that. So my kids hate streaming. So they hate AI and streaming. So they don't want to do these games live, but I've got a bunch that I want to do. I mean, you know, Into the Unknown, Keep on the Borderlands, Temple of Elemental Evil, what is it, Pit of the Dark Queen or whatever. Against the Giants, and I have them all. Right, I have all of these ready to go. I've been reading some. Sometimes I just read them just to get inspiration or historic. Right, it's fun. Like when I'm getting ready for bed, sometimes I just read a little bit, and it's really good for being chill and relaxing. But I was gonna say for Jillian, the thing is you don't need to worry about rules, right? And then, so a couple things that I would not do is don't watch big production gameplay. There's some big TV channels now that people play D&D as like entertainment, and they can be really fun, but they're very misleading as to what normal gameplay is like. So I would avoid those. And don't look for things that really explain a lot of rules. It's fine to mention rules, it's fine to get into it, it's fine to be interested, but there's a ton of rules, and even when I'm playing rule-heavy systems, Pathfinder, D&D, as a DM, I'm a very rule-light player. It's all about the role-playing. It's about the game. Some people, including my kids, love knowing all their stats, and they love knowing the rules, and they love having expanded rules, and they love rolling the dice. And that stuff can be fun, and nothing wrong with that, but it's unnecessary. It's all the machinations of the game, but it's not the game itself. The game itself is an interactive storytelling, a collaborative, interactive storytelling experience, and you don't need any of those things to do that. The fact that we're playing D&D versus Nimble under the hood will influence how quickly the game paces, and some things like that, but it doesn't mean in any case that those are things you really have to learn. You'll learn them just by naturally playing, but it's not it's not the kind of thing you can easily just go check out some rules and be like, oh, I got this, right? It's complicated when you get into all the things. So we know we have ways to do these things to make it more approachable. Digital says, did you guys play Warcraft? I was a god there, worked there. It's really awesome that you worked there. I have actually never played Warcraft. I don't find it interesting. It's just not a vibe that I'm really into. But I know a lot of people love it, right? Indigo says, I played analog D&D, weird and cool. Analog D&D meaning like in person on pen and paper? Like that's almost the only way I've played. I've only used a VTT for 2 sessions or something. Like I have like no experience with VTTs. No, that's not true. Recently I played a D&D 5th edition, a 2014 one, maybe 2 years ago. It was before 2024 was out, so it might have been 3 years ago. And we played Curse of Strahd, and we played that using Roll20, but Beyond for the rules and books. And it was like, okay, this is cool. This is cool. It's the first that I really used one. I knew they existed. I've seen them, but I never worked with one. So that was interesting. And then because my kids really so my daughter, Luciana, especially really likes D&D 5.5. And she really likes prepackaged campaigns because they're kind of more approachable. It kind of brings you into a fold, makes you part of a group. To do that, it's much cheaper to use the VTT, to use D&D Beyond, to do that. And so we've been using D&D Beyond, and honestly, they've fixed a lot of things, so it's decently usable now. So now I've done a little bit of digital gaming with that, and it is honestly pretty cool. I really like the auto roll, because I'm not into rolling the dice. I don't care. I like holding dice. I like having a bag of dice, but I don't actually care if I get to roll them. And I love that it tracks everyone's stuff. I love that it does Fog of War. Like, there's some stuff I really like. So I'm enjoying learning how to use that. But honestly, I feel more connected playing with pen and paper. So I think with the group that I'm going to do with Ava and Jillian, I think we're going to do Nimble and use pen and paper. So we're actually playing on, just a table. Ava's house is perfect. She has perfect lighting for it, a nice table for it. And they're in town, so it's easier to order Pizza Hut and stuff like that. Sims is the only game I've ever bought as soon as it came out and loved it, Jillian says. My wife plays, and my kids play so much Sims. It's amazing how many people here play Sims. I have played it, of course, but my wife has been an addict since the original Sims 1. Our friends, a different Ava, and her sister Marilyn are both Sims addicts. They play everything. Sims 1, 2, 3, 4, medieval, and is it Herbs, and they have like every possible version. They even keep a PlayStation 2 just to play the PS2 versions of The Sims, and they cycle through them all the time. It's crazy, but I kind of do that with Tropico, so I get it. But everyone around me plays The Sims incessantly, and my kids' cousins play it, but it's cool, but I don't get into that. Oh, Brian says, I don't like it either. Indigenous says, I'm from the gaming industry, just wait. Well, I know, right? Like, I'm in the gaming industry, too. It creates a community, too. Wait, do you mean... I think you mean Twitch? That would be cool. I've not used Twitch recently. I need to start playing with it. Original board dice book. Oh, Wazard had to lead it. I don't follow that. Fog of War is appropriate. The Fog of War on D&D Beyond is really good. He says, what consoles do you have? None. I have not had a console in a number of years. Remember, I live in Nicaragua, so consoles are much harder to get. So we do PC gaming. We don't have any consoles. Oh, that's not true. My kids have a Switch that they never use. It can easily go over a year without being plugged in. So we don't really use that. Once in a while they want to play some game that's not available anywhere else, and so but very little at this point. I don't know if there's a single game on there that they actually like. No, Animal Crossing. They will play Animal Crossing, but they do have my wife has a Steam Deck. My kids have a Steam Deck. I hope to get one maybe in 2 years. We're gonna get a Steam machine this year is the plan. Our gaming desktop, we have a backup one that works, but we had a really nice one. I mean, it was older. We got it in 2016. It bit the dust finally. So, I mean, it's 10 years old. It's not a big shame that it bit the dust. But we're going to replace it with a Steam machine. The new one that comes out this year is the plan. It's just going to make life easier. And then I would like to get a new Steam Deck. We do a lot of Steam, but I buy everything I can on GOG. Is what I prefer. So, yeah. Hey, real quick, I'm going to answer a question because we have not done this in forever, so we'll jump into that, but definitely ask. We've probably done enough on VPNs and stuff. Don't need to do that one, but definitely if you got D&D questions, comments, history, who's played what, interested in what, getting a group together, all that stuff, let me know. I'm very excited that Jillian wants to play with us. Like, this is going to be really cool. It was funny. We were at lunch yesterday, and was it yesterday? My gosh, time. I have no concept of time. Jillian and I were having lunch and a bottle of wine yesterday, and I'm like, I'm sure you have no interest in this, but I have to ask, do you want to play D&D with us? And she's like, yes! She was so excited. I'm like, yeah, cool. So that's going to be really cool. Because my kids and Ava are playing, and she and Ava hang out, and she and my kids are friends. So I was like, this is like the perfect group if she... And I didn't think she had ever played, but that she knew about it and wanted to play, it was like the perfect combination. So real quick, user, this is just a random account. And how far in are we on the show? This is hilarious. We are at the 3-hour, 42-minute mark. He says, okay, I have watched many of your videos, not all. Can you sometimes focus on what to do instead of what not to do? I understand the first step is to live in Nicaragua and explore different regions to find the right fit, but once we've picked a city, what are the specific practical steps we must take to actually find a house? Thank you for the great info and videos. Well, thanks for the comments. And Luke jumped in, and I'm just going to say, so I made some comments that I'll just repeat ad hoc. Luke said, after 2 initial visits to the region, it was easier for me to tune in which departamento I wanted to be in. I'm used to living in rural suburbia, 1 acre, 5 minutes out of town. I'm deliberately forcing myself to rent an apartment in the city for a few years before I look for land I want to build on, then probably another 2 years before I'm able to move in. This forced urban living will make me reevaluate what I thought was most important to me in a home before arrival and make the necessary adjustments. Bottom line, plan to rent for years before you even do drive-bys for land or home reviews. Excellent, excellent commentary from Luke. Okay, so the response, the reason that he's saying that I often say what not to do is because this is a response to the video, can I recommend a real estate agent, which of course is my video where like, no, I cannot do that. And Individual says, I hope you're getting paid. I am on the clock. I am actually, so on Thursday nights, I do cover a shift for the company. So I'm actually on a shift right now, but it's a really slow shift. So it's not a big deal at all. I should just double check, make sure I haven't missed. I have alerts in case I'm going to miss something, but all good. I'll just say our pleasure and mark this as pending, so I don't have to look at it again. Easy peasy, lemony squeezy. Okay, so what else was I doing? So of course I say what not to do, and I get this. Like, it can be difficult what to do, but one of the hardest things is part of the what to do is things that no one wants to do and no one wants to hear is the answer, right? People want, how am I going to find someone? How am I going to, and these just, they don't come across well when I'm like, you can't do any of this. I'm sorry. But so often the answer is going to be, 1, move to the country. If you can visit before you move, great. That can be wonderful. That can be very beneficial. Oh, Jillian is falling asleep, so we'll talk to you later. All right, have a good night, Jillian. She needed sleep anyway, so that's good. But we're getting our D&D. Individual says, original game of D&D was before computing. Yes, 1974. What the heck was I saying? So moving to the country and spending time, like Luke said, if you can find a way to narrow down your departmento, that's going to make life a lot easier, right? But that's not a concrete, you have to do that. It's a good idea, but it's not a necessity. Get here, spend time. But this is really where even asking what are the steps to start looking for a house, don't look for a house. And this is what Luke is saying. Just take the whole concept out of your mind. You need to be living here for a couple years. And that's always the piece that's skipped, right? I understand the first step is to live in Nicaragua and explore. But once we've picked a city, no, it's not once you pick a city. Once you pick a city, wait for 2 years. At the end of 2 years, ask yourself, do we feel confident that we know we're in the right place? Do we want to make a permanent decision at this point? And do we feel comfortable making a permanent decision at this point? And at that point, you hopefully have enough knowledge to at least answer that well. You may not be right, but you're much more likely to be right. And even 2 years, I'd be very, very cautious jumping at 2 years. But at 2 years, I think there's a chance. And during that 2 years, you should have a real feel of, oh, city worked, city didn't work. Country worked, country didn't work. Suburbs worked, suburbs didn't work. Matagalpa didn't work, so I'm in Esteli. Esteli didn't work, so I went to Leon, and so forth. 2 years is enough to answer an awful lot of questions and should be enough to beat out of you any jumping the gun feelings. So that's what to do. 2 years minimum of renting in a community that you've at least made an educated guess at is going to work for you. After 2 years, hopefully you understand something about the real estate market. Hopefully you understand your own needs within country. Hopefully you have a fair idea of what your lifestyle is like and so forth. And then you won't need to ask me what these questions are, but totally okay for me to answer them. I'm just saying that the answer is be patient. It will all sort itself out as long as you're patient. But after 2 years, you will have accumulated contacts by living here for 2 years to have an idea of who to talk to for things. That will happen naturally. 2, you will have an idea of exact neighborhoods and streets and even houses that you find interesting. You will have visited houses, you will have walked by houses, you will see pictures of houses, and you'll have an idea of what lifestyle options exist for you, and maybe even some idea of what they cost. You will know all these warnings that I give you, don't talk to real estate agents, don't go looking online for things. These things will all be second nature to you by then. You won't need me to have told you. You'll look back on yourself from 2 years before and go, why did I think I could do that? That makes no sense, right? But it's because you didn't have context on Nicaragua. I totally get it. You should be easy on yourself. It's not your fault. But that's how you'll look back and be like, how stupid was I? Because I can tell you, after 2 years here, I look back at where I was when I first moved, and I was stupid, right? So I get that. And you don't want to be making those decisions when you're stupid. And then you will know that you can walk around on the street, talk to people. You'll know you can walk around and look at signs that say for sale, for rent. You'll know that there's people you can ask to keep an eye out for things. You'll know exactly where you want to be. You know that there's a house you might be interested in and that's not for sale, but if you walk up and make an offer, they might sell it to you anyway. You'll know all these things. They'll be second nature, and you'll still find it nerve-wracking and frustrating that you have to do this really difficult process to try to find a place. But you'll also know that you can rent indefinitely, and there's no hurry. There's no reason for you to be rushing into buying anything. You may even, like most people, discover you don't want to buy, and yet you may not be in the right neighborhood, and that there's a whole bunch of unknowns that you now know are unknowns. You've uncovered these unknowns. And so those are very real possibilities. But if you do, at that point, really want to still buy a house, and trust me, I bought a house, like I get it, right? You will be in a position where it all comes naturally and it all is just straightforward, and you won't be going, oh, Scott left us just thrown to the wolves. There's no way to figure out what to do. You'll be like, oh my gosh, living here, it's so obvious now what you have to do. And yes, if I hadn't waited that time, I would have gotten everything wrong. I wouldn't have understood what I was looking at. I wouldn't have understood what people were telling me. I would have understood the value proposition or the risks. I wouldn't have internalized the immense lack of liquidity on the market and so forth. Those are just very, very difficult things to internalize until you've been here and experienced it. Because everybody wants to sell you a house, right? The agent wants to sell you a house, but the homeowners want to sell you a house. Everybody benefits from you buying, and basically everyone benefits most by you paying too much, right? The only loser in overpaying is you, right? So no one is incentivized to protect you, because no one makes money by protecting you. They all make money by you losing money. That's the source of the money. And so if you allow people to persuade you to buy early or to pay too much, well, it's going to happen, right? It's just naturally. It's the course of events as the universe dictates. So that patience can't be overstated how important it is. Okay, I know there was... Someone just asking about property taxes. I'm like, I own all these properties. I don't even know about paying property taxes. Whatever it is, it's so low, we never even talk about it. Someone said... I answered this one. Here we go. Okay. So I really want to talk about this. I'm gonna send the link, and I gotta figure out where my show link is. There it is. I want to get... What's our marker? Anybody got the marker? 3 hours, 53 minutes. 3 hours, 53 minutes.
Okay. So in this particular one, this is, if anyone saw this, he asked the question yesterday, how long can I stay for my $10? I understand it's 90 days. What about if I want to stay permanently? Just keep renewing, you keep paying the $10. It was a little bit of a weird question because I couldn't be sure if he was asking about the $10 or if that was not really the part of the question. But he had a follow-up question sometime after that. It might have been 2 minutes after that. I don't know. He says, I heard that at the frontier of Costa Rica, the immigration officers say you can't be a permanent tourist, you need to become a resident. So this is what we call asking the impossible questions, right? So you have to have, when you ask people questions, you have to understand what you're asking and who you're asking. Why are my dogs barking? I hear doors, so they're barking at someone. And so, same thing that we say, like if you ask a real estate agent about houses, you guarantee that they are being paid because you're their incentive. They're either being paid or incentivized to be paid to give you misinformation because they want to sell you a house, right? They do not benefit by telling you the truth. And by going to a person who's a salesperson, we say this in business all the time, if you go to a salesperson, it is their social contract that they will try to sell you something. They can say anything they want to try to get you to buy it because you approached them. You knew they were a salesperson. If they lied about being a salesperson, that's different. If they lie, I'm not a real estate agent, and they really are, that's different. But when you know they're a salesperson, when you know they're an agent, and you proposition them for advice, the opposite of what they're paid to do, right? A salesperson is their job, their compensation, their moral obligation is to use their position to influence you against your better judgment to spend money or more money than you would have without that person. If they don't do that, on average, successfully, they have no means of generating value to maintain their job. Their job exists for that sole purpose, right? To get you to buy something you wouldn't have bought otherwise, right? Now that could be, I wasn't going to buy a sandwich and now I am, or I was going to buy a small sandwich, now I'm going to buy a large. Both of those are valid ways. But a salesperson's purpose of existence is to make that upsell. And so understanding that if you approach them, if you open them and ask them to give you advice, you are, under your social contract, obligating them to try to sell you the thing that they have. And if you don't like that later, that's on you, because you made the decision, right? That is not a paid advisor. As someone who works in a paid advisory role, right, we are the opposite of salespeople. I work in IT. IT and sales are opposites. Real IT is the people that protects you. Our job is to advise you about what you need. The salespeople job is to advise you what you don't need. Your job is to understand who's the salesperson and who's the advisor, only listen to one and never listen to the other. That's your job. My job is to give you this advice, and their job is to trick you into not listening to me. Right? And so smart people avoid the salespeople. They know that they're there to trick them, and so they never open the social contract to allow them to. But most people fall for it because it's easy. Salespeople are very good at selling themselves. That's why they're salespeople. Right? So this is a similar thing. This is not salespeople. But this is a situation where we're going to someone and asking the wrong question and forcing them to give you an obvious answer. An answer that I have already given and we know is the case. So we don't know what exact question was asked, but we can hypothesize based on the answer. The answer being, immigration officers say you can't be a permanent tourist. Of course you can't. That's why we have border runs. Every time you do a border run, it officially ends your tourism and starts it again. Whether that's every 90 days or every 180 days, that is what that does. Right? Now we know from the previous thing. I know I can stay for $10 for 90 days. What if I want to stay permanently? So to humans, stay permanently includes going to the border and coming back in. It takes a few minutes. That's not leaving in the human sense. When we talk about, do you live here? Yes, I live here. Do you have to do border runs? Yes. People all over the world
do border runs as a way to maintain their residency within a country. They do it in Thailand, Cambodia, nearly every Latin American country, some European countries, not the Schengen, but others. It's done all over the world. It is normal. And nobody says you don't really live there, right? You can spend your whole life living there. There's people living here for more than a decade doing this system. They don't say, oh, you don't really live in Nicaragua because you spend 4 hours a year outside the country, right? It seems weird, right? Well, yeah, you have a house there. Your kids go to school there. Your business is there. You're there 365 days of the year. But at some point during the year, you step out of the country. What? It's a tiny place. Imagine if you're not a New Yorker because you visited Pennsylvania for a few minutes this year. That would sound insane, right? So we as humans say these things. This is where you live. You're permanent, whatever. And we all understand what that means. When you talk to immigration and you say you want to stay permanently, they have to accept those words as without doing my border run. If your goal, why else would you ask that? One, why are you asking them at the border? That is not their place to give you advice on this. That is not the process you go through anywhere in the world. Do not do these things. Think about who you engage. Because when you go to the police, which is what border control is, when you go to border control and you ask them for information, when they're not your border agent, right? I'm not saying that the Department of Migración doesn't have the right information for you, but you need the right person from there. You can't just ask a person who's stamping your passport to give you their opinion on something it's not their job, right? They know that they're stamping you for 90 days. Do they know that you can get extensions? I don't know if they know that. Why would they know that? Right? Who do you ask? You have 3 people to ask. People who are professionals at this like me. Your lawyer, who's given access to the stuff from Migración, or your Migración agent in your city. The person who actually extends you and makes these decisions. But you also have to understand what you're asking. You have to understand the language you're using. You can't just say, how do I stay permanently? Because you can't. You have to do this border run system. When you're talking to the police, it is not permanent. When you're talking to humans, it is permanent. Right? They are different things. And permanent, also, normal residents who stay here forever are also not categorized as permanent. That is a short-term residency. Permanent residency is a specific category of residency under the law. So using terms that are official loosely in non-applicable circumstances to people who are not the right authority and asking them to give you an answer, all they can do is answer based on those words. So this should be something we all know not to do, right? You don't pick out random people and go, I want to stay here forever. How do I do it? I just want to do it like this, right? You will get bad answers because the question didn't make sense, but you think you were asking one thing and they had to answer what you asked. They don't get, right? When you go to lawyers or judges or police, they don't get the discretion of, so this is where, so I'm autistic, right? I'm neurodivergent. When it comes to the law, policies, rules, things like contracts, everything is neurodivergent. Right? Everything official, everything that matters is neurodivergent. There is this space in the world where neurotypical people are given latitude to say one thing but mean another and hope that people can imply what they mean and they can get mad when they don't understand. And much of the time they do understand, which people like me have no clue how that happens, but it does. But when it comes to actually asking officials and talking about the law, all of that instantly ends. And you need to think like a neurodivergent person or an autistic person or a computer or a lawyer, right? And so you can't say permanent tourist because clearly that is not what's happening. And you know that's not what's happening because of the previous thing. You have to do a border run. That stops you from being a tourist and you become a tourist again. Which we say in countless videos, so that information is out there. right? We have said that. And we've also said that at some point in the indefinite future, under the right circumstances, under many circumstances, Migracion, not random people stamping your book, normally the person that you go to extend with in your city, that you have a relationship with, that you talk to on a regular basis, who knows exactly who you are, they can answer questions about when you're going to need to get residency, if you need to get residency. The idea that you ever need residency is an if. It is not a foregone conclusion, even if you want to stay permanently. Because presumably, when you say you want to stay permanently, it does not rule out doing border runs. It does not. You may think it does, but it does not in most cases, right? There's so many misconceptions with these things that, and given where this question was asked, right? And it isn't necessarily this person. He says, I heard that at the frontier, right? So this is hearsay. Some person at arm's length asked some inappropriate question and got an answer they didn't understand and is now repeating it. And then, so this is just they heard. So we know that whoever asked that question has no clue what they're talking about and is not in a position to discuss it. They need to find someone who knows what they're talking about and find out. They need to watch my show. That information is in there. They need to talk to a lawyer. That information is in there. My show is watched and is vetted by Migracion, right? There has been situations where people have complained to Migracion about my show. Migracion has called me. We've gone through the material and they've gone, oh no, it's all correct. You're good, right? This show is not operating in a bubble, and we're not operating trying to sneak anybody in. We are trying to give you the accurate, correct, best things for how the country wants you to behave, right? The border run system is absolutely official. It is absolutely acceptable. It is not a loophole. It is not skirting the system. And like we say, when the government is ready for you to stop doing that, they have mechanisms to alert you. We recommend you do extensions in the country, which guarantees you have a resource to communicate with to make sure you are not caught by surprise by this in any way. If you forego that system and do the thing where there's lots of people who are like, Scott, I don't like the extensions. I find them so stressful having to spend this 5 minutes every 30 days to do something. So I'm going to do a border run every 90 days. It feels like they're doing it to spite me. I know they're not, but it really does feel that way. They are skipping the process by which they are given lots of warning and insight. But they can do that. But they are voluntarily skipping their extensions and instead relying on the person stamping their passport to make a judgment call instead of an office official who knows them. So if you do that, you're going to trigger your end of border run flexibility much earlier. You have lots of behaviors that can play into this. Most people travel. Lots of people travel a lot. Some people snowbird. There's a lot of situations where you are here permanently, but not here permanently to the officials, right? And so understanding the context of whom you're speaking is just a life requirement, right? So it should be clear that whoever got this initial information had no idea what they were talking about and was not in a position to relay information. So, yes, the border run system can be indefinite. But that does not mean you can be a permanent tourist. You are a permanent... So this is context, right? This is very similar to confusing immigrant and expat. I would like to be an immigrant. Oh, no, you can't just do that. I would like to be an expat. No, you already are. Oh, they're clearly different things. Becoming an immigrant requires the country to allow you to be. An expat is something you decide on. When you leave your home country, you're an expat. If you are bouncing between many different countries, you remain an expat. You also remain a tourist. Nicaragua does not have the ability to determine whether you are or not a tourist or whether you are a permanent tourist, right? So think about this, right? As a person who's become an expat, until you become an immigrant somewhere, you are a permanent tourist. You just are. So when they say you can't stay a permanent tourist, of course you can. But that's in the context of you. When we look in the context of Nicaragua, under which the police and Migracion of Nicaragua are always operating under, the question is always, can you be a permanent tourist in Nicaragua. No, you may not. You have to, for a few minutes, be a tourist in Costa Rica. Then you can be a tourist in Nicaragua again for the next half year. And so you have to understand this context, right? And that should explain everything, right? But I wanted to cover that because this is the kind of thing I said so many times in today's video, was this exact type of context, asking a question to someone who could not answer it and not understanding their context. So when they answer, right, is Nicaragua safe? They can't answer that. The person you're asking cannot answer that. But they will answer it, and you will, if you don't understand the context, if you don't understand why they couldn't answer the question, you will get an answer and not understand what's been said to you. And then relay, and then that explains these relays, stuff that you find doesn't make sense. Okay. Hope you're getting paid. Falling asleep. Pick a community. A neighborhood. I'm back to Duolingo. Border runs. There will be an explosion of cyber attacks. Do you use a vendor? I don't think there's... So we're in Nicaragua, so we're not... No, I do not use a vendor. All those cyber attack vendors, they're the people to be afraid of in most cases. They're normally the threat. I saw people running out of pages in their passport. That happens. You can just order additional pages. Marry someone at your own risk. They don't want trouble. Many have no English. Don't be stupid. Anna says, so if I buy a house, I should become a resident. No, absolutely no connection there whatsoever. You should live here for several years before you buy a house. You should also live here for several years before you consider residency. There are many situations where you may... the two may coincide. You've lived here for several years, and now residency and a house both make sense at the same time. That could totally happen, but there's no actual connection between the two. There's nothing about being a resident that encourages you to get a house. There's nothing about wanting a house that encourages you to be a resident. Those two things really do have no association that I can think of. A car is a little bit different. Cars and bank accounts have some benefits to... so I'm taking a screenshot here so I can answer this question on a show. I need time to really... It's too complicated to read on the live stream. I'm like... It's one of those ones where it's like, I think the tone is good, but I can't quite follow it, and I need to like get all the nuances of the question, and it's pretty long, so I'm not going to do it on live. Plus we're over 700 views. This is awesome. So cars and bank accounts can benefit from residency, specifically from having the national ID. Can you buy a car without being a resident? Yes, we did. Can you buy a car without getting lucky like we did? Yes, then you might have to form a company, but that's a way around being resident too. Often that's faster and cheaper, and much more reliable. Do you... bank accounts. You can open a LaFease account without being a resident, but BAC and BAMPRO, you have to be a resident. So it depends. Do you want lots of bank accounts? You'll need to be a resident. If you just need one, but most people don't need a bank account at all, so mileage may vary. Most people don't need a car either. Not a big deal. Or they wait and then, I'm a resident now, I guess I'll get a car, right? Everybody's a little bit different. But house specifically, house and business, there are 0 reasons to connect that to residency. Richard Johansson, lots of countries, even with residency, you may not be able to stay in the country 100% of the time. I had Russian residency from 2011 to 2021, and my residency was for 5-year terms and 351 days per year. Oh, that's super weird. Wait. Indigenous says mail is problem there. You're right, mail is problem there. Do you mean in Russia? What's the problem with mail? That's interesting. I didn't know that about Russia. Where do you have to go? Like, I mean, practically, I know you could probably go anywhere, but do you just like cross into Ukraine? Do you cross into Kyrgyzstan? Like, what do you do? What's the real world solution to that? I mean, I guess if you live in St. Petersburg, you just go to Finland or something. It's I don't think it's too many countries that do that. That's pretty rare. Certainly here. What's funny here is that you get to stay here more as a tourist than you do as a full resident in Russia. Like that's super weird because it's only but. Wait, what is this? Someone posted a thing that says it would be good if it could run by batteries. So oh. Talking about suicide showers. Do not count on mail in Nicaragua. General rule: never use mail outside the United States. Just, I mean, if you're Canadian, you can use it in Canada, but like outside of your home country, never use mail. Now, some people have said you can use mail in Nicaragua, and it's really not a problem. I don't know where the post office is. I have no idea how to use it. I can't imagine a situation where I would use it, but people say it's actually pretty good. It says we were in Sakhalin. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Sakhalin. So we would go to Japan or Korea. Oh, that's super cool. Sakhalin was also a special residency zone, so some special rules. That's neat. I'm gonna look up where that is. It's the island, obviously, but like, how did you get to live on the island? Like, can anybody live there? That's super cool. That's so close to Japan. That'd be neat. It's only 25 miles from Hokkaido. Population of only 500,000. I'm actually surprised there's 500,000 on the island. You know what's interesting is that it's so remote, and yet it's still like, well, Japan's right there, China's not far away. Like, there's so many things that are right there, but it is actually really, really out there. That's pretty wild. What a neat place to live. Did you do something interesting there? So I'm a huge fan of like wild, remote places. Oh, it looks like a nice city is there. I mean, it's a neat part of the world. Oh, it's got some beautiful landscapes, as you would expect. Oh, wow. There's a train on the island? Is that real? Or is that just the train that gets you near the island? Need to find a good map. You can't tell. I've always wanted to visit Vladivostok, which is really close, but it's not quite the island. Unfortunately, super hard to visit there these days for us Americans. I don't see myself getting a visa anytime soon, nor having time to visit, but I would love to. That would be freaking fantastic. I used to live right off the border, but on the west. Angela says, so you can ask for new pages for your passport and many other things. Yes. So if you need extra pages, you can just go to the American embassy and say you need more pages, and they just, I don't even know if they charge you. They probably do, but not a big thing. Angela says, we need a branch there. Yes, in far eastern Russia, that'd be pretty cool. Oh, yeah, we had to take the train to work. It was 12 to 14 hours from Yusno to Nogliki. Oh, Nogliki is the train I was looking at. Okay, that's cool. Tiffany says, suicide showers were used in Jamaica 20 years ago. Haven't seen them in forever. You are blessed to have not seen them in forever. I do hate suicide showers. We are replacing them all here, right, with the inlines. Now that the inlines are cheap and available and we're supporting Costa Rica, it's pretty cool. Canada doesn't allow extra pages anymore, only new passports. I mean, you just get a new passport, it's okay. Yeah. what a cool spot to be. I love the remote, out of the way places in the world. And obviously it's not that remote because like it's connected right to Japan and it's got 500,000 people. It's in many ways it's still right in the middle of things. So it's in many ways funny that we think of it as such a remote location, but it's especially to Americans, I assume especially to Americans, it is so not a spot that you think of that it just feels like it has to be empty and abandoned and covered in snow, and I'm sure it's cold, but it's what a neat area, and 500,000 people is a lot, and 25 miles from Japan is like crazy. Like there must be a ferry. Probably isn't, but that would be cool if there was a ferry. And coming from the U.S., growing up in the U.S., the rest of the world is endlessly interesting because the whole world has like cool transportation that we never had, and just these neat out of the way places. And I'm sure that people that's probably a huge reason why people are like, well, I got to visit America. There's all these neat spots, and they're like, I can't believe you haven't been to remote Alaska or this island or that island or some crazy thing, and you're like, I just never thought about going there. But when you do the same thing to other places, it's like, oh my gosh, I never think about that part of Japan that goes all the way up to Russia. And can I go to that part of Russia? So that's super cool. I'm very curious. Sakhalin had a lot of money with the oil and gas industry. They had a lot of direct flights to Moscow and Korea and Japan, and even seasonally to Bangkok. Yes, it also had a ferry. Does it still have a ferry? That's super cool. I'm hoping to go to Japan in the next couple years. We got flights now out of Mexico that are very affordable. And obviously my kids really want to go. Japan's really high on my list. Like, I think that's super interesting. Korea's much lower, but it's super cool. I really want to go to China. I want to spend some time in China if at all possible, like real China, not not just the tourist zones on the coast or whatever. Like I want to. Oh my gosh, my dog is stinky. I really want to get a chance to, tour around and go visit a lot of stuff. It's interesting that there's at least a disputed part of Russia that is completely like inside Japan and is only like 5 miles from it. Like that's crazy. Like how are they so close? It feels like they should be different worlds, but they're not. They're right there. And that Vladivostok is basically in North Korea. Like, just putting all the geography of that little tight region is so wild. And it feels like, that's the craziest thing. It feels like it's such a remote, crazy area. But then you look and you're like, no, that's half the world's population is right there. Like, oh no, it's quite in the mix of the things. It is anything but really remote. Now when you get to like the peninsula past it, that gets a bit more remote, but still. And having grown up on a farm in western New York, I'm used to really remote stuff. And when you look at, like, I'm looking at Ust-Kamchatsk, out on the peninsula. Like, this little tiny village with just some planned housing is so much bigger than where I grew up in the U.S. And you can see things out in the distance that are so much bigger. And it's like, sure, there's loads of empty around this, but this is way bigger than where I'm from. So this is a whole different, like, these people would have had a public school with more kids than I had. These people would have neighbors. They've got shops and restaurants. Where I grew up, we didn't have any of that stuff. I wish I had enough lifetimes to, live everywhere and experience everything. I find so many places interesting. That's the hardest thing with living in like Nicaragua, because I love being here all the time. But it's also like, but there's so many other places I'd like to visit and be too. But you know, my dogs aren't in those places, and I have a lot of work to do. And part of me wants to always spend my time traveling, but I don't really want to travel so much. Like sometimes these like really remote spots, it's like, you know what? If I had a cool apartment there, it would be so neat to be able to just work in some isolated spot. The only thing is, I'd have to have my dogs and cats, and I can't bring them all. I can't be away from them. They're my babies. I'm looking at her sleeping over there. It is so powerful experiencing their cultures. Have you been to New Zealand? I think is what he meant to say. I've not been to New Zealand. It's relatively low on my list of interests, believe it or not. I know a lot of people are like, New Zealand is so cool, but it's part of the Five Eyes, and just that's, you know, it's the best of the Five Eyes, but that doesn't make it not so toxic that I have zero interest. I will very likely, with really high certainty, I will never visit Australia or New Zealand. It's not that I don't want to see them, right? It's not that I have no interest whatsoever. It's that because they speak English, because they're British colonies, because I don't agree with the way that they behave, for the same reasons I don't generally visit the US or Canada, but then combine it with super expensive, crazy far away, I just cannot fathom a scenario. Did my other battery die? Oh my gosh. We have gone weeks where the show never kills a single battery. Maybe I've accidentally got the resolution cranked up on the camera or something, so we're eating batteries faster than normal. I should pay attention. Maybe I did something wrong. We never go through this many batteries in a night. I haven't even taken a bathroom break or gotten a drink or anything. We've eaten 2 full batteries. I'm trying to show my dog. Where is she? How did I lose my dog? Where is she? There she is. She's sleeping. Not really. She got her eyes open. You're such a good dog. Oh, she's always in here with me. Always. It's just Australia and New Zealand are, beautiful and big and have lots of cool stuff, but they just don't justify skipping something else. I will never have enough time to visit all the places in the world that I want to visit. I know that, right? And it makes me very sad. But if you were like, you can get a free trip to New Zealand and the other option is doing nothing, of course I'm going to, yeah, let's go. But if it's my own time, my own money, and you're saying, well, you could do this, there's always an or. Or I could be in Japan, or I could be in China, or I could be in Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Ethiopia, Somalia. I would rather go to Somalia, much rather go to Somalia than go to New Zealand. I'd probably skip Iran during this invasion, but under normal circumstances, even under some amount of bombardment, I would prefer to go to Iran than to go to New Zealand or Australia. They don't interest me in any way. It's like more America with an accent, which isn't the end of the world, but it's not going to entice me over a completely unique place like Malawi or Libya or, Chad is a tough one. Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, right? So many places that I would really prioritize. Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya. There's just too much exciting variety. So no, I don't imagine I'll ever make it to them. It just says, gotcha. Tiffany says, almost 4 hours. Not surprised. Actually, 4.5. We're minutes from 4.5. That just says, of course. And we're at only 724 views. It's not huge. Oh, we do get more views because we're doing the split, right? We've got the vertical, and that does seem to get a couple extra people, but it also cuts our view duration down quite a bit. So it all depends what we're going for. I mean, I appreciate the views. So, and please remember to give a thumbs up if you guys are on, which we've got a fair number of people still on, so that's awesome sauce. I do kind of feel like I need to pop out and get a soda pretty soon. Let's see if anyone's posted new questions or anything. Nope. All right. So, yeah. What's everybody doing tonight? I really need a bottle of wine. But I'm just getting over being sick, so probably don't need. I did have half a bottle of wine. Probably more than half with Jillian yesterday, so probably do not need one today. I'm actually, and it drives me crazy, watching a Australian teen drama sitcom with my kids. It's really not a sitcom. It's actually a teen drama. It's probably I don't know. I'd never watched this. It's probably Australia's Dawson's Creek. It's something ridiculous like that, right? It's basically endless teenage drama in Australia, in Brisbane, and it's completely ridiculous. But we've been watching that. We're almost to the end of the final season, so we're on the home stretch. We're gonna make it. We're gonna knock it out, and then we'll get back to our D&D game that we normally play at night. But my kids and I have been watching that, and it's in some ways it's got like a vibe that you're kind of like, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this. And then every episode you're so angry at every single person in the show. Every single character is endlessly toxic. We have arguments, my kids and I, about who is the worst person, right? They'll be like, Zane, he's the worst. I'm like, no, Will's the worst. No, I don't think so. Ricky's the worst. Oh my gosh, they're all so awful. It's really true. They're all awful. And so you're constantly like, these are just terrible people. I hate everyone in this show. But the show kind of has this happy vibe. And so you're like, teens in Brisbane who never seem to have to go to school and life seems so chill. So it's fun to watch. But then they're just all crap all the time. So we've been watching that. Looking forward to getting through it. But that's my connection to Australia. And let me tell you, that show drives home how much I never want to visit Australia. I'm sure Australia is not like that. But that show makes Australia look awful. I think it's the most popular show like ever from Australia. How can that be? I'm looking it up. Australian shows that have had international success. Oh, site is down. Okay. 26 iconic shows to watch before you move. Here we go. We're carrying signs now. England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Lots of history, Monty Python, and more. I've been to all. I really do want to go to Scotland because I'm part Scottish. I have worked in England. I've spent time in Northern Ireland. I've worked in Northern Ireland. Love Belfast. I do. I actually had an office at White Star House, which is one of the coolest things ever. It's one of my personal, very proud of it moments that I actually had an office window that overlooked the dry docks of the Titanic. And I wrote some of the PhD papers on the Titanic. If you do a search on Titanic stuff, that's me. Here, I'll find some for you guys. you ever want to know about the Titanic, let's see, what year is that from? Where is it? Let's see. Oh, we saw Giant's Causeway, not just for the houses of the Holy album cover. It was awesome. Belfast is really cool. It was really neat to get to work there. It was a great experience. My gosh, why is this article not able to be found? This is driving me nuts. There we go. Here's the other article. Plenty of Titanic reading there for those who really want to get into it. Okay, I'm just asking, how about Northern Europe like Sweden, Norway? So I've spent time in Norway. I've never been to Sweden. I'd love to visit Sweden. That'd be great. Norway was super cool and cold. My eldest, no, my youngest would like. She's kind of addicted to the idea of Norway, but she's the only one of us that doesn't remember having stayed there for 2 weeks. So it was just 2 weeks. I guess the people were nice. The city was nice. I liked all of it, but nothing about it made me say this is where I want to live. If you said you have to live in Norway, fine, it's awesome, and I've got good friends there. But if you said choose where you're going to live, Norway's not going to make the cut. A lot of it's because it's cold and expensive, right? There's a lot of stuff I really like in Norway, and I really like the food. I like the shopping. I like the layout of the cities. I'm down with it. Like, it's cool, and I like that rough, hanging to the edge of civilization kind of vibe that you get up there. But yeah, the Nordic countries are never really. I sound like a seal. Are never really my top pick locations. It's just of any of them, Iceland would almost certainly be where I would go. But no. Is there Nicaraguan wine? I've heard someone is trying that. There's no real Nicaraguan wine. There's no like wine industry. There's like some brothers making wine or something on some tiny scale, and I've never seen it. But there's a rumor that someone has made some. Right? It's like that. We do not have the climate for that. So for you, this is Lamrid. For you, what's the culture difference in Nicaragua and the U.S. that you enjoy? Are there things you dislike? Yeah, there are things I dislike, and I hate that I dislike them because it's such a North American thing for me, or maybe it's my Central European, like I'm Swiss, right? So for me, coming from North America, someone asked me this recently. I can't remember where I was, but in Nicaragua. I was at Via Via. I was talking to a guy who teaches English in Messiah, and he asked me, "What is your perfect Friday night?" It was a great question. He was asking me about Christmas traditions and things. Like he really wanted to know about like cultural differences and understood them. And he's like, "What's your perfect Friday night?" Or like you and your friends back home, what's a perfect Friday night? And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, perfect Friday night is like." Now I'm a little bit older, right? So it involves my kids. Like, oh, I'm staying home with the kids. We got a really good series to binge, and we ordered in a great pizza, which is really hard to get here. But we ordered in pizza. We got food. We got sodas. We got a show. I'm done with work early, and we're gonna grab blankets, crank up the air conditioning. The dogs are gonna pile onto the couch with us, and we're gonna chill and we're gonna watch a movie. And he's like, "What? Seriously?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's it." Or we're gonna play a video game, right? Same setup. We're on the comfy couch, got our dogs under the blankets, but we got a great video game that we're really getting into. Nancy Drew. For years, you guys have heard about this so much, right? But Lamrid is new. My kids and I played all 33 Nancy Drew video games, starting with when we started our first one. So technically, my wife and I played once, The Secret of the Scarlet Hand, in 2016 while we were visiting Texas. We played it. We didn't quite finish it, but we played quite a bit of it. So I knew how the game played. Let me back up. I bought these games for my kids in 2015 when I lived in Nicaragua. My wife and I tried the first one out. My kids were too young then. My wife and I tried one out and thought it was fun in 2016. And then we were living in Italy in 2017. And my eldest was ready to start playing Nancy Drew. My youngest was not very interested, but towards the end started to kind of pay attention and got interested and played the second one with us. And we played Shadow by the Water's Edge, the one that takes place in Japan. And my eldest especially just loved it. It was such a great way for her and I, so she was 9 at the time, for her and I she was 8 at the time, to engage on a game. And we both of my daughters and I played video games together constantly. But it was such a way for us to engage together. Like, she controlled the game. It was a game that it wasn't fast paced. It wasn't like really hard physically. So she was able to make the decisions. We would talk about puzzles. I would do a lot of the hard stuff for her, but she could follow it, and it was narrated. It was voice acted. So she didn't have to read most of the stuff on screen. I'd read the occasional thing that wasn't voice acted, and we just sat together on a couch and played this game. And you would come to a thing, and she'd be like, "What's this?" And I'd be like, "Oh, this is a tradition in Japan where they do this," and like try to explain it, or help her understand the map of the Japanese metro system or stuff. And so it was very educational for her, and it was a bonding experience for us. And unlike playing, Mario Kart together where you're just racing, it was something where we were talking and engaged on the material together the whole time. And so it became this big thing. And then my youngest joined us, and from then on, we have played since. So that was 9 years ago. Now we finished the last Nancy Drew last year. So in an 8-year span, that was the majority of my children's childhoods. Right, they are now 17 and 14. We spent 8 years of that playing Nancy Drew together, 33 titles. So every few months we would play another Nancy Drew together, and they would take a minimum of 3 days, if not 2 weeks. And so something like that, getting a Nancy Drew game or some detective game, even now, we'll just camp out and play this game, and we're all discussing it, we're making fun of the characters, we're trying to solve it, we're all taking our bets on whodunit. And that is such a Friday night activity for us. Come in, puppy. All right. It's hard to imagine something better than a really great video game like that on a Friday night with my kids, nowhere to be the next day. I have the big puppy. I don't know where Clive is.
He's over here.
Oh, okay. Such a nubble. Mia's in here. Yeah.
Oh,
It's hard to imagine something better on a Friday night than doing something like that for me, right? And I think for Nicaraguans, that's so and now playing D&D on a Friday night, right? And Friday night, because I probably don't have to be up early on Saturday morning. I'm not worried about getting enough sleep. We can stay up late. My kids love to stay up doing this till 3 o'clock in the morning. So that is my North American culture coming to bear on that staying home, being comfy, being with my kids. Not that Nicaraguans don't want to be with their kids, but they take their kids where they want to go. They go out to a concert, they go out to live music or karaoke or whatever, and that's what they typically want to do on a Friday night. They have to be out of the house. Gotta get out of the house. And I'm spending my whole week working. And this is my chance to relax and be with my kids and just engage. I don't want external stimulation. I am overstimulated from a week of constant concentration. And the whole like, hey, let's get dressed, let's go out, let's, have loud sounds. It's just, I haven't gotten a chance to do the things I want to do all week. I want to enjoy the food I want to enjoy. I want to spend the time with my kids. I want to do an activity that's fun together. They don't want to go out to concerts, first of all, that they don't enjoy that. But that's also so like when we do, it's a lot of people that I like in a place where we can't talk. We're not hanging out. It's just noise, right? I like the bands, but it's just, we're just drowned, so we don't interact with each other. We're just there in the same space, which is fine. I'm autistic, so that's an autism way to pass time, is to just be in the same space with people that you care about. That's cool. But and Marcella is a perfect example. She feels the need. If she's not out 5 to 6 nights a week, she like loses her mind and is like, I can't believe I'm still home. I'm so restless. And I'm just like, I don't want to go out more than once a week. I don't mind like running out to a restaurant and getting food or something, but like going out and like hearing a band or something, 1 night a week is my limit. And if you make me go out to work for something, that it takes that spot, right? I can't have constant going out. And partially because I like doing things. I like creating software. I like playing D&D. I like solving mysteries with my kids. I like being productive. I like writing a book. I have things I want to do, activities that call to me that I don't have enough time for. And if I'm going out and just having a beer, if I'm having a beer and having a really good conversation, that great. I'm very social. I want to do those things. But if I'm going out just to pass time away from home, all I do is sit there going, I'm not doing what I want to do. I earned time to enjoy. Why are we doing this? And so that, for me, that is a huge cultural thing that Nicaraguans enjoy this one thing, and I enjoy very much something else. So and it's not that I dislike that activity here. It's that just like Australia and New Zealand, it's not that I would dislike seeing New Zealand. It's just there's so many things that I'm sad I don't get time to do. I'm sad I don't get to go to this country, this city. I don't want to waste it in New Zealand, or especially in Australia. It's just not exciting enough. And it's not nostalgic to me, so it doesn't have that benefit either. And so that's how I feel about going out to a lot of things in Nicaragua. And I want to support the bands, and I feel bad because I like the bands. A lot of them are my friends. I want to do what I can to promote them, but it uses so much of my life to do that it's just a huge cultural thing that is I notice different here, and that's I dislike. Of things I like here, I love how social everyone is. I love how easy it is to go out. It's right it's like the same thing. I love this culture. I love how much more people just want to spend time with each other, and like the group of friends and how close everyone is here is so great, because the same thing, that whole like staying home thing, is really tough, because when we lived in the US, yeah, we were home and it was always alone. What I really like is somewhere in the middle, where people are coming over all the time, and I have enough time to hang out, and we're doing interesting things, which is one of the reasons why I want to get like D&D groups going, because I do want to be social. I do want to hang out with people and engage, but and there's lots of people who would do things. I don't want to do it in this loud sound, isolate us, not actually hang out way. So it's thing. I think the biggest things in Nicaragua is everyone is so friendly, everyone is so social, and everyone is hopeful. Like there's all this like the future is bright, things are okay, people are good. And when you spend time in Nicaragua, you just have this like, wow, just things are generally pretty good. And then when you're in the U.S., things are stressful, people are worried, people are scared of each other. That stuff is really noticeable, and you feel those things. So that's the stuff I like the best. Indigo says, best rum in the world? Absolutely. Tiffany says, I gave up on Stranger Things. Thanks to your daughters, I'm back to watching Supernatural once in a while. It's nostalgic. Oh, that's awesome. I can't believe you gave up on Stranger Things, though. It's not very long. There's definitely parts of it that aren't the best. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. The end was ridiculous. Like, I feel... Ow! No bite. Are you sorry? You're sorry? Okay. He comes to say he's sorry. He says, I'm just a puppy. Nope, don't lick my microphone. That's weird. Yes, you're just a puppy. I know. It's hard to be mad at you. You're so sweet. Yeah. So this was the runt, right? You guys remember this little puppy was a runt, and he was just about dead. We got him, and Jillian, who was on earlier that we're going to play D&D with, she's the one that got him when he was right at the edge of death. And nursed him to survival, and then we were able to bring him here. We've got other dogs. We're not specialists, so we needed her to get him past. He's pissing off the big dog. We needed her to get him past that survival point, but she did after a few days. Then he came here. So when we got him, he was this big. He was just this tiny little thing. His siblings were starving him out, and he was going to die within 12 hours of when we rescued him. And he is now a full, and I mean it, double the size of his siblings. It is unbelievable. I saw his sister just the other day, and she could walk under him and probably not rub his belly. That's how much smaller she is. It's crazy the size difference between these dogs. He's already bigger than his mom, and nearly as big as his dad. Not as hefty, but as tall and stuff. So he's thriving. He's thriving. We're carrying signs now. I started watching La Brea. The writing could be much better. Never started season 3. I don't know that one. Nika has the best rum? Lies. Oh, they definitely do. Individual says, I think people think they will survive the nukes there, just saying. We probably will, right? I've seen someplace say we're out of the zone, but we're so far out of the nuke zone that we at least get to survive. We may have to move, but we'll survive. Like, no one's wasting their nukes down here. Nobody. Richard Johansson says, things to hate about Nika, they like to cut the mufflers off of brand new cars and motorcycles. Not to steal them, just to be loud. Yeah. We saw Giants Causeway. Oh, wow, that's where we are? I'm, like, so far behind on chats. Noisy neighbors, Tiffany said. Oh, yes, the noisy neighbors. That drives me crazy. We saw Northern Ireland, but never made it to the... Oh, I love Ireland. If I was going to live in Europe at this point, I probably would end up in Ireland. My kids would love it. It's generally really good. I really like Ireland. Really, Spain, obviously, is my favorite. Italy is pretty good, but I don't think we'll ever end up in Spain again. I'm sorry. Spain, we would live in. Italy was pretty nice. I don't think we'll ever end up in Italy again. Greece, I could very easily go back to. Romania was fantastic. I love the Balkans, Greece and up to Romania. That whole stretch is just amazing. I really liked my time in Ukraine, living in Kiev. All of that was great. Carrying signs now. As a child, I loved the Titanic's history. Watched the movies, Raising the Titanic. It basically went straight to video, though there wasn't a lot available back then, only in theaters for a few weeks. Be right back. Dogs need to go out. I know how that is. And Digital says, so I am a promoter of gamifying social media and other applications. It's controversial. I used to deal with gamification of some social media things, and I was very much opponent to it and watched it destroy platforms, and so I'm not a fan. In general. Prior to 2020, I was constantly going out, but now I'm full-on homebody that still enjoys sun and water when she can get some. You know, I'm the same way. So when I lived in Texas, my best friend Rachel and I, we would go out dancing twice a week. I would go over to her house all the time. We'd hang out, but I wasn't working as much back then. It would be like, oh, my kids went to bed, so I'm going out. I had lots of time with my kids. We had different time back then. Now it's like my kids are busy, I'm busy. Every moment with them is so precious. And not that it wasn't precious back then, but they didn't have time for me is more of what it was. Now they do, but only a certain, like they'll have time for me in about an hour. And so in late at night when my kids have time for me, boom, I'm dropping everything. I'm going to spend time with my kids because I'm only going to have kids for so long, right? So that's what amazes me about Nicaraguan culture is so often people will be like, oh, I miss my kids. But then what do you do with your kids? So, I mean, they spend time with them, but mostly they're going out and just kind of passively doing stuff together. And a big piece of Nicaraguan culture that I've noticed, like they don't play board games. Things that North Americans feel are so critical to valuable family time. And of course, this is totally a cultural thing, and there's nothing that makes this better than something else. But, like, I remember playing Clue with my kids. No, I do remember playing Clue with my kids. I remember being a kid playing Clue with my parents when I was little, and what a great time, because you're sitting around the table, you're talking, you're competitive, but, you know, you really engage with each other. And playing Dungeons and Dragons is that for us now. Like, we talk about it. Last night, okay, so this is great. This is a great example. Last night, I went in and spoke to, I was thinking about buying Nimble, and was on this, my daughter had said she didn't want to play it, and then she kind of realized I was sad about it, and she's like, well, I might consider it. Tell me about it. And so we talked about it, and she went and looked up the Kickstarter. This is my 14-year-old. She's the responsible one. And we put in a good hour researching every option on the Kickstarter, digging through every possible thing, figuring out what was good, what was bad, would we like it, would we try it, what did she think, how did it really affect things, when would we use it, okay, well, Dad does want it, but it does cost this much, it won't ship until November, but it does seem like it would be good for this, okay, this thing I was negative, right, and we went on for an hour and talked about it, and she watched the Kickstarter, and we were talking about how the Kickstarter worked. We had like this really deep analysis, and it's great because it's good for her to go through, and she's great at this, right, going through good decision making about buying something, right. So it was this amazing whole like interaction for a long period of time. And then I'm like, the only other game that I'm really excited about, that I know I want to get this, I don't care if you want to play it or not, I want to get Legend in the Mist. And she's like, okay, well, that sounds really interesting, let's go look at that. So we looked at Legend in the Mist, and we dug through, and we looked through all the different options, and she's like, okay, which package would we buy? And she's looking at the game, and like, okay, yeah, no, we definitely got to get this. Okay, it's currently on sale, so you got to get it before the sale's over for sure, because it's 40% off, and it's, these are TTRPGs, they're not cheap. And she's like, yep, okay, no, this is the right package for this. Yes, yeah, I think we should get this. And so we had this huge, long conversation digging into things that we cared about. And really valuable time spent together, like really good chance to hang out, chance to talk about this thing in depth that we're really both into, right? And this could be a career for her. She might be really interested in writing or doing artwork or something for TTRPGs, right? We're really into video gaming, but this is an extension of that, right? Collaborative storytelling, interactive fiction, these are very related topics. Obviously, TTRPGs have a lot of crossover with video games in a logistical sense. So for us, for us as North Americans, there's so much, you're such a silly dog. There's so much sit around a table and talk and get like really deep into an activity. And it could be anything, right? It could be model trains, it could be crocheting, it could be whatever. And Nicaraguans never do that stuff, which amazes me, because some of that stuff like TTRPG is free. There's no barrier whatsoever to Nicaraguans doing this. And it's hard to imagine a Nicaraguan doing it. Being willing to not crank up a stereo and make it impossible to hear each other telling a story. How do you do that? How do you keep the neighbors from blaring it out? How do you convince people that a quiet, conversing activity is good? But to us, coming from North America, these types of activities are so crucial, and we just see them as absolutely essential. And that's definitely not something that I've lost. And then seeing Nicaraguans who are like, yeah, I want to spend time with my kids, and then their activities are so like They may be fun. We're going to go to the beach, and then the kids just run around on the beach. The parents sit up and have a cocktail. It's like, yeah, it's cool that you're like kind of together, and my kids will like that from time to time too. But this isn't like really great quality time. It's a nice activity, but hey, stop. They do it for every holiday. It's the same thing. There's a lot of apart time. There just isn't a lot of the engaging in the way that we do, and that's a huge difference in something I'm not personally going to adjust to. Indigenous says, I would love to do that, but I understand. Not sure what he meant. Tiffany says, I made my house too comfortable. My guests never want to leave. I love hosting family and friends, but 1 week is the max for me. So, yeah, we're similar. We have a... and this is very universal for us coming from North America. We make our houses really comfortable, and Nicaraguans generally don't. The idea that you're going to all my family and friends should come stay at my house. They're like, yeah, we'll have a whole bunch of cots on the floor. We'll put in a bunch of bunk beds, and people will, cram in. And it'll be okay. They definitely take a make it uncomfortable so people want to leave approach for the most part in nearly all circumstances. Oh, gotta let the dog out again. You're such a problem. You're such a problem. Yeah, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're my baby. You never leave. Yeah, you never leave. You're so good. You're such a baby. Yeah. So it's interesting here because we kind of do the same thing, and we definitely want to build a new house and make it just outrageously comfortable because it's our forever home. So we want it to be as comfortable as possible. But this idea, so like my kids and I are very much into, we're going to build a gaming room with huge comfy couches and a big TV and good music. And we're going to have it in the middle of the house. So it's completely enclosed and very insulated. So air conditioning that space and making it outrageously comfortable for movie night and video games, and probably for playing tabletop games, is this like that we just want to camp out with the dogs and just really get comfortable. Nicaraguans would never do that. Like, it would never occur to them to have a space to do that. And I know it's difficult to have those spaces in Nicaragua. So I understand that part of it is just how do you do that in such a hot place? And how do you do it? Not a lot of people can afford to have a space like that. I get that. But the idea of it is so foreign. Like, we want to come up with a way to have basically carpeting, maybe not wall to wall, but we want to have like carpeting and be comfy and be able to be in socks and not have like dirt caked into our feet the way you get with tile floors. And, have the room actually be a little bit chilly because we can insulate it really, really well, but have like a good big space. Like, wow, right? That's this thing that we want. We would use it all the time. I mean, we have a video game salon now, but it's too small, and it's tile, and it has some awful cupboards and some ugly windows, and we can't insulate it well enough because it's an old building, right? So it lacks some of the things that we would have. But we want to have a house where family and friends want to come stay all the time. And we do have one that's quite a bit more comfortable than most people's houses. And people do stay at our house all the time. But even so, Nicaraguans are very hard to get to actually stay for any length of time. My dog's outside barking at something, of course. Expat says, should I stay in a hotel and not stay as long in Nicaragua? I mean, it really depends on your goals. I think you want to stay here for quite some time. It's just that in between, a couple weeks and 6 months is really tough. The thing is, come for 6 months. Get an unfurnished apartment somewhere, furnish it, save stuff, assume you'll be back, take it out of storage in the future. I bought one of those foam couches on Amazon. Completely shocked me for the price and comfort level. It's in my fiance's man cave. It's the coolest thing. It was shipped in small boxes. Send me a link. I want to know about that. Because we can ship them here cheap. So I am definitely interested. Because we're looking at furniture here and trying to decide what we want to do. We were looking at furniture really seriously because we were talking about buying this house. And if we did, we were going to do some huge conversions. to some rooms, and we have a room here that would be a great video game room, but it requires building a new wall, putting in 2 completely new windows and a new door, heavily insulating, and then completely furnishing, and a laser projector. But it would be great, but they don't want to sell us the house. So I'm like, all right, well, we're not going to do that then. If y'all need a recommendation, let me know. I will forward the link. It was $500 for a ginormous extended section sofa, and it's easy to clean for my dogs. No, definitely send it, Tiffany. That is exactly what I need. I don't know when I'm going to be able to put it there, but for those who don't know, my forever home estate is under construction, and I'm super excited. It is a many-year project, so please don't ask me when I'm moving there. I don't even have a floor plan yet. But our big wall is up. Our electric is in. Our first slab has been poured. Oh, thank you. Our Cuidador's house is about to start construction. Our rancho for laundry facilities is up. Our gray water system is already going to the septic. The septic is in. Our porton is in place and enormous. We're super excited. And what's really funny is Jillian and I are neighbors, right? To the point where we can yell to each other from our front doors. And she has never once seen where my house is. I was over there yesterday, like I said, we had a bottle of wine and we had lunch. And then she's like, oh, we were waiting for my wife to come pick me up because I didn't have the car. And Jillian is like, oh, show me where the house is. And I'm like, just walk across from your front door. So this is funny. So Jillian and I are literally neighbors. We own adjacent lots. So if you're in her house, my wall comes all the way down her one side and then down her other side. So 50% of her property line is surrounded by my property on the north and east. That's probably wrong. East and south. And so we are actually neighbors, but that's not where my house is going to go. But if you go out, her front door and my front door are right next to each other, right? So hers is a door, and mine is a garage door, not a roll-up garage door like a swing-out car door, I guess. It's a gate. But if you walk straight out from ours and go to Mike, who owns Encantiki, his old house, he doesn't live there anymore. You just walk straight across the street to his house. So all you're doing is crossing the street in front of our house. And look down the street, you can see my front door. That's where we are. And I'm like, that's it right there. And she's like, wait, what? Right there? And so we walk there. It's, I don't know, a 4-minute walk from her door and my door by her to my main door. So I took her in and showed her the new slab going in and everything. And so she was excited. So it's a beautiful place. I'm very excited about it. We haven't figured out exactly how we're going to handle it, what we're going to design. We're getting a feel for the space now as we put things in, and over time we'll have a much better idea. We're getting the very necessary utilities in. With the first Cuidador house, there's only going to be one Cuidador, but we're having Cuidador as forward security, and laundry is being done there, and we're using it for some of our business stuff. So it's going to be traffic, and that's going to give us a driveway and a parking spot, and power is already there. Internet should be there within the next 2 months for sure. And then as soon as the Cuidador is living there, then we have permanency on the property with people there all the time paying attention to stuff. And then we get really good updates on how the water flows. We're putting in the French drains now to keep this huge. It's 16 meters by 11 meters. Like the first structure is pretty good size. And I'm just learning a lot about it. So it's very exciting to see things start to take shape out there. It's still very much use your imagination for the future, but we're hopeful that it happens. Nicaragua expat life. My house is set for all my family to stay as long as they want, and we have 2 rooms set with bathrooms in each. That's really nice. I wish that we had that here. I mean, it's pretty comfortable, but we definitely don't have enough bathrooms. So short on bathrooms. We're going to have more bathrooms than rooms, probably because we're traumatized from how few bathrooms we have here when we get to the next place. Stack in Progress says, do you live in Ometepe? I think you're asking me. I do not live on Ometepe. No, I live in Las Penitas. Well, I live in Sutiava now, where you're looking at it, right? This is Sutiava, but my house is being built in Las Penitas, which is just minutes away. We're carrying signs now. Is there secure storage there? It does exist. It's rare, but it does exist for furniture and more. If so, how much on average? So there are ways to do storage. There are storage units. They're very rare. You're basically stuck in Managua. Someone may have an example somewhere else, but I only know of Managua, and those are ridiculously hard to find. But much more likely, if you're living here for any amount of time, especially if you are not in Managua, especially if you like Leon, Matagalpa, Messiah, Granada, you'll get to know people, and you will. One of the two things are almost guaranteed to happen, and if not, there's other options. You will likely make either Nicaraguan or expat friends. Your expat friends have a decently high chance of having storage, right? I have entire buildings on my estate I don't even use. I have a really nice storage unit to which I've lost the key. I haven't been in there in 2 years. Yep, I have another complete storage unit. Not storage unit, but it's an entire room, like it's a whole, you could live there, that we've decided to just use for laundry and storing empty luggage. It's kind of a waste of space. I have an entire bodega, which has, I think, one extension tube for an air conditioning unit. We just don't need as much storage as we have. So there, and I know tons of expats like this, because you end up with houses that have extra quarters, extra rooms, whatever. So there's a really good chance you're going to find expats who just have a lot of space and might put up your stuff for you, like make some friends. If you have Nika friends, which you will probably have if you put in any amount of effort or don't avoid it. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. There's a really good chance that you're going to end up with someone who's Nicaraguan who does have a little bit of extra space. They might have an extra room. Don't ask them to put up your stuff for free, but do offer, if any of your Nika friends have some nice secure space. This is one of those really great things for a Nicaraguan. It could be as little as like $20 to $50 a month, which is not nothing, but 20 is really pretty much nothing. 50 is a little bit high. To rent a room from them that you can lock, and it's in their house in most cases. If they're not using it as a room, the only way for them to make any money on it, which is a big deal for a Nicaraguan family in most cases, is to have someone rent it. And they're probably not going to be able to rent it for much more than, say, $80, if that. And that means a person they probably don't know living in their house, which is not great. But if they have a foreigner who is storing luggage and stuff in there, and you lock it, they have eyes on it, right? No one's going to break into it. It's in the middle of their house. And it's, it's not going to flood or anything because they have to live there too. They have to keep the house from falling down. You have more confidence, more security than a storage unit would have, probably, for very cheap. And you are likely making a significant financial impact on a Nicaraguan family without them having to do something like have a stranger live in their house. Just some luggage in a room they're probably not using. That's a big deal. So that's a better way to go. Now, if you can't make any friends, or you're in a remote area and there's just no people, or you're not comfortable with any of the people you met or whatever, then going out and renting a worthless little space is pretty easy. But we rented really nice places in the middle of the city, air conditioning, all kinds of stuff, not big, but with bathrooms, private bathrooms. And we weren't paying $100 a month. Now, you'd not want to live in this under normal circumstances, but students do. But student-style housing, and especially if you can find shared bathroom student housing, you easily can get under $100 a month. You can reasonably get under $80 a month, and have a place that is yours, that you have a lease on, that you can put your stuff in, lock it up. And if you're really concerned, to get super cheap internet and put in a camera or something, or a lot of these places come with internet, hook up a camera that goes to their Wi-Fi. So the ones that we rented, or I've got some friends who rent private rooms. That's just how they live. Some of them are doctors. People just choose to live this way. Now they've got private bathrooms, right? So they're paying about $100 a month, and they're right in the center of town. Don't do that, right? Get non-private bathrooms on the outskirts of town in a safe area of a poor barrio, and you could be in the $50 to $60 range and get to know the people who have the facility. You find someone who's got places for rent and they're not rented out all the time. $60 a month with enough power to run a camera and to have internet just so you can have a camera in your place. yeah, they're doing great. I would build and rent those out all day long if that was what people wanted. That's making good money with reliable income. Not much money, but reliable money. And people want that, and they don't have to. They're not even worried about you partying in there. It's your storage, right? So there are solutions to this, and it's one of the reasons why there aren't storage units very much, because there's such easy and good solutions that help out people and make for more general use of places. Can everybody hear my dog? That was not my stomach. That was my dog howling from the other room. Yes, our new dog is a howler. We have no idea where he learned to do this. None of my other dogs have ever howled my entire life. But our new dog that we've had since he was this little tiny thing howls like crazy. Is there secure storage? No, we answered that. Do I live in Ometepe? No, I do not. Is plywood made there? I'm imagining that it's expensive. I don't know that it's expensive, but I'm pretty sure it's not made here. I've never seen it made here, and I've never seen it here. I know it exists, but I don't see people using it. I'm traveling there to get a tattoo in Managua since I can't find any artists in Ometepe. I'm surprised you can't find any in Ometepe, but Ometepe is a tiny market, so that makes sense. I had a guy, not that I do tattoos, but my wife is tattooed and her friends are tattooed. There's a really good artist here in Leon, but I don't know that he's tattooing anymore. I think he may have retired. But if you need recommendations, Marcella has a friend who does tattoo in Managua, so I do know of someone. Send the Amazon link over. I bought multiple pieces and ottomans. Oh, that'd be cool. My kids really want a nice, good new couch, so we're up for it. And can be cleaned from the dogs is huge because we're dog people. The whole house is dogs. We're carrying signs now. Are you building a pool at the coastal area? Very curious about the cost. I'm thinking saltwater. I've never heard of a saltwater pool in Nicaragua. You're not going to find anyone who knows anything about them, to the best of my knowledge. Am I going to build a pool? I believe I am the largest pool constructor in Western Nicaragua. I have the only indoor pool in the coastal area. I have a beachfront indoor pool. I have a just off beach, so there's a building and then the pool touches the building. The building touches the sand and the pool touches the building. We were going to put another pool in front. We don't think we can now due to some changes in zoning, but we might still. It's questionable, but I don't think we get to. But we currently have one directly against the sand, but indoors, and one just 40 feet, 30 feet off of sand outdoors. He's so funny. He's got a squeak toy. He howls at the squeak toy. He's fine. This is his game that he plays. And then, so that's two that are right on the beach. One of the properties that I talked about in the last 15 minutes is 80 meters? 60 meters. I think 60 meters from the beach. It does not have a pool yet, but is about to have a decent-sized one. And then I will be building one or two pools at about 150 meters off the beach in the distant future. That one we have no idea when we're going to do that. But so our minimum is 4 pools on the beach and a maximum of 6 with the current properties. And then we've looked at putting one into a property here in the city, but that's not going to happen. So I currently have 2 pools on the beach. One I maintain, one I just put in September. No, November. I put one in November. So it's not a huge pool because it's indoors, but it was super expensive because we had to go through the concrete footer of the building and build it inside an existing old structure on the beach. And I think with all of that going through the building, I think the whole thing was done for $10,000. It might have been 8 to 10 for a small indoor pool, but almost half that cost was one, we paid an extra $1,000 to get them to do it fast because we needed to get stuff done, and then several thousand of that cost was because we were not digging through dirt but ripping out the entire support of the building. Do real estate agents get naked listing to sealed deal? Get naked listing to sealed deal. I don't know what those words mean. I know what a real estate... a naked listing is an apartment with no furniture. Almost all apartments here are without furniture. Unfurnished is the normal. Do you mean that it's not staged? I have never seen a staged apartment here. I have seen places that do rent with furniture and the furniture is still there, but if it's an unfurnished, I have never seen one staged ever. If I'm understanding what you're asking. As per your key loss, how much are bolt cutters or a locksmith? It would be really cheap. I mean, I have a handyman. I could just be like, I need to get in there. I haven't needed to get in for 2 years. I have no reason to be in there. Every so often, I'm like, oh, I could use that for something, and then I'm like, it's not worth it. Ink down. Can I get in touch with you? No. Yes, of course you can. My email is in the show notes, but I'll throw it up here again since I threw it up a little bit ago. AmericanLiving.com. LatinAmericanLiving.com. Yep, that's my email. Janet is back. What Ramon calls plywood is like one thin layer of wood not layered. That is definitely not plywood. Ply means layered. Tiffany says, our foster Snow, she's a husky German shepherd, so accustomed to the howling. Yeah, this one is a whippet mix. And he just howls up a storm, and the other dogs are just like, ugh, why? They're all so funny. We are at 785 views. It has been a while since we did a live with this many views. I'm really happy. That's awesome. I feel like this is a really active night. This may be our most conversation, like the most that you guys are like saying things ever. So I'm very excited that my my shipment from Cargo Trans should be here tomorrow with a bunch of my new D&D stuff. I've got a bit of Duolingo left to do tonight. I haven't had dinner yet either. I don't know what they made. Some kind of Asian noodles? I saw something. What did they have? Some kind of ramen. I think they made ramen for dinner. Check up on all the stream activities. Might go get water in here in a minute. Checking my tickets, all is well. I actually don't know. I know we've got a couple people from the community that live on Ometepe. I am interested. Was that a question for me? And what prompted a do I live on Ometepe? Right, I know plywood is layered, but what he calls plywood as in English. I suppose that means wood that isn't just boards. Weird. Yeah, sometimes they get weird things from English here. Like, they hear a word and then apply it to something random, and you're like, that's not what we think it is. We got 21 people on, too. We're doing really well. But now everyone's getting tired. The time change is tough. Because I got on quite early, but it's not quite early for all of you. Tiffany says, let me know what the family thinks. The seller is always selling out after I shared the link on Reddit. I gotta jump into. Well, don't share it on Reddit. I'm gonna keep this to myself. What the heck is that? More people join Nicaragua. Oh, a lot of new people on Nicaragua. That's awesome. Tiffany, I did not receive anything. Nothing has come through. Let me make sure I'm typing it out correctly. Oh, I can't find the live stream. There we go. Just to be sure that's the email. It sounds like veneer to cover up less pretty wood surface to classy it up, plus stainable to bring out the beauty of the wood. Yeah, veneer. That's what I think is the right term. That definitely is what it sounds like. Now I made myself hungry looking at what dinner was. What did I even eat today? I had some tuna fish sandwiches. Those were good. Last night my kids ate all the cheese sticks in the house. There's no more cheese sticks. Another thing I found interesting is that the kiosk in the center of Leon has a Georgia Pacific product called Densglass. I think it's Demiglass, which is not wood at all. I learned something new about construction. Isn't it? Oh, yeah. But it is Densglass. You're right. Densglass. Designed with a treated water-resistant core and durable fiberglass matte surface with a track record that spans more than 35 years. Used for exterior wall, ceiling, and soffits. Helps with the performance and durability. Wide range of fire-rated and non-fire-rated fiberglass, matte-faced gypsum sheathing. So it's drywall with, instead of paper, it's fiberglass. Neat. Yeah, I did see that they were using that, but I've not seen construction with that. Oh, that's interesting. There it is, I got it. Hey Scott, this is the information on that sectional. Already on Amazon. Ooh, it's $660 now. Oh, that looks pretty comfy. 6-piece sectional sofa, modular couches, L-shapes, with chaise longue for living room. Compressed foam, no assembly. Is it different colors or is it all white? White's a little bit rough. Oh, I like some of the things you can do with it. That looks cool. Yeah, we probably wouldn't use... No, I don't know. We might be able to fit the whole thing in there. 135.5 inches. I gotta measure the room, see if we can get it. If that fits where I think it does, that would be fantastic. That looks pretty nice. Alright, cool. Oh, dark, warm light, cold light, natural light. Wait. Are those color? Fabric, chenille cloth, sofas may have different differences under different lighting conditions. Okay, whatever. Oh, it does come in beige white, dark gray, and green. My kids would kill me if I got green because I famously buy colored furniture and my wife hates it. But this dark gray looks really nice. Oh, I see. There's a lot of different setups. We don't have to buy that big expensive thing. But why wouldn't we get the big expensive thing? Of course we're going to. And then, so it's 6-piece. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's also good for like when people sleep over. You need another spot for someone to sleep. Oh, we totally need something with an ottoman. Oh, this is so perfect for a lot of stuff. Oh, my kids are totally gonna jump for this. Like my youngest is in charge of all the purchasing. Oh, it's $20 cheaper if you get the dark one. Well, that's nice. And back up to full price with green. I don't think we need green. I think dark gray. Well, this is really cool. Yeah. So you say it's comfy. Oh, I got your resend too. So it's whatever it was. It took a while for the first thing, and then they both popped through. And now I'm shopping for furniture. Of course they updated the price. Kiosk. Ink down. Oh, it's really creme. Everybody hear that? What the hell is that? Can you speak about the stance of Nicaragua on Iran versus America? Is there any concern for anyone out that way? Out this way in Nicaragua, there's no concern. I have not actually. So Nicaragua and Iran don't have like a really close relationship, which is amazing because 1979 was a big year for both of them, and they were both caught up in the same thing. Right, like in America, we had the Iran Contra affair. Well, that's Iran and Contra in Nicaragua. For all that, they were both affected during all that time by the U.S. and they have a shared history. They're very friendly nations, but they don't have a really strong, we don't see Iranian flags flying. We might right now, but we see Palestinian flags all the time. We see Venezuelan flags all the time. We're really close with them, really close with Cuba. Iran, we have a very friendly relationship, very warm relationship. There's always nice things being said about each country. When events happen, sometimes the Ayatollah would send, congratulations on this anniversary or something, and Nicaragua was always very proud to be recognized by them or whatever. But it's really generally a very minor, I think, relationship. We don't really see a lot of discussion about it. Of course, Nicaragua is supporting Iran in the war, obviously. But it's not super vocal or involved in anything that I've seen. And no, nothing affects us here, right? It's just news here for the most part. Everyone is sympathetic to the plight of anyone who is being colonized or wiped out, of course, as any good people are. But that's kind of, it's nothing like Venezuela, Cuba, or Palestine in the way it's being treated here currently. Janet says, I just thought it was weird. Georgia Pacific made a ton of non-wood products since they seem to jump between Portland and Georgia for logging purposes every 40 years or so. Tiffany says, you'll probably see my photo in the reviews. That's awesome. My dogs are definitely interested. The other reason that I want one that doesn't have... So we currently have recliners with all the mechanism beneath, and that's not great for a lot of reasons here. Insects can easily get in them. They collect dust underneath. Like, that's not great. For those who don't know, Western Nicaragua is very dusty because we have the beach. There's always salt in the air. There's always dust in the air. We get, this time of year, we're covered in Saharan dust from Africa. It's just a mess. So that's a constant bit of complication here that's very, very hard. So having anything that has a lot of mechanisms that's hard to get under, it just collects dust. And when you have lots of pets, it makes it that much worse. This is one of the reasons why when we build our house, we're going to do a lot of sealing of the house. I plan on getting air filters. We don't do that here, right? There's no sealing of anything, so air filters are ineffectual. We will have air filters. We will have robot carpet cleaners, or not carpet cleaners, but the ones that have a little bit of liquid and clean the hardwood or clean tile, and just run that always, right? Just run it around the clock and keep the floors. Because if you living in this house, I have the house mopped twice a day, 6 days a week, right? I have a housekeeper. She is nonstop cleaning the house. And as it is, if I just walk around for 5 minutes, my feet are black from all the dust caked onto them. Between tile and the dusty environment and all the unfinished wood everywhere, it is just dusty. So when we do, when we build our own house, certainly we're going to have some rooms in the middle that are very sealed off, keep the air filtered. I want to be able to have carpeting. I want to be able to wear socks and keep them clean. I want to be able to jump on the couches, and I want to be able to let the cats get in there. I don't want the cats getting underneath things and covered in dirt or caught in the mechanisms of the chair. I want them to be able to climb up everything and just snuggle anywhere and know that they're safe. So that would be awesome. Expat says, do you ever have live guests on your live stream? I do. It's very hard to get people on. Marcella used to do it every so often, but she seems to have lost interest. It's very hard to get her on. I used to get my wife on from time to time. She's impossible to get on. Partially, everyone has learned to just stay away on Thursdays because if they're here, they're going to be on the live stream, and if they're not, they're just bored because I'm not going to go spend time with them. So everybody's gotten used to that. My kids refuse to be on. Mike, who lives in town, he's been on the live stream. My vet was supposed to be on, but I've never gotten him to show up. Betsy, the dentist, she's supposed to be on sometime, but these things get pushed off for Nicaraguan culture is not one of hustle, so when opportunities arise, people don't really jump at it. You have to really cajole people to get on things, and for some reason, it's weird for me being on camera, being live. Like, this is so easy and natural. Like, I don't think about it, but like my entire family is like, that's like the last thing we ever want to do. They absolutely hate it. So it's only me. So it's, yeah, it makes me sad because I wish I had. It's fun having people on. You get banter that's always very popular when we do. So I would like to do that more, but even when I schedule people, they almost never show up. So it is what it is. I visited so I bought a bunch of stuff from Exalted Funeral today, and apparently I looked at other things. So they're like, "Oh, we saw you were shopping for other things. Are you sure you don't want to buy anything?" Like, I bought $200 of stuff already today. I don't need more stuff. It's only been a few hours. It's not even shipping here for, it'll be at least a month. So calm yourself. Although they did send me stuff that I'm kind of interested in, so okay. Has anyone played Mouse Ritter? It looks fun. I think my kids would enjoy it. I am tempted because it does seem cool. For anyone who doesn't know Mouse Ritter from Exalted Funeral. Oh, nope, it's too long. I can't put it in. Well, that's pointless. Wait, someone said something. I can provide a reference to a college website listing me as faculty as a reference. Cool. I don't understand. Do you mean a university here? I don't know what you're saying. I can hear my dog tearing something up in the other room, and I don't know what he has, so it always makes me worried. I am sending this to my daughters. This is the couch. I'm sending the couch over to my daughters. Looking at it. I'll be right back. I am getting some water. I'm going to check how many people are on to hold you guys accountable. 24 people are on, 795 views. Remember to give a thumbs up. BRB, don't leave. We need more water. Be right back. Be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Ask questions. Come up with something. I'll be right back.
here, and here. There better be at least 25 people on. And there is. You guys are awesome. I knew I could count on you to have more people on than when I left. So I have to send a note to my wife. I believe she bought me a new razor today. Where it is. I have a stinky dog. Am I going to have to get Facebook if I move down there? I don't have Facebook, but you probably do want it. What other things are used most in Nicaragua for finding things and events? So you definitely need WhatsApp. That's the thing you absolutely have to have. And then, of course, Nicaragua.com. So if you just sign up at expats.nicaragua.com, that will sign you up for Nicaragua, and that's the events website. So that's the place to be. That first things should have been communications, social. Yeah. Yeah, everyone does use Facebook. I go without it, but yeah, everyone does. So unfortunately, realistically, you're going to want to have it. But WhatsApp is absolutely critical. There's no skipping that. You will be unable to communicate with the world if you don't have that. So the sound I heard from in here, something falling, was the dog found the new razor that my wife bought for me. Razor like a barber's razor. For those who can't tell, my hair is too long. It's because my razor died. And so she went and bought me a new one, and I asked her to get me one that doesn't have a battery. I'm hoping that it doesn't. I didn't notice a battery. But she didn't tell me that she got it. She just put it on the chair by the door, and the dog got it, pulled it down, so that was it falling, and then he opened the box and started eating the box. But razor seems okay. This is what it's life. This is what it's life. This is what my life is like with all these dogs. We're so used to our older dogs who never do anything wrong other than kill our kitten, but they never like tear anything apart. They never break into anything. You can leave them anywhere. They never get into trouble. But now we have this puppy who's just mayhem. It's rough. This is my crazy dog life in Nicaragua. It really is. It is the craziest. There's so many dogs. There's only 3, but it feels like a lot. And they all sleep in my bed. It is such a huge pile of dogs. And the little one, so they kind of do their own thing every night. So either Clive the Boston Terrier or
Ramen, the whippet, will sleep between my legs. So I sleep on my stomach. They will sleep between my legs, so I'm kind of stuck. And I will not move the whole night to keep from disrupting a dog. Like, if a dog needs to sleep, I'm trapped. I do not move. And then one of them sleeps down at my feet sometimes, and one normally sleeps next to me. But sometimes one will sleep above the pillow next to me, and the other one will sleep below the pillow next to me. So Ramen will sometimes sleep and put his nose right up to my nose, and he's a huge dog, but he curls up into this tiny little thing, but then gets his nose right in my face. And then the blue heeler that's here right now, the 8-year-old, she only sleeps. She will come in and sleep with her back up against me, like she's being all snuggly, but only for a few minutes. Only when you first get into bed. And then once she knows you're like sleepy, she will always move away and just have her tail up against you. She wants to be nearby, but not quite there. And that is their pattern. So whenever I get to bed, it's like, how do I curl in between all these dogs and fit? Because I don't want to disrupt the dogs too much. And the big one can't have a blanket on her. She can't handle the heat. The middle-sized one doesn't like blankets, but he gets cold. And the little one is cold, so he likes to be bundled. And you got to hold him. And of course, when I hang out with my kids, which I will probably do shortly after this show, we climb onto the couch, and it's one dog on one couch, and so I sit on a recliner, and one climbs between my legs, and then my daughter, it's kind of like a love seat recliner, and my eldest, my 17-year-old, sits next to me, and then the Boston gets in between us and snuggles in, and so we have all these different dog activities throughout the evening as we do things. And that's even before all the mayhem with cats. And there's the dog barking outside now. So I'm about to place an order on Amazon. I have to track down paint brushes for painting miniatures. I don't have any clue how you know one company from another. Yeah, this is... I have not painted miniatures in a very long time. Oh, he says, sorry, Scott, I meant being a remote guest on your live stream. I do need to figure out how to do that. I mean, I know basically how to do it, but I need to get all the mechanisms to do. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I've got a number of people that want to do that. I need to travel around. Like, I need to get Luke on, and TJ wants to get on. We got to figure some of that out. What time is it there for me? It is 11 p.m. We're carrying signs now. When I come down for the first 6 months of living, and I'm just renting, but want a car for discovering and celebrating Washington, D.C. license plate moniker, how long can I keep my own USA car there? No. Just no. The answer is 30 days, but don't ever consider anything that, if the question was, am I able to drive down, drop off my pets and whatever stuff I wanted to bring down and jump back in the car and head back to wherever I brought it from, am I allowed to do that? We'd say yes. If the drive doesn't deter you, then that makes sense. But if it's I'd like to have a car and keep it, no. Just nip it in the bud. Worst idea ever. You might as well just say right now, I'm going to sabotage my trip to Nicaragua and will not be living there. Every person who brings a car to not turn around and return with, ends up having the car be the reason or the excuse as to why they don't stay in Nicaragua. Every time, 100%. So don't do that. If you're bringing it down because you need to bring pets down, great. Bring them down, drop them off, find a place to have them, take a couple days to relax from the drive the car back, get rid of it, then come down and spend your 6 months with your dogs or cats or whatever. Absolutely. But don't do, because it's not just a 30-day border run. That's 30 days. Tip out into, it's not just going into the U.S. Oh, heading back home, come right back. No. You're going into another foreign country. So you got to take it to, rumor is you can do Honduras for the tip. That might be true. But you're going into Honduras or you're going into Costa Rica. You're getting a tip into that country. Then you got to get a new tip into Nicaragua. Anything you do is paperwork in Managua, which is not pleasant. It's one of the worst things. I would not move to Nicaragua if I had to do that every month. Wouldn't even consider it. That alone, that would do it. So, not a game you want to play. Just, I know it sounds fun. It is, if you really want to experience it now, to see what it's like, just go to the kitchen and grab a fork and put your hand on the table and jam the fork into your hand. And then ask yourself if you want to do that every 30 days, then drive down. That's just reality. He says, I plan on returning it to sell in the U.S. afterwards. That absolutely makes sense. Do what you need to do, take it back, sell in the U.S. You just don't want to leave it here. One renewal. If there's a reason you need to get to 60 days, okay. But beyond that, every person who does it is like, this is so much of my time and so much money. I had no idea it would be this painful. It ruins everything for them. Lamrid, gotta start your expat business too. I do. Yep. I do have a lot of businesses. He says, okay. Are you aware of a Ford dealership in Nicaragua? I am. I would not buy a Ford here, but yeah, there's a dealership here. We can get almost everything. I know there's dealerships for Chevy, Ford, Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, MG, Great Wall, Chery, GAC, Jack, BYD, Hyundai, Kia, Isuzu. The selection's actually, I think, quite a bit bigger than in the U.S. For marques. But obviously most of them don't sell a ton of different ones. I'm a sucker for those Ford Broncos. I just love the look of. They're nice. It's just you will pay. Remember, this is not the U.S., so you will pay to have it imported from the U.S. Not personally, right? I'm just saying that the act of getting a Ford Bronco here means it has to be shipped from the U.S., so you pay for shipping one way or another. It's built into the price, and you have to pay for the import built into the price, and then you're paying for a luxury mark. Right, it's a brand that doesn't make sense here and has very low volume, so you're going to pay a little bit extra for that, and no one's going to give you any incentives because they know you're spending big money to have a Ford. And then parts and repair are not great here. I don't know that they're really problematic, but they're more difficult here because there aren't any, right? So there are a lot of brands that the mechanics see every day. Ford isn't one of them. Mitsubishi, heavily available too. Jerry did it just to see what it was like. He said he would never do it again, though, but he wanted to see what it was like, and he did see what it was like. She's talking about importing personally. He actually imported a vehicle. He has resources, right? His wife is Nika. He's been here, 20, 30 years, and he just recently wanted to see what it was like importing, and his story on a successful import of a vehicle is so bad. It's like, this is kind of as good as it could go. Whoa, right? Like, no way. I would like a K-van from almost any Japanese automaker, but haven't found any at the dealers there. We don't have a lot of Japanese cars here. We have a lot of Toyota and Nissan, right? But I don't think those vans are sold here. There are very similar, but I know they're not the same. Chinese and Korean ones sold here. Obviously, Korean you don't want, but the Chinese are very similar in quality to the Japanese. Um, Nothing like Korean, so that could be good. Tiffany says, "OMG, I would think maybe they would have some because they are off-roading." So keep in mind, Ford is not like serious off-roading. If you're so people don't off-road here, right? That's I think it's a misconception. There are rough roads where the roads are not well maintained, and there are farms. And the whole like we buy luxury brands. So first of all, if it's coming from the US, it's not a practical vehicle. That is a guarantee because the US has high tariffs and high costs and famously low quality vehicles. So buying an American car is a showing off that you can afford an impractical vehicle. A lot of things are like that, right? A lot of people buy the Pradas for the same reason. A lot of people buy Hiluxes for the same reason. So it's not unique to the U.S. products in any way whatsoever. But that's really what it is, right? This is not for off-roading. This is for taking your kids to soccer practice, right? This is a soccer mom vehicle here for sure. For people who go off-roading, there is basically one vehicle, and that is a Land Cruiser, because you can get the parts anywhere, and they're serious off-road. Starting to change a little bit. We have Indian and Chinese brands that people are willing to beat the crap out of. So we'll see some of those right doing the farm work. But something like a Ford Bronco. In the U.S., it's a completely different market, right? In the U.S., a Bronco is a very affordable vehicle, very easy to get parts, very cheap. But here, it's very expensive and very hard to get parts, partially because it's very expensive. So it flips that on its head. Remember, we get Chinese vehicles here, so 3 big things. Chinese vehicles are cheaper than American vehicles, just pound for pound, they're just cheaper. Chinese vehicles match German and Japanese quality. So outside the US, right, made in the USA is not a positive thing. So that made in USA is slapped together cheap stuff, right? And it's funny moving out of the US, and so I lived in Europe for a long time. I remember living in the US my whole childhood, and made in the USA and like the way that it's presented is treated as such a quality, right? American quality. And when you move abroad and spend a lot of time abroad, you start to look at the red, white, and blue labels as cheap junk. And when in the U.S., they do it stylistically in a way that comes across as very high quality. And when you're abroad, they tend to do it stylistically in a very different way that gives a very different impression. You're like, oh, like that is a cheap-looking label compared to what we were used to in the U.S., which is a very nice-looking label. And we perceive this as the cheap stuff that you really don't want. And it's on nearly everything, right? Is that way? And it's like, what a weird flip coming from the U.S. that's how the world sees it. But when China is a fraction of the cost and dramatically outranks all the U.S. car makers on J.D. Power, like basically every car vendor from China you can get here, because obviously only ones that are good make it here. But we have more Chinese brands than there are American brands, right? It's crazy how many there are. But you can get a nice Suzuki car here, $20K. You can get a nice Chinese car here, like $10K. What are you going to pay for that Bronco? $40K? Like that, that hits you pretty quickly. Oh, that's pricey, right? I don't know its real price, but it's, I bought a luxury SUV, completely decked out, hybrid, big, loads of features, $27K, brand new with maintenance. Right, and that's we really like it. Right, we're very, very happy with it, and it does 1,000,000 miles. I cannot believe it never stops driving. So, yeah. We're down to 22 people, but we're up to 817 views, which is fantastic. I still haven't chosen paintbrushes yet. I can't decide if one of these brand names means something. I guess these say sponsored, so I don't want sponsored because that's always crap. This one says overall pick and it's really cheap. Oh, limited time deal. Only $9. I feel like I can't go wrong with that. How are the reviews? Lots of reviews. They're pretty good. For those who don't know, my kids are going to be painting miniatures. We got our first set of miniatures are arriving tomorrow. And my kids have never painted miniatures before, but they love doing that kind of stuff. And so we have a set of paint coming, and I need to get the brushes. And painting miniatures, if you've never played like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that, and gotten into painting miniatures, it's actually really cool, right? Like it's fun. Like it takes a lot of like detailed work, and it just ends up being kind of exciting as because you get to play the game. It's one of the things I love about tabletop role playing is it's one of the few. You can tell the night's going on. My eyes always get itchy. And I feel like there's hair falling in and then bugs getting on my face. It's probably all my imagination. Like there aren't a lot of things in modern life where you sit down and really get to like put in a bunch of effort and like have a thing that you've selected or collected or made, and like I don't know quite how to phrase it, but in my daily life, I've got a nice laptop, I've got a nice phone, everything's digital. There's not a lot of like craftsman things to put your hands on. It's one of the reasons I like cameras, because they give me something. It's one of the reasons that people collect watches now, because it kind of gets them back to the old days of when there were, very carefully made things in our lives. And what? Do not understand what that message is about. Anyway, I'm going to check out. Proceed to checkout. Get same-day delivery if you buy new stuff. No, I'm good. It takes so long to get here. I do not care about same day. Standard free. Let's see. Going to the right place. My maritime shipment. Paying with. That looks like the right thing. That's the right thing. And look. Now, let's change that. There we go. That's the right thing. You guys are watching me ship stuff to my maritime shipper. Everything's arriving free from Amazon. No tax. No shipping. Eat your heart out, Americans who have to pay tax on everything they buy. Order placed. On its way. Very nice. Thinking about getting a couple extra books while they're on sale for DM Day, too. That is a pretty good sale. There's so few things in life that you get to like have something physical to hold on to, right? Like it's just not something you get to have anymore. And playing tabletop games, a lot of people play them with VTTs, virtual tabletops. It's like a video game but with people involved, which is still nice, but it's not at all the same as having things. Doing real tabletop where you get we're getting often beautiful books beautiful magazines. Like there's really a push in the industry to make publishing this really amazing, gorgeous thing again. That not very many people do. And so I missed this from my childhood, right? It's like I grew up in the 70s and 80s. So books were really beautiful. That was kind of the era of the beautiful book. Like we didn't have computerized stuff yet. And books were just great. Leather-bound books, hardcover books, beautiful fonts. People were starting to really care about that, right? We'd known how to make nice books for a while, but they were starting to be affordable, like normal people. Paper got higher quality. Books got really beautiful, especially in like the 90s. You would get some amazing like plastic finished covers, like they felt so good to hold. And I'm not even one of those people that freaks out like you got to have a paper book for everything. No, I'm pretty happy with digital books most of the time. But we do lose something by not having that tactile experience, right? And so tabletop role-playing is one of those spots where, one, there's a reason to have books, and they aren't fiction books. Well, I realize they're not nonfiction either, but when you just get a novel, it doesn't tend to be something that you get this amazing book in, right? Like it just, I don't know. But when you get TTRPG books, they tend to be full of art, but the book itself is often art, like the art of bookbinding and the art of layout. And it's amazing watching 30-year-old nerds who are talking about, you know, dragons and all this stuff, and then getting into detail about, look at how this page is laid out. Look at the font selection. Look at the colors that they've used here and how it draws your eye. And this really detailed graphic design and human interface design passion about it. So these books are often just works of art that are designed to draw you into the experience on their own, whether it's an adventure or it is a set of rules or it is inspiration, a campaign setting. And so you get this incredible experience of, wow, this is so nice. And then, if that's not enough, we've taken things like map design to a whole new level. So there's all these beautiful different ways to approach doing maps. And people get really into dice and all kinds of like little collectibles that go with their experience. So you get beautiful dice bags with velvet or leather or, you know, whatever, nylon or craft-made things. It's a spot where people love to get dressed up. They love to, and then getting dice, right? The dice themselves. Some people make a separate, like my kids are excited to get resin kits and make their own dice, handmade, hand-poured dice that are then made for every game they play, having a set of dice specifically for any given character, and then retiring those dice when that character retires. And making a new set to celebrate a new character, right? We talked earlier about character creation being such a big thing now. And having like this kind of crafty thing. And then miniatures, like little characters that are like this big. And they were made of lead when I was a kid. Like I literally painted lead miniatures. But they're plastic now. Lead probably having gone out of fashion ever since it made us all problematic. Lead actually not only does make you slower, it actually makes you angry. So they actually attributed the fall of violence in America, which happened in the late 70s, early 80s, is actually directly tied to the outlawing of leaded gasoline, because they were putting lead in the air, and lead makes people violent when they are overexposed to it. So there you go. That's don't eat lead, for everyone's sake. So these plastic miniatures, but then you take miniature paintbrushes and specialty paint, and you very carefully paint the characters and facial features and clothing and personalize them. And it could be the monsters you face, it could be the characters you're playing, it could be people you meet in the street. And then you put them on a map and you play with them for understanding distance and scenarios. And it's like a craft, it's like an art on top of the game itself. It's like, because of its being a physical activity, it encourages all of this very tactile experience that you just lack in modern life so much now. And so we've got a huge thing of dice coming because my kids have never had their own dice, really. They've always played with my wife and mine, and ours are all in storage in Texas, so we miss ours. And because I had beautiful sets of orange and yellow dice, that's why I always played with. And my wife has like fancy effervescent, whatever. And so we're getting miniatures, a whole bunch of them, and paints and now paintbrushes, so my kids can really get into painting that. And we've tons of books coming. I'll show them on the show when they start arriving. And we're just trying to come up with like good places to play and different groups of people to play with and one of the fun things about playing different games is that you get different books. And I'm talking about playing Brindlewood Bay with my dad. So it turns out I'm actually going to be returning to the U.S. People always ask me if I'm going to be going back to the U.S. and it's like, oh, actually we are. We thought we weren't, but something came up, nothing bad. My wife has an opportunity to see a whole bunch of her sorority sisters, and her university is just a few blocks from my dad's house. Can you guess how we met? So we're going to go, and I think I'm going to stay for a few weeks with my dad, and my wife and my kids are going to go stay. My wife and I and our kids are all going to go to New York to where my dad is. My wife is going to go to her university and go to this reunion while my kids and I go and stay with my dad. Then my wife is going to come and stay with my dad. Then my wife and kids are going to go to Texas and see her family. I will probably stay with my dad extra and just work from New York and hang out there and eat loads and loads of pizza and subs until I can't eat anymore. That's just stupid. Of course I could eat more. But I will eat enough that I don't miss it quite so much because I don't know when I will be back. And part of the reason that this came up is because my wife's reunion is on my dad's 80th birthday. So it lets us actually be with my dad on his 80th birthday. So that was a long story to say. I want to buy the game Brindlewood Bay because my father, like I, love things like Murder, She Wrote and those kinds of things. And it's the Murder, She Wrote. This is not official, but it's basically the Murder, She Wrote tabletop role-playing game. Obviously I'm getting that. Are you kidding me? That's going to be amazing. And so I kind of want to play that with my dad and kids, and that'll be fun. So I love those things. Prada is very popular in the Caribbean. My buddy wants to bring his 2011 Camaro V6, 305 horsepower. Been watching here, and it sounds impossible even for a future classic car. Yeah. First of all, a 2011 Camaro V6 isn't even a classic Camaro. Sorry. I did drive the 35th anniversary Camaro convertible 6-speed, which is definitely not a V6, for my honeymoon and put 9,000 miles on it. Can that be right? That's possible. We did something insane for my honeymoon. We drove everywhere. Let's see, it's 3,000 miles across the U.S. We definitely did a whole bunch. 9,000 seems high, but it's thousands. It has to be thousands. But yeah, a 2011 Camaro is never going to make the cut. Not even close. Those are cool cars. People do have Camaros here, but they got to be new. Like, it's got to be basically brand new. What Chinese brands there have small vans? I'm not actually sure. I definitely see them, but I'm not sure which ones would match up. Would it be worth it to bring down books? I have a small library. Was thinking people would want to borrow, hopefully return. So if you are bringing books, so I am bringing some books, not many. So this is worth a quick story. I was a serious book collector, right? When I tell people not to bring books, people should take it somewhat seriously. I have never met another human with as many books as I had, ever, in my entire life. So I get liking books. I lived in bookstores through a very large portion of my life and have some amazing memories back when like Borders and Barnes & Nobles were really big. We were there all the time. Everyone knew us. We knew every book on every shelf. Like, it wasn't fiction. We were building our careers out of this. We knew every sale, knew how to find things, knew every print. And I had a library that was so ridiculous. Everywhere, every time we'd move, half the weight of anything we moved was my books. And it was boxes of books and shelves everywhere. And we would custom build shelves in the houses to put all the books. And when we decided... was it really this long ago? When I decided I was moving to Manhattan, we said there's no way to deal with all these books. I can't remember if that's when it was. That doesn't make sense. No. They definitely moved to Texas with us, which was after we lived in Manhattan. So at some point they moved to Texas, so it had to be... Oh no, I sold off, or I gave away, an insane number of books when we moved to Manhattan, when we gave up owning a house. And then I gave up a ton when we moved to Texas. And then when we decided we were moving overseas permanently, I did the final, everything had to go. And I mean everything had to go. I had so many things from my childhood. It kind of pains me that so many of them had to go and be donated. I went through, because I had and they were pristine. Right, I had this massive collection of books that showed, and this is back before you could get photographs of a lot of things. So it's these beautiful drawings of airplanes, World War II, World War I, modern planes. I had this huge collection. Those books were so expensive. My parents bought me this all through my childhood. These expensive books of all kinds of things. My parents definitely believed in getting me books, and they were just fantastic, right? And just talking about it, it hits me because they were such an important part of my young childhood, and I don't get to ever see them again. And so I actually made videos. They're on my other channel, on the Scott Alan Miller channel. Not Scott Alan Miller is living in Nicaragua, and Scott Alan Miller blog. And you can see I took each book and talked about it a little bit and flipped through it so that I would have a way to go back and look at those videos and remember those books, because they really take me back. I was an only child. I lived on a farm. Books and my dogs and my cats and my horses, my hamsters and my books were my friends when I was little, and I grew up before the internet, right? Long before the internet. And we lived in a rural area. There was very little TV. We didn't have cable. Things like that didn't exist out there. It's not that we didn't have it. It didn't exist. So those books were really important to me. And I knew I couldn't keep them. And I'm very glad I gave them away, but it also makes me sad still. Because they're books that go back to when I was 5, 6, 7. I still remember being in this little bookstore and picking them out. And looking at other ones and being like, that one someday, I want that book. And they had collections of books and stuff. But they had to go. I couldn't keep them. I kept the Dungeons and Dragons books, right? That's one of the few things. And I kept ones that were really special. So I have a few Dungeons and Dragons books that were gifts from my grandmother who passed, a quarter century ago. I could not bear to give those away. But so many of the ones I gave away were, my 10th birthday, from my parents. But I just can't. I can't have my world full of nostalgic books. They're not going to hold up in this weather. Nobody else cares. It is purely for me to be that little kid again, right? And so I can't. But so if I gave away all of those books in this library of the history of my career, like people know my career, I really take what I do seriously. To give away the books that I connect with the memories of doing what I do, and those books remind me of my life in hotels for years, and laying on the bed every time I wasn't at work because the internet didn't exist, right? And just reading books on software engineering, reading books on project management, reading books on IT, reading books on networking, just what we had. Gave those up, with the exception of very, very, very precise things that I kept. And now I'm buying a few things, for sure. I'm really carefully, like I said earlier, with my daughter, picking out things that are really special to us that we want to own, and building those memories with my daughters. And it's got to be very few. Books are something that will become a burden if you're not careful. And one thing that I would say is extremely likely is I have never met a person who wanted to borrow a book here. I never see anyone reading. I never see someone. Now, there are bookstores, right? But people are getting classics in Spanish, right? So you're not going to run into. I don't think you're going to run into Nicaraguans who are like, "Ooh, an English book," right? Sometimes I get like PDFs of books that I really care about from my childhood, and there's some that I'm like, okay, I read this book. I'm fine. Just I'll have it on Audible. And so that's a thing that I've done, right? I've replaced some things with books on CD so I can listen to them, or audio books that I can listen to again. Because there are stories I don't want to, every 20 years or so I reread Madeleine L'Engle, and not her science fiction stuff or other stuff. Every so often I'll reread C.S. Lewis. I grew up with my mother reading C.S. Lewis to me. Very, very influential in my life. I know those stories inside out. But I think you'll find bringing books down to be a very costly endeavor to bring them down, and very disappointing once you get here. If the books are going to make you happy with nobody else caring at all, then make the judgment call. I totally understand the need to maintain attachment to other parts of life, and books can be one of those things. But if it's just, I like books, I have a lot of them, and I think other people will benefit from them, all the libraries here in the country have shut. There's no one looking to borrow books. There's no need for the third spaces, so the libraries were not solving that like they do in the U.S. I totally support American libraries. I think they're brilliant. There's just, the needs here don't exist, the purpose, and keep in mind, Nicaraguans love never-ending loud places. Books are a silent activity. They're not conducive to the Latin lifestyle in general, and especially not to the Nicaraguan one. I think if you're in Argentina, you'd have a very different experience. But here, books just don't have the value. I know people read. It's not that they don't read, but the amount, it's just a completely different thing. Your book loss is what I'm starting to go through for a second wave. We donated over 250 just 3 years ago, 100 last year, 75 so far this year. I have 75 more going to Powell's in Portland next month. Keeping college textbooks and an encyclopedia set because I didn't trust Wiki. And a couple hundred more. We moved so many times coast to coast. They came everywhere with us. I was the same. I moved books all throughout my life. The collection really started when I lived in Greenleaf Meadows in Greece, New York. And it exploded while I was there. So I owned just a couple books when I moved there. I mean, I had like childhood books I kept at my parents' house. But when I lived there, which was for like 3 years, I collected so many books. And that was probably from about 96 or 97 to I left in 2000. And music books, science books, history books, obviously tech and engineering and business. And it was, so many boxes of books. They moved everywhere. I read so much. But I do appreciate having gotten rid of them. I am free of that burden. And now, we're buying these game books with my daughter, and I'm being so careful about what we buy. Making sure I'm getting the right books and not too many, and ones we will use, and ones we will cherish as a tome, on and on. And she wants books like that for her birthday, which is coming up in a month. And my father bought her some today. And and college textbooks, I'm the same. All these college textbooks that I kept, and it's like this class and that class and this memory. It's hard. It really is. But other than those moments where I would just stand in front of a bookshelf and kind of, stare at the books, once in a while I'd take one out and just kind of flip through it. And there's a little bit of recall there. I don't have, and this is real, I don't have the quiet moments in Nicaragua the way that you did when I was let's say, so I lived in Peekskill for a while, and I had we had eliminated a lot of the books by then. I had a book corner in the basement. It was a bunch of shelves, and I had lots of books, and you know, I can remember myself standing down there and sometimes just looking at the books or looking at a book, kind of going through the library and remembering things and enjoying books. And it's somehow when we lived in the States, you would have this silent time, right? And it's, I don't know what it is, but the basement of my Peekskill house with nice comfy carpeting, the house is absolutely silent. It's probably snowing outside, and I'm waiting for something, or done watching TV for the night. Maybe I played a video game but shut it down, and you just take a minute, and the books got like these memories of things. And being, I say this as I wax nostalgic, but living here, I find that one, having freed ourselves of all those things, and we basically own nothing from our younger lives. Right now, we do have stuff moving down. There are things that we own, but most of that's going to be given away. The only things we're really keeping are my children's memories. Those we will keep, but things that are my own, they are, unless it's memories from my children, right? If my children gave me things, obviously I'm keeping them. But beyond that, it's just stuff becomes a burden. And the lifestyle here is to let that stuff go. And there are great benefits from letting that stuff go. And that is the life I'm kind of choosing. I want to be able to move. I want to be able to enjoy my house. I don't want my house to become a bodega of memories in that way. I love those silent moments and remembering childhood and remembering different stages of my life. And I like having objects that take me back to them, but they really do become so much of your house. And for me, I collected DVDs, I collected Laserdiscs, I collected CDs, I collected vinyl, I collected books, so much stuff. I collected alcohol, right? I had an alcohol library. You could mix anything in my house. It's so easy for it to become, look at all the things I have, right? And now I have 3,500 movies available to me in the house that I can watch just like that at a moment's notice. I get so much more out of it. And now I realize the difference between just collecting things and having access to the things that I care about. And I've made a lot of adjustments there. So it's tough. It really is. I totally appreciate wanting to bring a lot of stuff down, but I would caution you, if it's things you can live without, strongly consider living without. There is a real value to less. And now that we are settled, and we know this is where we live, this is, we have some space, we're starting to live with a little bit more. And then sometimes I pull back. I'm like, okay, that was a little bit much, so I'm going to pull back. And then sometimes I go back forward again, right? And we're kind of working with how much is too much, how little is too, and so it's a struggle, but when we have our permanent house, I know it's going to be very easy to end up with a lot of stuff, because at that point we'll know we're not moving and everything will have a place. And some of the things I am bringing down my classic computer collection, right? I do plan on having somewhere a little wall or something and mounting on the wall some antique computers, because they create memories that I want to have. I want to feel those old keyboards again. I want to remember some of that, because it was just very important to me when I was young. But it's very few things. I don't have childhood toys. and now the childhood books are gone. It's down to just a few things, and I think that's good. I brought a couple of books. I did keep my college books about the physics explanation for optical illusions. It was cool information, and that was a photography class. We took photos of them. That's cool. 100, Janet. I will bring science, physics, art history, Anglophilia, and travel. So much as going to the kids' library. She loves them and will cherish them. Yeah, I'm sure I have a number of books. Oh, I used to have, just whole shelves of cookbooks, right? Massive amounts of cookbooks. Why? Why did I do that? Right? My wife and I used to go, I'd just be like, oh, let's get some cookbooks. And we'd just look at these beautiful cookbooks. How often did we take them out and cook from them? Never. They were just there to be like decorations in the house, which they were not that expensive. Like, okay. And support authors. Okay. Right? Having been an author, I appreciate that authors need that. Please go buy my book. If you want to collect books, collect mine, please. And my daughter and I are thinking about doing some writing now. We're talking about publishing a book, not anytime soon, but we're talking about it. And a book has got to be something pretty special for me at this point. But I do really I love going to a bookstore and being like, oh, that book looks nice. I get sucked in. I really do. All right, guys, we still have a lot of people on. We're doing really well. We're just about to hit 850 views. This is crazy. 20 people are currently on, but it is 11:40 here, and even later for you guys because the time has shifted. We're at a full 6.5 hours, which is a respectable time. I need to do my Duolingo, and I need to hang out with my kids. And probably need to make some food. Lol, my mom had a zillion cookbooks and she used them. It was weird food though, too many ingredients. I never needed cookbooks because my mother was like essentially a chef. She did home ec as a major in college. So she taught cooking and grew up in Pennsylvania Dutch Enclave. So so much cooking at home. And I did have cookbooks, like my mother had given me cookbooks, but I used those, not like this collection of weird stuff. And I was never a cooker, right? Like I didn't like get into cooking things. Now I do. Now it's a really special thing that my daughter and I do together. And I find it really weird to think that my mother and I did a lot of cooking together all through my childhood, and she taught me a lot of traditional Swiss cooking. And thinking about how my mom was such a cook, and this was such a huge thing, like just cooking was such a huge part of her life, and then I never really cooked anything, right? My whole life, I never made food at home. I went out to eat for every meal unless it was like mac and cheese, right? If I'm making a sandwich or something at home, yeah, but I never cooked for myself. Never really cooked for my wife. It's just not a thing that I do. And my wife likes to cook, and we both are restaurant people. So before we lived here, we would just go to restaurants all the time. Remember when we lived in the States, we were both like I was a finance professional on Wall Street, and she was a pharmaceutical researcher. So we did okay, right? And so going out to eat was a good way to, one, wind down at the end of the day, and two, a good use of our time, because both of us were full-time professionals. No one was like, let's cook. But now, and for a long time, my youngest loves to cook. And so it's a thing we do together. And to think that she's 14, and I have cooked so much more with my 14-year-old than my mother did with me, which is my own fault, right? She would have cooked with me every day if I wanted. But thinking about that we've put in so much time cooking together. Because my mother and I would be like, oh, special occasion, she'd teach me something, or I'd help her with something. But my daughter and I, several times a week, do some little thing in the kitchen together. And like every Sunday, we make dinner. Every Sunday. That's what we do. Plan way ahead of time, talk about it, get excited. And it's like a special time for us together. So different then and it's really weird for me because my kids homeschool and I stayed home all but a year, and I've said this before that I have had more time already with each of my kids than my parents had with me ever, including as an adult, right? Like, and I feel like with my kids that we're just getting started, hopefully, because I'm old and I could drop dead any minute, but it feels like getting them to older teens like they are, well, 14 and 17, I feel like most people when their kids are getting to that age, it's kind of like, okay, we had our time with our kids, we got a little bit of time left, and for me it feels like, oh, we're just getting started. We have so much more time to hang out like we do. It feels so different, but thinking about how much time we've spent together, because it's like, oh, have you played many video games together? My gosh, we've been playing video games together continuously since 2011? Yeah, probably, maybe 2012. And nearly every book they've ever read is with me. And they don't really watch movies, so there's very little of that. And we play games together, and we just hang out all the time, and we go out for coffee all the time. And if you actually, when other people are like, yeah, I spent some time with my kids, it's like 30 minutes here or there, whatever, and I'll be like, oh no, we went to the coffee shop for 3 hours, and we just sat there talking about stuff the whole time. What can diabetics who can't eat much rice and beans because of the high carbs eat in Nicaragua? So I'm assuming you're not a vegetarian like me. You've got loads of, broccoli, chicken, fish. Like, we got loads of quality meats here. Scott, it's funny how you say you're old. I always say that 50 was middle-aged if you live to be 100, so you are now firmly middle-aged. Well, yeah, if I live to be 100, I don't think that's going to happen. I have not, this is going to appall everyone, I don't think I've seen a doctor outside of like an injury since maybe 1992. I will likely be dead soon. I mean, let's be honest. I know some beans have high enough fiber to offset the carbs. So beans themselves should not be that bad. Rice is a huge problem, so you got to avoid that. Obviously, white bread, all that stuff, really bad. I am not an expert on diabetic diets. I should be a bit. My dad is diabetic, but I think beans are mostly going to be okay. Really, the biggest thing here is fat. There's a lot of fat in a lot of things, mostly for diabetics. That's going to be okay. You got to be careful, obviously, but it's not like a specific problem for diabetics. If it's a major thing that you're not familiar with the food options, I would say one of the first things to do here is hire a dietitian or a nutritionist. Right, like staff here is cheap, so hiring someone to be your nutritionist for a few days or to check in with you once a month or something, and give you diet planning and that kind of stuff could be really beneficial, I think. So that might be a good way to go to make sure you're getting proper resources and knowledge of what's available, because people do eat just loads of potatoes and it's a carb heavy diet here for sure. Lots of French fries, lots of things fried, lots of things are breaded, but there's plenty of non-breaded fish. There's plenty of grilled chicken. You really do have options, and you can go a lot of places and ask for things. Eggs are made all the time. Cheeses are available, right? Non-breaded but cooked cheeses can be very nice. I like a lot. But yeah, rice with every meal, so you're constantly gonna just ignoring the carbs on your plate. Good luck, because it's even just eating rice here is often delicious compared to other places. I don't know why. They put a little bit of veggies in it, just the tiniest hint of veggies, and I'm often at a meal like, who would just give me a stack of rice like this? And then I'm like, this is really good, and end up eating it. So yeah, I don't know, but it'll be a little bit tough. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to, unless I missed something coming on. Even though there's 21 people on, my kids are getting ready to hang out. I gotta do a quick Duolingo, make sure I don't miss it for the night. Really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being on. 853 views. We have stayed steady. There was a couple minutes that we dropped below 20 people for maybe a 5-minute period. The entire night we've had between 20 and about 35 all night, which is, and just great conversations. So this has been a really good night. Remember to give a thumbs up, and remember, if you're not on the Expats group, join that. I appreciate everyone. I will see all of you tomorrow. Oh wait, I don't even have my thing to shut it down. I can't leave. Totally trapped myself. And what is this doing? Oh.